Okay. So, as I get started, I am still, waking up, right? Basically, to fill you in on the end of yesterday's stream. So, basically, if you're watching the recordings, the end of part 1, right? And, the time in between that and part 2. So, I did a bunch of stuff in Teldrassil. My mom just said good luck in chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, so finished pretty much everything in Teldrassil. I'm not going to hunt down Black Moss the Fetid to get his quest and the follow-up stuff, but I did everything else. I even did the guy in the cave, whatever the Sadar mob is. And while I was doing that, somebody pulled like 6 mobs kind of close to me. Actually, kind of spooky. But overall, ended well. I farmed a bit. I got up to level 12. I have gotten my herbalism up to 86, skinning up to 100, so pretty solid. Mostly ready to do everything else. I'm just going to go ahead and do Lunaclaw now at the start of the stream. I mentioned at the end of yesterday's stream that I would get everything completely ready to do the Bear Form Unlock quest, and that's what I'll be doing. And then before I continue after that, I am going to just quickly knock out professions, because I also got some of that set up. So I'll do professions, and I might level those characters up a bit, but I think I'm probably not going to do that right now. So I think we're just going to get that stuff up. I got all of them at least to level 5 into the main cities. So I mentioned towards the end of yesterday's stream that I was also planning on getting a warrior, and I did that. Got him up to 5, got him to Ironforge. Honestly, though, it's been, I would say, around 12 hours, give or take, in between when yesterday's stream ended and this stream started. But I actually maybe only spent about 5 hours or so playing hardcore in that time, because if you watched yesterday's stream, you probably remember how for a large part of it, I was having to, tab out and message people in Discord, because my old guild basically imploded last night. And that means that a lot of my friends are now in the market for a new guild. So, pretty much, the moment the stream ended, I spent 2 or 3 hours just messaging a bunch of them, trying to, figure out, hey, what are your plans? Do you need help finding a guild? Stuff like that. So, obviously it was just a detour. Obviously important, though. Would I have liked to play Classic Hardcore with 0 interruptions? Obviously, but something like that happens. It was just kind of on my mind, and that's partially one of the reasons why I ended the stream. I wouldn't say ended the stream early. It's I never said 100% that I was going to be streaming 24 hours or anything like that, but I decided it would be better to just split the streams up into, different sections across multiple days instead of trying to push through for 24 hours. Because, it was just kind of weighing on me, and I really needed to message them to just be sure everything was good. But yeah, so basically spent a lot of time doing that. And then, of course, I got some sleep. So I haven't gotten as much as I would have liked. I think I still only got 4 or 5 hours, but I guess 4 or 5 hours of sleep beats nothing. And then I literally woke up 30 minutes ago. I fed my pets and made coffee, and here we are. So that is all of the gap in between the previous stream and this one completely filled. Now you know what you've missed, and we're ready to do Lunaclaw. Hello Frozen64, good to see you, and hello Robin Toman, I misread that, sorry. Still, as you might imagine, waking up, and I have not even started drinking my coffee yet, which, on that note, I probably should. But yeah, hello Robin Toman. Evening, gentlemen's. Yes. For me, it is still early afternoon. My times in which I'm streaming now are whack. I will also say, this is likely going to be a shorter stream, and by shorter, I mean, probably in the 5-hour range. So I don't think I'm going to be doing 8 hours today. Mostly just because I'm still a little bit tired. There was a moment when I woke up where I was debating on whether I wanted to stream today, just because I am low-key a little bit exhausted. But I figured I wanted to at least stream some stuff, obviously getting Bear Form, there's a few things that I want to do, right? Like, I want to at least show professions and kind of the way that I've gotten all that stuff set up. And, of course, I will be streaming tomorrow and Sunday as well at the usual times, trying to start around noon for that. So basically, we're still going to have plenty of streams this weekend. I don't want to, like, completely push myself on Friday. We'll see. And also, honestly, part of the reason is because later tonight, on Fridays, my retail guild plays poker, and, well, I can't really stream poker for obvious reasons, and it's just fun. I've talked about that in some of the past streams. I've been enjoying playing that, and I can get a lot of, like, chill grinding done on my alts while I'm doing that, which wouldn't even necessarily make for an entertaining stream stuff anyway. So, like I said, probably a little bit on the shorter end. But, we'll still get plenty of time this weekend. Only to 20, why? I mean, honestly, 20 is an arbitrary number, right? I'm not saying that I'm gonna hard stop at 20. I might, but I'm literally obviously I'm level 12 right now, so I'm more so in the title saying this section of the stream will roughly take my druid from, I won't even get to 20, just within the 10 to 20 range is where I'm leveling, I could just take that out and just do classic hardcore feral druid leveling, but I just put 10 to 20 leveling to give a general idea just from the title roughly where my druid is at in the leveling process. That has nothing to do with, like, how long I plan on streaming or whatever. It was literally just a decision on my part to make the title give an indicator on roughly where I am. But yeah, we'll see how far I manage to get. I think because I do want to work on my alts a little bit this stream, and I don't want to just, like, completely leave them sitting there, I don't know if I will just be blasting out the last 8 levels just in this one stream until 20. So I'll probably get close, maybe 15 at the very least, 17 or so. And then my alts will get some progress on them. Also, before I forget, one of the people in my guild, Devi, sent me 2 leather BOEs, which is pretty cool. These are actually pretty sizable upgrades. No, I don't want to destroy them. That would have been a nasty misclick. And, so I posted about it in my Discord after it happened, but I did get a second 6-slot bag, finally. It took me like 7 hours, 7 hours total / played. It was only about like 3 hours after I had been playing from the end of the stream, but still way too long, right, to get that second 6-slot bag. And then because I am like doing herbalism, and I've been using a shit ton of bag slots for my herbs, I just bought an herb pouch because I figure at that point I'm effectively doubling up my space, at least in the immediate moment, and 10 silver wasn't too bad. Also, what else? Trying to think of everything that I need to go through before I can start Lunaclaw and whatnot. I did install that add-on Deathlog, which I know a lot of people have been talking about. I'm turning it off for the purposes of the stream, because Deathlog, from what I can tell, doesn't really have any way to modify its settings. So every single time somebody dies, it does like a pop-up and like a noise, like blah, 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 like constantly. And that's fine if I'm just solo leveling and whatever, but I looked into, like, can I change the sound effect? And I couldn't find it. So, at least for the stream, I just don't want to have to deal with that. I'm just not going to really worry about Deathlog or anything. Alright, Lunaclaw. Don't really think. I could use Severed Voodoo Claw, which is like one of the consumables you get from a Teldrassil quest, but honestly, I don't really think this quest is nearly spooky enough to worry about it. And there we go. Where do I turn this in again? I think... yeah, I turned it in at Darnassus. Alright, perfect. So I'll go hand that in, I'll get Bear Form, and then ooh, there's Earthroot over here. Still no Bear Form? That is what we are doing right now. I waited until the very, very start of the stream to unlock Bear Form. So this quest, Body and Heart, this is what gives you Bear Form. You can even, I think it shows. Actually, there's a follow-up quest, I guess, right after this one that gives it to me. But that is like the final thing you need to do. Go over there, beat the shit out of Lunaclaw, and then you go back to Darnassus, and then you get Bear Form. So I specifically got literally right up to that, and then we're kicking things off with Bear Form just to make it a little bit better. Died at level 6. You're not sure you'll try again. That's fair, but like, admittedly, level 6 is pretty early. Like, I've said before, the only death that I've had so far is I lost on the PTR. So far, I haven't died yet on official servers, but on the PTR, I lost a level 8 Paladin, and, I mean, I'd spent about, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours on that character, because I spent a lot of time just mob grinding, and, like, in waiting to do quests. And then literally right as I go to start doing all the quests after hitting level 8, I just, like, pulled 6 Murlocs and died. And it was kind of annoying, you know, it was 3 or 4 hours. And the other annoying thing is I was just about to get that character set up for tailoring. So at that point in time, I had just mailed it over, like, a bunch of linen cloth and stuff, and, like, 20 silver. And I had, like, enough gold and silver on the PTR by that point that it wasn't a huge deal. But it did kind of sting losing that, and I just felt like an idiot. But I recreated the character, I got it up to level 10, and, you know, relearned professions and whatnot. And, I mean, that's how it goes. Especially at lower levels like that, I don't think it's too bad to get back up. And especially if you're new to Classic in general, you know, you live and you learn. Right? Like, at this point, even though I haven't played hardcore a lot, I've obviously played a decent amount of Classic, so I already know a lot of the fundamentals of the game and, like, how to play it safe, and, you know, what I should avoid, what I shouldn't avoid. Some of the quests specifically, almost all the times I nearly died in the PTR was because of a quest that I just wasn't aware of, that, like, had some really dangerous elements. So, what I have started to do, or at least what I started to do in the PTR, at this point, I've already literally just done this entire process up to 30, so I'm familiar with all these quests. But whenever I started reaching new unfamiliar quests towards the end of the PTR, I would just wowhead it. And just look it up, like, what does this do? Is there any chance that I can just get absolutely curb stomped here? And just make sure I'm fully aware of that ahead of time. But yeah, it's just, obviously, like with anything, practice makes perfect, right? Hello, Infinic. Yo, you caught a stream for once. I feel like you're here a lot, Infinic. Either way, you know, I appreciate you tuning into the stream, but I always see you in chat. That accent was almost right, brother. Nice. Almost 10 p.m. in Liverpool. Oh, cool. That is, 4:49 p.m. where I am right now. Almost midnight there in Finland. Nice. Honestly, I wish it was late at night. I prefer to do stuff late at night. That's why I, you know, played a bunch until 9 a.m. and only around 9 or so, that's when I passed out. Especially going from the launch day first rush, right, in the Night Elf starting zone, where I could barely tag any mobs, literally, like, 12 hours later, when I'm just playing on my own, I did the entirety of the Barrow Dens quest in Teldrassil without running into a single person. Like, it took me 15 minutes to get all the way through, get all the stuff, and get out. Not once, the entire way to the Barrow Dens, within the Barrow Dens, on my way out, did I run into one other person. It was just empty. Mind you, I did it at like 5 in the morning, but I was still very surprised that nobody else was around. I think it's just one of those things where at this point, I also am admittedly a little bit behind the curve in terms of, like, actual level. So, I tried to consolidate my bags there, not realizing that, right, there's an herb pouch for a reason. How am I enjoying official hardcore so far? I am enjoying it well enough, yeah. I mean, I had fun on the PTR, and this is literally just the PTR. Oh, there we go. Bearform, Growl, and Maul. But yeah, this is literally the PTR, except I get to keep my character after the fact, so what's not to like? Let me set this stuff up on my bars. So Bearform... where did I... right. So... now I can put this up here. And I need to recreate my macros, but that's fine. So Enrage goes on E. Demo Shout goes on... What did I put Demo Shout on again? I think I put Demo Shout on 5. Trying to... I could double check my PTR keybinds, but trying to just remember. Let's see. Just space, mall, hashtag show tooltip, hashtag start attack, hashtag cast or /cast mall. Yeah. Then back that over here. While I'm at it, I don't know when I unlock swipe. Oh, actually, the icon's like buried somewhere because I don't actually have it yet. Whatever. I'll add swipe as a macro whenever I actually unlock it. But yeah, so bear form, got that. Let me catch up and chat a little bit since, you know, as people are streaming in. If you are just joining now, I did do the bear form unlock quest during the first, 15 minutes of the stream. So you can, always one of the nice things about YouTube streams is you can scroll back and like rewind in the middle of it and go check that out. But I wanted to at least knock that out right away. And then, like I said, before I do anything else, I'm actually going to swap over to my alts and just get profession stuff set up. So, check this character out first. Let's see. You woke up for work at 3:30 a.m. and I was off? Yeah. I just, also I'm going to disable Deathlog just so it doesn't, like, constantly ping. I did consider doing a 24-hour live stream, but yeah, just to recap, I briefly mentioned this. The reason I decided to split it up instead of going all the way through is partially because, I was tired, of course. But also because I just had, like, not like personal drama, but like my friends are dealing with some shit, right? And I wanted to go check in with them to make sure they're doing good. I go into more detail on that, like, because obviously all that stuff was unfolding in the middle of yesterday's stream, where I was, hearing about, like, what was going on for my friends, and I kind of gave, like, the TLDR, because it is, like, somewhat relevant for me. So I explained all that, right? And that was partially the reason, but also just kind of tired. It was, like, late at night, right? So a lot of people were heading to sleep. And honestly, nobody really wants to watch me get my 4th level or 5 character set up for professions and stuff. That's not the most interesting thing in the world, so I just figured. Also, why did my audio definitely got thumbs up? I don't know why the music is so loud. Are you winning, son? I guess so. I mean, I'm doing pretty well. I haven't died yet on official servers, so you know what? I'd call that a win. Hello, Oobler Rubel. Fanchus said, 3 hours in, no bags. Ah, that is unlucky. Is that, Wait, Fanchus, are you in my guild? I can't tell if that's, like, the person I think it is. You have a name similar to somebody who I know that I think is going to be playing, but I'm not entirely sure. But either way, unlucky. Average Adventure said, let's go. You thought you could kill 2 demon dogs at the same time around Brill? Yep. I mean, that's how it goes. At the end of the day, overconfidence is the main killer in classic hardcore. Most people I know who die will, think they're doing really good, and then they will just eat shit. Of course. A lot of my friends now who are aware of my guild history are messaging me, like, because they heard about the drama too. And they're like, yo, you hear about this shit? Right? Because, so the TLDR, for anybody who wasn't here for yesterday's stream, is in the middle of my stream yesterday, apparently, it was raid night for my former guild. So I mentioned before, I used to be an occasional excellence. I even made, like, shorts and videos, and I, of course, still have a lot of friends there. And for a variety of, like, personal reasons, which I might tell in the future, but at this point, it is not the time or the place to go into, drama or whatever, especially considering all they're going through at the moment. But TLDR, I had disagreements with the way the officers were running things, and so I left, and I joined a new guild, and I am very happy in this new guild. I really like it here. And then last night, my former guild that I left due to disagreements with the officers, basically the raid team imploded. And they're like an 8-year-old guild, relatively well-known name, and they're just done, right? Completely done raiding. They have 2 raid teams within their guild, so the second one is still going. Obviously, they're kind of like separate entities, but the one that I was on, and the one that has been around for a very, very long time, is like actually officially done, right? So the TLDR of that, of course, is I have a lot of friends in that guild, because I raided there for pretty much, I think it was actually over a year. And while I may have had disagreements with the officers, I was good friends with basically everybody on that raid team. So of course I reached out to all of them, you know, basically checked in like, hey, you okay? Like, how's everything going? And then basically said, if there's anything I can do to help you find like a new raid team, let me know. So that's been happening. And then now as a result, because a lot of my friends know that, I've been getting a lot of messages from people saying, like, you know, did you see that they died? And it's like, yes, of course. I have seen the whole drama thing unfolding. It is... I mean, it's one of those things where it's entertaining, and obviously, you know, like, a few people even messaged me, and they were like, you probably feel pretty vindicated right now, because admittedly, a lot of the same issues that I brought up, that I had with the guild, are the things that led to its demise. So I continue to be a fucking prophet when it comes to predicting guilds' downfalls, but realistically, it's just that whenever I am in a guild, obviously, if you've been around my stream for a while, I've told many different guild drama stories that I've had in the past, and a lot of times, it's not necessarily that, like, I cause problems, it's just I don't do bullshit, right? So if I join a team, and I see something that is being handled wrong, I will bring it up. And a lot of times, and you'll join a lot of guilds where things have been mishandled for years, and people who have been there for a while, they just kind of let it slide, because it's just like, you know, whatever, right? It's always been this way, you know, we're not going to change it for the sake of changing it, and I very much have a mindset of, no, if something is being done improperly, you fucking fix it, right? And I try to obviously do that in a constructive way, and I try to be helpful, but a lot of people are very resistant to feedback and change and improvement. And that invariably leads to me butting heads with people a lot over the years, especially when they are very stubborn and toxic about being unwilling to change. In this case, I will say, unfortunately, I actually don't really think anything I said was remotely unreasonable. I think I was extremely reasonable about the whole situation, and I kind of got fucked over a little bit, which admittedly was kind of upset about that, but like I said, that only reflects on the people in charge, not on anyone within the raid team. I love pretty much everybody there. Alright, Fanchus is not you in the guild. Cool. Wasn't sure. Similar name to somebody I know, and I wasn't entirely sure if that you were them. But either way, I feel your pain with the no bags thing, because it took me forever to get my bags on my first character too. Multi-boxing your 10 to 60 route was a pain on the high level end. Too much shit like pick up this amount of thing. Yeah, for multi-boxing, I will say, my retail leveling route is not designed with multi-boxing in mind whatsoever. It is primarily aimed at solo players. You can obviously do it in a group, right? It's not like I don't have any particular optimizations on if you are leveling in a group, change XYZ, but the route will work just fine for people like group leveling. But if you are playing 2 characters at the same time, I'd imagine that makes it a little bit trickier. I don't know what you would do there. In hardcore, do you change your route to be safer, or do you just play safer? I mean, I don't really have a route, per se. So I'm not, like, I don't speedrun classic. I'm just kind of leveling at my own pace, like, doing whatever I think is safe. But I would guess, maybe not necessarily do I change my route, but do I change my style of leveling? Yeah, I definitely play a bit safer. I mean, right now, before I swap back to my Druid, I'm working on getting alchemy and stuff up. That way, I have all of these potions and whatnot ready to go, which I think should help my Druid's leveling. So that's one way in which I am changing things to account for it. Let's see. You're playing some retail and working on your Paladin while you watch because you've been playing hardcore all day. Yeah, that is totally fair. It's nice to take breaks in that. You don't think you're here that much? You've definitely said hi in chat a lot. You know, I remember seeing you in almost every single stream. You wish that the time was 4:53. It's 22:55 here in Sweden. It always takes me a bit to recognize the 24-hour, like, I guess in the US we call that military time, right? I know it's more common around the rest of the world, but I'm not used to reading it. But that's pretty cool. Sergeant said, happy to see you back. Thank you. Happy to have you here. Bear form, yeah. Definitely going to be nice now that they have a bear form. Bear form is a beast. Yes. Bear form is definitely very good. I see the pun there. Honestly, bear form I don't think speeds up leveling that much. I'm glad I have it now. Mostly I'm hoping to get to 20 for cat form. Because once I get cat form, I'll be cruising. A hardcore server went down an hour or two ago? Really? That sounds bad. How many people died? Like the entire server just went offline? Time to create your own guild. I am thinking about it, especially because a few of the people in my retail guild have been asking, like, are we going to create one? So since now... my throat. Like I said, bear in mind, still a little bit exhausted. My throat's kind of... kind of fucking dead a little bit, so I'm doing the best I can. But I was talking and then... maybe hard to relate if you've never done, like, long anything where you have to talk for a while. But, like, I'm just in the middle of a sentence and suddenly my throat just goes, nope, and just closes. And then the words just, I'm like, my mouth's open, trying to talk, and the words are just not coming out. But I may create, like, a mini guild or something. Being a guild master takes a lot of time and energy. Yeah. Look, like I said, I'm not going to go into it. I'm not going to complain about how they handled it. I get it. From what I've gathered, it's just burnout. But I think the thing with burnout, right, is I get that they were burnt out on the game and that, you know, some of them were struggling to continue doing officer stuff. But I do think it's all well and good to say, like, being a guild master requires a lot of work. But at the same time, like, this guild in particular that I was talking about, they can't really claim that it was a lot of work because they were not putting in the work necessary to keep the raid team running, right? Which is obviously one of the main reasons that things went the way they did. And, like, it sucks. Obviously, I'm gonna empathize with the fact that, yeah, I get that it is a lot of work. But honestly, one of the main issues that I had is... one of the officers in particular said something to me at one point, basically complaining about, like, all the work he had to do, and, like, basically I asked him, like, a question at one point. This happened a few times, but to give you an example, like, I would ask him a question in my private thread in that Discord, where, you know, we're supposed to communicate with the officers and get, like, information on raid, and I was, like, you know, asking a question on what we planned on doing for the next raid, or something. I forget the exact detail. I have screenshots for all of this, but like I said, don't want to dredge it up. At this point, it's a moot point, the guild's dead, right? So, you know, but I would, like, say, hey, what are we going to do about this? And then they would basically complain, being like, you know, it's not our job to babysit you and answer all your questions and whatnot. And, you know, we have a lot of work to do and it's tiring having to, like constantly help you out or whatever. Meanwhile, I'm just trying to fucking communicate and get some insight on what we're going to be doing for the next raid so I can plan ahead, right? It's like, I get it. It's a lot of work being an officer, but one of the things you're supposed to do as an officer is answer basic fucking questions. Like, I wasn't asking them to write me, like, a thesis paper on, like, their plans for the next raid. It was, like, a simple question that you could probably have answered in 30 seconds. And instead of answering my question, they just got snippy. Well, rather, one officer in particular, who I really, he's probably the only one who I think absolute karma's a bitch, get fucked. The rest of them, whatever. But yeah, he would routinely choose to, instead of just answering easy 30-second questions that would have just been helpful, would just constantly get snippy at people. Like, in the middle of raid, if anybody asked a question, just bitch them out. basically just be like, you know, I don't give a shit, you should have looked into that before the raid, blah, 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 blah. And then at the same time, he's sitting there like, wow, being an officer is so hard. And it's like, okay, I mean, you don't do your fucking job. You yell at people, you're toxic half the time, and then you sit there and say, oh, my job's so hard. You don't understand the work I have to do, guys. Like, fuck off. So, you are correct. It is a lot of work, but at the same time, you know, for people to be able to pull that card, right, and say, you know, it's really stressful and stuff, they need to actually be putting in the requisite work. How's the journey? Journey's going pretty good so far. It was 100% your fault that you died. Your feet was you were playing with one hand watching YouTube. Didn't check your health before pulling 2 mobs. That is a classic way of dying, honestly. Yeah, and it happens to all of us. It really does. So I wouldn't feel bad about that at all. Congrats, you've caught up in chat. I've mostly caught up in chat. It's still early, and admittedly, right now I'm just dicking around in Ironforge, trying to catch up in chat before I do anything else, because I at least want to, you know, get through the initial, like, rush of messages right at the start of the stream. Alexander Santos said, hi, Harldan, about to get this workout in while listening. Big fan since Shadowlands. Awesome. Yeah, so you've been here since the very start of my YouTube channel then, so that's pretty cool. You just got back into WoW. What's the best way to find a raid guild? If you're brand new to raiding, then I would say really just kind of find a group of people that you enjoy playing with, which obviously is easier said than done, but there's a lot of options, right? Like, honestly, even if you're brand new, trade chat might not even be the worst option, because at that point you're just looking for anything to get your feet wet and get, you know, into the raid and try it out. So really anything works. Just find a guild, get into Aberrus. The harder part, honestly, at that stage isn't necessarily finding a guild, because you could join any guild you want. It's being able to properly evaluate a guild and figure out, like, should I even bother with them? And I guess that depends on your goals. If your end goal is like, I want to get ahead of the curve or something like that, well then find a guild that is maybe willing to accept you despite the fact that you don't have experience, but be like, hey, I'm willing to learn and I'm willing to, like, put in the effort necessary. And, you know, it'll take a lot of time, right? You'll probably have to go through a bunch of interviews and stuff like that, but eventually, hopefully, you find a good guild. And long term, for, like, when you want to find a really good guild and you already kind of know what you're looking for and you have experience, best methods are usually Raider.io, Warcraft logs, WoW progress, or the recruitment Discord. And a lot of times, I mean, you want to reach out to people directly. Like, when I'm applying for a guild, I will look for guilds that match what I'm looking for, and then I will, like, submit an application, usually, like, message one of the officers, chat with them a bit directly, you know, see what their guild's about, whether it's, like, a match for what I'm looking for, and just go from there, right? But obviously, that's something that you'll want to do once you're already comfortable with raiding, and you know exactly what you want in a guild. And at this point, I've been around the block when it comes to guilds, so I know exactly what I want, and I can ask, like, pointed questions on, like, you know, what the guild environment is like, and figure out whether I would enjoy it there. Did my guild get CE this patch? Yes. Yeah, I'm currently in Void on Mal'Ganis. We have CE, and we've re-killed Sark a few times. Which hardcore server am I on? Defies Pillager Alliance. The multi-boxing try was a horror show, but you had to at least attempt it. That's fair. Seems some XP must be shared. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how XP sharing works. It's a bit of, like, a weird system. I do know that there's some things like that. It's odd. What retail server... Oh, so when I'm saying I might create a guild, I'm saying that would be on Classic Hardcore. I'm already in a guild on retail, like I said. It's Void on Mal'Ganis. I like these guys. But people from my retail guilds are playing Classic Hardcore, and some of them were asking me if I planned on making a guild here to, like, coordinate stuff. And that's where I'm saying, like, it's a maybe. I haven't 100% fully decided yet. But I mentioned this on yesterday's stream, since a few people asked. If I do make a guild, I'm not going to do anything, like, super crazy or whatever with it. I'm not going to organize raids or anything for Classic Hardcore. It would just be, like, a fun guild for friends and stuff. And I did say, if I end up making it, anyone in chat is welcome to join. But I'm not going to, like, try to run it like an actual guild. It would literally just be effectively a way to, you know, communicate and have people hang out and stuff. Still TBD, and I don't really want to spend money on a guild charter right now anyways. So, we'll see. Do you think they're going to announce the Classic expansion at BlizzCon? Yes. By Classic expansion, I mean Cataclysm, right? We're not getting Classic Plus. Anyone who actually thinks we're getting Classic Plus, at least anytime soon, is delusional. At BlizzCon, they're going to announce the Void Lord expansion, and they're going to announce Cataclysm Classic, and that is, like, pretty set in stone. I don't really think we're going to see anything else major for WoW. I mean, there might be some one or two unexpected announcements. I have no idea. And I don't have inside sources. This is admittedly speculation, but I think that is a very, very safe bet. We know for a fact, I joke about the Void Lord expansion. We know almost for a fact that a new expansion is coming. It's already been data mined that there's, like, things in the game that they're going to announce the next retail expansion at BlizzCon, so that's, like, literally confirmed. And Cataclysm Classic is, like, 99% confirmed. Anyone with a brain knows it's going to happen. So they might do, like, Classic Plus at some indeterminate point in the future, but it is not going to be anytime soon, and they're definitely not going to do it before Cata Classic or Mop Classic. Hello, Giovanni Morais. And I'll read the rest of the Lengo's message, because I only read the first part. You're not raiding currently, but your guildies are struggling hard in Neltharion to a point where they're struggling even harder to keep people on the roster. Yeah, I mean, so, Neltharion, I will say, every time we reclear, we struggle on Neltharion again, and that's just because of the way the fight is designed. Neltharion is a really, really, really annoying boss, and one of the baffling decisions Blizzard made is they recently nerfed a few bosses in Aberrus, including Echo of Neltharion and Sarkareth. The Sarkareth nerfs were okay. Like, they're not massive, but they at least do have an impact. The Echo of Neltharion nerfs literally change nothing. It absolutely has no impact whatsoever on how you handle that fight. It was just a baffling decision. Oh, also, Blizzard just posted a hotfix. We found a configuration bug that caused multiple layers to spin up on non-hardcore classic. Oh, okay, so it doesn't affect hardcore at all. All right, well, never mind. Who cares? Where are the changes? It was earlier this week, so I'll just... And Wowhead posts so many garbage articles these days. Holy shit. It's like impossible to find anything because there's just so much absolute rubbish on here that you have to sift through. Here we go. Upcoming Mythic Aberrus nerfs. So Echo of Neltharion has 5% reduced health. Now, you might think that having 5% reduced health is a good thing, but the reality of Echo is that for at least Phase 1 and 2, he has breakpoints where, like, he'll transition into Phase 2 at a certain point, and a lot of times you need to stop DPS anyways, and that doesn't actually help you at all. And in Phase 2, he still stops at the same health, right? Like, it doesn't change, so you're still only getting him to, whatever it was, 30% health or something when you're going into the final phase. Now, obviously, the 5% nerf does make Phase 3 slightly easier, but the reality of Phase 3 of Echo is it was never really a damage check. Like, nobody ever wiped Echo of Neltharion because they were struggling with damage. You wiped Echo of Neltharion because you lose people to the mechanics, and then you fail to kill him before the final one-shot. Which, that isn't a case of, oh, you just need more damage. It's literally just, if you do the mechanics properly in Phase 3, you will kill the boss. That's all there is to it. It's just a lot of guilds struggle to deal with the mechanics because a lot of the positioning is really janky and really tight. So if you ask anybody what is the main issue with Echo of Neltharion, they'll tell you it's the fact that a lot of the mechanics are a little bit janky and unclear. Also, I'm going to close my door. So, I don't know if you can hear any of the background noise from my dog, but yeah, it's the janky mechanics and obviously the over-reliance on weak auras because of how annoying that fight is, right? And none of the changes affect that. Like, Voice from Beyond's health reduced by 5%. Who cares? Ebon Destruction's periodic damage reduced by 10%. Like, okay, fine, but I don't know. 90% of the time, you're not losing people to rotting out in P3 because it's a lot of damage. You're losing people because, like, 2 of your healers died and then you rot out. Like I said, it doesn't actually change anything. And then Shatter's periodic damage reduced by 10%. I mean, if you aren't fucking up Shatter as a mechanic, that should never even be an issue. Like, if your tank isn't getting 4 stacks on the entire raid, Shatter shouldn't be that problematic. It's fine. It's okay as a nerf. And then there's, like, some weird overlap that they actually created, which arguably makes the fight harder for people progressing on it. So, I don't understand how their nerf to Echo of Neltharion did not hit on a single pain point in the entire encounter. It actually made it more annoying for reclear guilds, because now the reduced health means you can't really hold damage anymore. So we had to redo our healing CDs and figure that shit out. And it makes it more annoying for prog guilds because of that new overlap with Corruption and Molten Heart. So, like, what the fuck? The Echo nerfs literally do nothing. They're just terrible. Sark nerfs or whatever, at least. But yeah, I can completely understand why your friend's guild is struggling on Echo. It's not an easy boss by any means. Like, a lot of people will say Aberrus is an easy tier. And Aberrus is an easier tier than ones we've had in the past. Like, I would say overall, is Aberrus easier than Vault of the Incarnates? Yeah. And the general boss difficulty across the entire raid, Aberrus is significantly easier. But whereas, you know, Vault of the Incarnates had multiple somewhat difficult bosses throughout the middle, and most raids have somewhat difficult bosses, Aberrus is like, everything up to Echo is pretty easy. Rashok is like a bit difficult. Rashok's more of like a damage and healing check. I mean, people struggle with mechanics sometimes, but you shouldn't. It's not a hard fight. It's mostly just a damage and healing check. But outside of Rashok, the main two difficult fights are Echo and Sarkareth. And Echo and Sarkareth are difficult bosses. Sarkareth is maybe on the easier end for an end boss, but he's still not a pushover. But for a penultimate boss, Echo is one of the harder ones we've had. So I know a lot of people who have been struggling with him. And then, of course, yeah, obviously, recruitment boss is gonna suck, especially if you are, like, stuck on a boss like Echo. Your sister who leads a kindergarten was a good consultant when you were an officer on a mythic guild. Nice. It's sad and funny at the same time. This dates back like 10 years. Rating was different then. It's sad how shit a majority of players in the game are. Sounds harsh. Yeah, it's fair. You don't get what exactly this Classic Plus thing is that people talk about? Yeah. So everybody has their own definition of what they think Classic Plus would look like. And they keep thinking like, oh, it would be so easy for Blizzard to do this. But, you know, the reality is, obviously, everybody has different definitions of it. And nobody's implementation of Classic Plus would look the same. Let me just check message really quick. I will before I... what's it called? Before I continue with whatever I was doing, after I finish reading chat, I do want to quickly respond to one of my friends from, you know, the guild who did just message me back, because like I said, that's, you know, on my mind, right? Enough with the questions, let the man play. Hey, I have no issues with the questions. Look, if I didn't want to answer the questions, I would just be ignoring them and doing whatever I want. The reality of streaming is I like answering the questions, that's why I'm streaming, and not playing offline. I think you bet Diablo head, yeah. Maybe a bit unrelated, but what's my favorite movie? I don't know. Off the top of my head, I can't really think of anything. I haven't really watched many movies in a while. It's just, I don't know, just, I haven't really had the opportunity. And haven't really been interested in anything. I'm sure I can think of movies over the years that I've enjoyed, but I am not, like, a big, like, movie watcher, right? So, I guess it's one of those things where if somebody were to mention, like, what do you think about XYZ movie, I'd probably be like, if I had watched it, oh yeah, I really like that movie. But off the top of my head, like, I have a favorite movie that I continually think of, like, oh yeah, this is, like, the best movie ever. Whereas, like, if you ask me what some of my favorite games are, you know, that is a topic that I've played a shit ton of games, and I can very clearly say, these are things that I really like. I've not seen Interstellar. I've heard good things about it. My dad really likes that. Pretty sure he tried to get me to watch it at one point. Maybe I will. But he said good things. EU server crushed about 2 hours ago and you died on your level 12 Druid and there's a 2-hour queue. Ooh. Yeah, that is, that's not good. Especially if the entire fucking server is going down. Like, sheesh, Blizzard. They need to get their shit together. I'm sorry to hear that happen, though. Obviously, that really fucking sucks, especially when it's completely out of your hands. Anyone think they can boost 4 of your alts from 62 to 70? Quite frankly, Martin, I don't really think this is the place to look for that. I'm not gonna, like, delete your message or anything, but I would generally not like messages like that, you know, first off, I don't really want to encourage boosting, but like if you're gonna do it, there are literally discords for that, right? Where you can figure out boosts or whatever. But yeah. Infinite even said not here. Yeah, definitely. I don't think that's the right place to ask for it. Shrink bolt and heart radius was the change they needed. Yeah, that would have been very nice. Understood. I'll tell them their issue is get good noob. Yeah, maybe not word it like that, but you know. 3 ray guns on 1 kill with 5 accounts. No idea what that means. I'm sorry.
Salutations.
Right, I can make... I'll make 10 of each potion. That should cover me for... I mean, each potion lasts for an hour, right? So that's 10 hours of potion coverage. Hello, Solar. Good to see you. The last movie that you saw that made you want to watch it again was Arrival. Not heard of that. There's a lot of movies, like I said, though, recently that I just haven't watched. My dad loves movies, right? He's always watching movies and stuff like that, so... I should also know, a lot of times when I have free time, I watch more, like, TV shows and stuff. So I've watched, like, a lot of TV, like, TV shows either on, like, Netflix or Hulu or something. Like, most recently, I got up to season 5. I haven't finished it, but I've been watching The Americans, which is another one that my dad recommended. And, I mean, he was right. It's a really good show. I just haven't had a chance to finish it because I've been really busy lately. But, yeah, a lot of time I just prefer watching, like, longer television series rather than movies. What's a Classic Plus? So, if you're unfamiliar with the term, Classic Plus is what a lot of people... It's, like, loosely defined by, like, the Classic community as, like, a continuation of Classic content. Like, or rather, new content for Classic-era World of Warcraft, designed in that style. That's why I say loosely defined, because obviously Classic Plus is not a thing, right? It is a concept that a lot of people want to exist, but doesn't. And the main issue with Classic Plus as a concept is that a lot of people have varying definitions of what it would mean. Like, what would Classic Plus look like? And it looks like something completely different to everybody. So, the big issue that I will always say with the traditional idea of Classic Plus that a lot of people have is a lot of people seem to think that Blizzard Entertainment is just going to, like, somehow design new content that feels right at home in Classic World of Warcraft, and they're going to be like, ah, yes, it's just as if World of Warcraft had gone in a different direction. And, it's all well and good to have servers for what the game used to be. Like, obviously, I like Classic. I understand that. But honestly, I don't think Classic Plus should exist. I actually think Classic Plus inherently, in the way that many people seem to think that it can happen, it is just a flawed idea from the start, and no matter what Blizzard does, it is going to turn out poorly. It's like, what, they're just going to make new content? Like, it's like the same people who are sitting here saying, I like playing Classic because I hate retail World of Warcraft. And it's like, motherfucker, who do you think is going to be designing Classic Plus? You're not going to magically get back the developers from 2005 and have them make new content. You are asking the retail designers to make content for Classic. Do you not understand why that is a terrible idea? Like, I personally enjoy retail, right? But I enjoy retail because of the things in retail that make it fun. Like raiding and, the Mythic Plus and all of the modern systems in that type of MMO. And it fits perfectly well in retail World of Warcraft, but one of the main things people like about Classic is that it's not retail. And if you're thinking that Classic Plus is going to magically just be this completely different, unique MMO, and it's going to continue the magical design that happened in original Classic, I mean, you are just delusional. It's not going to happen. It's going to be made by the same people who run retail World of Warcraft, and they will, as we've seen with Wrath Classic, make more retail-esque content. And mind you, I really like Titan Rune Dungeons, but we have had, at this point, effectively Classic Plus content already in Wrath Classic, Titan Rune Dungeons. I love them. I actually think it's really fun, because mind you, I like retail. But here's the thing about Titan Rune Dungeons, It is literally Mythic Plus in WoW Classic. And for somebody like me, that is awesome. But I've made guides for Titan Rune Dungeons, and the amount of comments I receive basically saying, oh, Blizzard is importing retail crap. In fact, let me go find one, right? So I can just literally read it, and so you know I'm not bullshitting this. I get multiple comments all the time on this video from people literally complaining about that. So if I go to, yeah, my Titan Rune beta video, let me scroll down. Some of them, if they get like, people get really fucking weird. I do like, there's a comment on here, Harldan's delivery never gets old. I swear he can make a 2-hour English muffin cooking tutorial and I'll watch it. Comments like that are always fun. Let me find it. Yeah, sometimes when people start getting really weird and like say just odd stuff, I just delete it. Yeah, but somebody basically said, so basically WoW is a private server now, WTF. And then, yeah, people are arguing about like whether or not like custom content like this is justified. Actually, surprisingly, on this particular video, there are not as many. I know the original Titan Rune Dungeon video got a lot. I'm not going to scroll that far back to try and find it, but there's at least one. But yeah, I get a lot of comments saying like, I can't believe Blizzard's doing shit like this, adding retail content to Classic that nobody wanted. And I don't understand what people think will happen if we get their idea of Classic Plus. That's literally what it is going to be. They are going to add new, modern content in the Classic client. And the retail Andes who are begging for Classic Plus are just not going to enjoy it. And I just inherently think any developer time wasted on Classic Plus, or spent on Classic Plus, is a waste. Because at that point, just, like, the only thing that I think is worthwhile for Classic Plus, quote-unquote, that's why I say it's a broad concept, because I would consider this Classic Plus, other people would say it's not, just more seasons, right? Like Season of Mastery. Season of Mastery, but with actual changes instead of the really conservative shit they did for that one, where, you know, there's actually, like, real leveling bonuses, like 100%, 200% faster leveling, and you have tangible changes to the end game, and, you know, class changes, TBC talents in, like, vanilla era. There's lots of good ideas on, like, easy changes you can make to vanilla to make it more interesting without, like, fundamentally redesigning the game. And I think that would be a much more interesting way to do Classic Plus, quote-unquote, compared to the delusional idea that some people have of Blizzard just making new content. And at this point, I've said before, I do genuinely believe that Blizzard is going to attempt Classic Plus. And Classic Plus heavy air quotes on that, right? Because I think at this point, Blizzard realizes that they could just brand something Classic Plus, and a lot of people, because it is so loosely defined, will be like, wow, they're finally doing it, and then they'll play it only to realize it was not even remotely what they wanted. But at this point, all Blizzard needs to do is make something, call it Classic Plus, and some people will play it. So, yeah. I don't know. I think the whole thing is just a bit of a mess. Anyways. Moonfall is a really good space movie up there, too, with Interstellar. I've not heard of that one, either, but I'll keep that in mind. It's especially annoying after you log in after 2 hours and see a dead character. Yeah, that is, that really sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. Alright, I need more... And training lesser healing potion is 10 silver? That's fucking a lot. Here. Do I have enough silver? Actually, I don't even know if I have enough silver to mail all this shit over. I'll have to send more over eventually. Yeah, I have just barely enough to send over 5 of each of the potions that I can make right now. And I'll just send more money over on this character later. Cake baking tutorial when? If you want a cake baking tutorial, that would have to come from my dad or my sister. They are the cooks in the family, not me. I know how to throw something into the oven, and I know how to heat something up in the microwave, and that is about it. The way you explain it, Classic Plus would alienate the retail crowd. Honestly, the exact opposite. Classic Plus would actually bring in a lot of retail players, because a lot of my retail friends don't like Classic because of, you know, how antiquated it is. And it is definitely a different game. Personally, I enjoy it for what it is, right? But a lot of people just cannot get into it. Which, you know, fair. It's not for everybody. First off, I need to disable death log now. But one of the funny things is when I was making my Titan Rune beta dungeon guide, because I was doing Wrath Classic PTR testing, and since I don't really have many friends who play Wrath Classic, or at least at the time I didn't really, I tricked my retail friends into helping me out. So I asked them, like, hey, can you help me do PTR testing? And that's all I said. I was like, PTR testing. And they know that I do a lot of retail PTR testing, so they were like, sure. And I'm like, oh yeah, we're just going to do some dungeon testing. And I think they assumed I meant the upcoming Mega Dungeon, Dawn of the Infinite. And then at the last second, I'm like, okay, download the Wrath Classic PTR. And they were all like, oh, fucking hell, fine. So they went along with it, and, you know, I really appreciated their help, because they could have been assholes about it. They could have been like, oh, no, fuck you, I'm not doing that. But despite the fact that they didn't play Classic, they were like, fine. They installed it, they figured it out. I found out one of them actually played Classic. I didn't even realize he had, but he tried Wrath a little bit. And then with a group of 4 players who had barely touched Wrath Classic, I did a bunch of the hard mode dungeons, and they actually enjoyed it. They were like, hey, you know, I normally don't like Classic stuff, but this is pretty fun. So they actually liked the fact that it was effectively Mythic Plus, but in Wrath Classic. And they said if Classic leveling didn't take so long, they would probably be willing to level up and try that content out, because they had fun with it when we were doing... Oh, did I not learn professions? Okay, I never actually went ahead and learned stuff, so I guess I need to go train that. I know where the tailoring trainer is. I forget what the leatherworking trainer is. I'll have to find a guard. But yeah, so honestly, I would say it's the exact opposite of alienating the retail crowd. I think the irony of Classic Plus is that it would appeal to retail players way more than it would appeal to actual Classic players. Just because I think Classic players don't really understand or can't wrap their head around the fact that, you know, you can't just recreate the Classic spirit, at least, not just on a whim. Just because you have Classic servers doesn't mean you still have the Classic developers or people who would be able to convincingly make content that feels like it exists in Classic. I don't know. It's just weird, delusional thing that a lot of Classic players have going on these days. My bags are kind of really full. I'm just going to vendor my water and stuff, because I'm not really going to be playing this character at least for a little while. So if I need more water later, I could always do that. It's fine. How to use an oven tutorial when? You know, if you guys can't figure out how to use an oven, I don't really think that's the thing you need a guide for. You just want Dungeon Finder? We're getting Dungeon Finder, at least in, if you mean Wrath Classic, they are literally doing that. I don't know if you saw. It's coming with the ICC patch. Should have come out earlier, but at least they're finally doing it. But as for other stuff, I mean, I doubt we're ever going to get like a Dungeon Finder in Classic. It could happen. Honestly, that would be a neat concept for a Classic Plus thing. But at least for Wrath, we are getting that. Imagine if Blizzard added new content to Classic WoW. You'd love to see some story in Classic talking about the Burning Crusade and also have characters like Illidan. They could even call it an expansion or something like that. Yeah. Imagine that. Novel concept. That'd be cool. One of the more interesting ideas that I've seen, honestly, in that way, I know you're joking about, you know, TBC being a thing, right? I've seen some people argue that they should turn TBC into, like, horizontal progression. Basically, go with, like, the Guild Wars 2 approach, where instead of having, like, TBC overwrite everything, everything in Burning Crusade is scaled down to, like, vanilla levels, or whatever. And you're doing, like, Black Temple with, level 60 characters or something. I don't really know how that would work. I feel like you'd probably need to make a lot of changes to make that interesting. But at least when I heard that concept, I'm like, you know what? As a foundational thing, I could see that working. Like, if Blizzard were to announce that and say they're taking TBC content and, like, rescaling it to work within Vanilla Era so that, like, all of the TBC raids and all of the Classic raids are all relevant at the same time, honestly, that could be really cool. Like I said, it's the Guild Wars 2 approach. Guild Wars 2 has successfully pulled off horizontal progression like that for years. It would be a little bit weird trying to retroactively work that in, because the reality is TBC itemization is already wildly different from classic itemization. The game evolved a lot in, that short span of time, so you would probably need to make changes to make it so TBC gear isn't just instantly default BIS over anything from classic, but it's a neat concept for sure. Blizzard's Classic Plus would be classic, but with the token added. God. The fact that you are probably right on the money there is a bit depressing. But yeah, pretty much. Classic Wrath leveling should feel a little bit better with Dungeon Finder. At least you can do something that gives better gear or better gear than just questing. Yeah. I wonder how it's gonna work. Because admittedly, it's been a very long time since I used, like, the Wrath version of the Dungeon Finder. I technically did level up through dungeons a little bit way back in the day, but I was really, really young, and I only had one character back in original Wrath. So, of course, my memory from that time is very fuzzy. Let's see. Oh, okay, hold on. I need to actually respond to messages. One second. I should have done that before, but I'm responding to one of my friends messaged me, and then somebody from my guilds messaged me. So I'm just responding to that. Let's see. Oh, damn. One of my friends is stepping away from raiding. Have I tried any private servers? No, I have not. The food tutorial. Yeah, I've never played on private servers. I've heard of a bunch, but never really tried it. Alex Patrick said, "Hell yeah, finally catching a stream live. Love your content and hope you find success with this as a full-time gig." Thank you. Glad you're enjoying it, and I definitely hope I manage to find success with it as well. You hope one day Blizzard will do Mythic Plus Dungeon Finder on retail. That, I don't know if... Fundamentally, Mythic Plus doesn't really work for a Dungeon Finder type of format. Maybe low keys, but it's still a little bit weird. 1 second. I'm just responding to somebody in Discord real quick. Leveling or leaving classic and going to retail subject, do you think that they're adding all classes to all races so they can make it possible to have all classes in one character like in Final Fantasy XIV? No, I don't think they're going to change that. I highly doubt that's ever going to happen. M0 Finder could work. I mean, an M0 Finder could definitely work, yeah, but M Plus is fundamentally a bit different and doesn't work for a dungeon finder. But yeah, you are correct that M0 could absolutely work within that format. Infinix said, you gotta go now, but good luck in the rest of the leveling. Thank you. Appreciate you stopping by the stream. The only reason you don't do M Plus is because you have to walk to the dungeon. Too much hassle. I mean, it's a 5-minute walk at the longest. In retail, it's not that bad. What's the purpose of leveling professions in Classic? Grinding golds? There's a lot of reasons. Definitely not just grinding gold. I mean, making gold is obviously a good reason. Professions in Classic are infinitely more important than professions in retail just for, like, helping you out. Like, right? Here's a perfect example. Why is it good to level professions in Classic? Light armor kits, which you can, or armor kits in general, you can apply bonus armor to 4 gear slots, right? Just completely for free. So, you know, what's not to like, right? So that is one of the main reasons I'm getting leatherworking up, but also, once I get a high enough skill, I can actually just craft items for my druid and just mail that over. In fact, on the topic of crafting items for people, I don't think anyone... Yeah, nobody from my retail guild has picked up leatherworking yet. So I'm actually, in this case, going to just make a shit ton of armor kits. Let's go with, I'll make 12 more armor kits, and then I'll just mail it out to them. Beef, if you're still in chat, what is your character name again? And I can mail you 4 armor kits to apply. Hello, Jeremiah. Good to see you. You named your character Floor Liquor? Oh my god. Alright, I'll send you 4 light armor kits. And then, what was Devi's character named? She sent me mail, so I should remember it. It was like Firesore, right? Something like that. Hold on, let me... Also, I don't know Mez's character name, so I'll ping him and ask. What's your character name? I'll mail you... armor kits. I pronounced your name right? I would hope so. I would hope I know how to pronounce Jeremiah. You have a shit ton of herbs and linen? Yes, actually. So if you have... if you're not planning on doing alchemy, what did you say your professions were? You are going... Oh, well, you're going herbalism alchemy, right? So, in that case, level alchemy on your own, because I'm just leveling alchemy, like, on one of my alts in the meantime, just to get, like, early potions. But I don't really know how far I'm going to take that character, so definitely use your own herbalism, or well, use your own herbs to level up your own alchemy. That's more important in the meantime. But if you have any cloth, send it to this character, because I can make you bags, and I'll just, like, whenever I get tailoring up, which I'm going to do after I'm done with leatherworking just now, I can do that. So, to Linara. Over this. To Floor Liquor. God, what a name. You go 4 armor kits. And then... Usually people pronounce your name as Jeremy, and you hate it. I mean, I know people named Jeremy, but, like, that's... I guess it's just a different name. Technically, I know people named Jeremiah who prefer to be called Jeremy, but obviously, you know, unless they say that, it would be bad to assume. Firesore... Shit, is that Devi's character name? Worst case scenario, I just make more armor kits. And let's see, what else can I make? I can't remember what I have on my Druid, so I'm just gonna make like one of everything and just mail that over to my character just in case. People can't pronounce Josu. Is it Josu like that? So they usually use the English version Joshua? Yeah. I could see people doing that. I mean, a lot of us Americans, you know, we're lazy, is what it is. Let's see. I'll make 8 more armor kits. I don't know how the accent is pronounced, like, phonetically. Let's see. In Rift, you could have all professions in the same character for money. You wish Blizzard would do that here? Yeah. I mean, Final Fantasy, you can have all the professions in the same character, which is definitely nice. And even Guild Wars 2 lets you do that, but it's kind of the same thing where you have to basically pay to have multiple professions at once. You can unlearn them and relearn them, and your recipes and stuff all carry over. But you can only have, like, 2 active at a time without buying additional ones. Something thematically you think should get... or you don't think should get homogenized? Like, conceptually, a Druid Goblin does not work? Yeah, for sure. I agree with that. You could always add a long-lost tribe of goblins that were more in tune of nature. I mean, yeah, but at a certain point, it's a cop-out. Also, before I forget, hello, Naomi. You're not too late. It's only been an hour. If anybody wants armor kits, so I'm making a bunch of these just to level up my leatherworking. So if you are on Alliance side, Defias Pillager, just put your name in chat, and I'll send you 4 light armor kits for free. So I'm making a bunch of these anyway. I'm not going to be doing any dungeons below level 20. I don't know when I'll do dungeons. I'm only going to do dungeons if I have, like, a full pre-made. I'm not really going to trust pugs. But I'm definitely not doing them until I'm after 20. Loving your Horde add-on tune. Still grinding your normal, or gnome, normal hardcore, and loving it as well. Currently RPing as a wands craftsman and loving the money. Yeah, I could see that. Make some Hillman's cloaks and get rich? Wait, there's a required cloak for a quest in South Shore. Interesting, I did not know that. That's a good suggestion. Felipe Carniero said, "Hey Harldan, I've been enjoying a lot of your content recently. Keep it up." Thank you. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. Canadian like that? Nice. Guns and arrows. Okay, so Video Game Hero has 2 characters. I can mail that over. If anybody else... I will send it whenever I'm done crafting these armor kits, when it's no longer a green recipe. I will look in chat. Anybody who posts their character's name on Defias Pillager Alliance, you get 4 free armor kits. But only up until I am done crafting these things. If you post after that, I'm not going to, like, trek all the way back to the mailbox to find it. But, I mean, as you can see, I'm making a shit ton of these, so what else am I going to do with it? Okay, but hear me out. Goblin druids that use machines they ride around in instead of forms, and gadgets that shoot out wrath and moonfire. Yeah, so like a mecha goblin or something. There's honestly like some precedent for that in Hearthstone lore. Come to think of it, there's like a saber cat, mechanical saber cat form from goblins and gnomes, which maybe that could be the goblin cat form. That actually, conceptually, it's pretty cool. Do I play Horde or just Alliance? I mostly play Horde, actually. Alliance is just what I'm playing for Classic Hardcore. That sounds so cool. Yeah, that actually, I like the idea of that. Thanks, you hate it. What area will I be questing? You remember dying a lot on the Red Ridge Elite Quest 20 years ago? I believe, yeah, Red Ridge Elite Quests, from what I've heard, are still difficult. I did some Red Ridge on the PTR, but I did not do the Elite Quests. I did, like, all the early stuff, and then I didn't really feel like joining a group for some of the later stuff. There's a lot of quests that I might do, but I would wait until other people, you know, that I'm friends with, or like people in my guild and stuff. Well, I'm also friends with them, of course, but anyone who I know who gets to that level, then we can group up and do the quests, is what I'm trying to say. But I don't want to try and solo them, for sure. Right now, like, whenever I continue with my Druid in a little bit, whenever I'm done with profession stuff, there we go. All right, all leather stuff. All right, last chance for 4 free light armor kits. I'll even, while I'm at it, I'll craft my bolts of linen cloth while people are asking to give you time. So just post your character name in chat from Defiance Pillager Alliance, and I will send you 4 light armor kits for free. But you have like 1 minute left to say that, and then I'm just gonna mail them to the ones Video Game Hero posted, because I think he's the only one who actually posted a character name. Well played. All right, I can get you one to Shailstorm. Let's finish your 4th run, 0 to 70 yesterday, clocked approximately 24 hours. You still think you need to improve a lot? Practice makes perfect. I mean, that's a totally fine time when you're getting used to the route, and you know, as you do it more times, you will eventually, inevitably, get more familiar with it, and you know, you'll be able to do it faster. Are hardcore classic servers region locked? I believe so. I don't know. Maybe you can create a character on... I think you can maybe, like, choose what region you're on, though. So if, like, you wanted to play on NA, you probably could. But they are region locked. Region locked in the sense that they're completely separate entities. Like, there's 2 EU servers and 2 NA servers. It's not like PTR where everybody's on the same... like, server block. Alright, so I see 3 names in chat, so well played. 4 armor kits. And then the 2 characters listed by Video Game Hero. Guns, Arrow, SES. If I spelled that right. Yep, 4 light armor kits. Oh, but yeah, I don't know if I finished my thought. I'll be doing Darkshore first whenever I get back to leveling my Druid. Let's see. There we go. And then I guess, fuck it, I'll just send over the stuff to my Druid now, just to clear out space. Yeah, that's all I need. And then I can just chuck the, I suppose I could use the armor kits on my own gear on my Paladin, for when I inevitably level this character. Can't hurt. Probably, maybe shouldn't be putting reinforced armor on Squire's legs, which I'm not actually going to use. Your profession is mining. What's the best item to put on the auction house? I don't know what you mean. Best item to put on the auction house. Whatever sells, right? So, I mean, put anything, right? If you think you'll make a profit off it, then throw it on the AH. Or, like, if you're saying what to farm, then I mean, I don't know. Obviously, the higher level stuff, the better. So there's going to be a lot of people farming copper because it's the first thing you can get. So if you are able to get your mining up to a higher level and farm rarer stuff, then obviously that'll sell better. What are the current prices of leather ore? Actually, I don't know. Let's take a look. I have not gone to the auction house once so far. I was planning on it eventually. Like, what I'm going to do is, after I've gotten everything set up on, like, my Druid, like, I've gotten bags, I've gotten armor kits and whatnot, eventually I won't really need a lot of the excess leather that I'll be getting. So, once I basically have a nice stockpile of leather and herbs to get everything that I want to personally craft, I was going to look into selling some of my light leather, because I had a shit ton. and could be a nice way to make profit. I consider just dumping it on the auction house like as early as possible to try and make some quick money, but I feel like with people still at low levels, I don't think there'd be enough gold in the economy for it to really be worth my while, I guess. Let me see if... No, he didn't post his character name. Let's see. You know PTR realms aren't, so maybe the hardcore classic ones aren't. No, there definitely are separate ones. I don't know what the EU ones are called, but they have different names, so they are very like clearly different servers for EU and NA. Do you know how to level up mine? Yeah, I mean, mining, you just... I don't know how to answer that other than the obvious. You mine stuff. You find ore, you right-click on it, you level up mining. I mean, that is the entire profession, right? It's pretty straightforward. There's mining trainers, of course, that let you learn how to smelt different stuff. 24 hours is totally acceptable when you're still on your 4th, yeah. Thanks for the incentive, you're definitely looking forward to the next one, yeah. Nothing like waiting in line for boar spawns and Duratar. Now, fuck waiting in line. Honestly, you know, when it gets crazy and there's a ton of people, just get whatever tag you can. Fuck waiting. Especially with all those hunters just auto-shotting things. Man, that was a nightmare in the fucking spawn the other day. So let's take a look. Light leather. I'll look at trade goods. More like yoinking mobs? Yeah. So one light leather at the moment is going for 21 copper. I wonder what people are selling stacks of 20 for. Just gonna keep going. Okay, these are all bids. Where's the first buyout stack of 20? Okay, here. The first buyout stack of 20 is 23 copper per and 4 silver total. Honestly, that's a pretty reasonable price. Let's look at copper ore. Similar, 30 silver, or 30, not silver, copper. And then stack of 20 would be... Or can copper ore only stack up to 10? I'm guessing so, because I feel like it can stack up to 20, though. Maybe just nobody's listed it as a stack of 20. I don't know. Either way, this is blatantly overpriced. It seems like the individual copper is selling for cheaper. Let's see. Or what's another trade good? I guess herbs, right? Silver leaf. That's fairly cheap. How much is Peace Bloom? Oh, Peace Bloom is very, very cheap right now. Earthroot. Earthroot's kind of expensive. I think out of all the consumables or trade goods we've looked at so far, this is definitely on the more expensive side. But yeah, I mean, you can make decent money selling this right now. I think I'm just going to wait and hoard materials for now, and when I start getting to the higher level, rarer materials, then I'll begin selling it. Okay, let me go to trainers. I know there's separate ones, but I mean, can somebody with EU WoW sub access the NA ones without buying an NA sub? But if you don't know, that's totally fine. Yeah, MMD said you can't play it with one sub. I think that's correct, yeah. I'm pretty sure you need a separate sub. I am not 100% sure on that, but I'm fairly certain it's separate. Raw ore stacks to 10, bars stack to 20. Ah, interesting. I was not aware of that.
Good day to you.
Alright, let me level up. I need more like raw silver just for training costs at some point. I need to get also bags. What's the cheapest? I guess there's multiple... Whatever vendors for the most. So that's 11 silver. 23 silver. Okay, that's 31. All right, so definitely I'm gonna make brown linen vests because it vendors for the for the most money. I'll just go ahead and grab 20 coarse thread. Just create all. You can access both sides, just change region and BNet app. Yeah, obviously you can. The question wasn't whether you can access it or not. It's whether whether or not you can do it all with one sub. Boots are worth more, but boots require light leather and 2 linen cloth, so they are not worth more. Boots require double the linen cloth or bolt of linen cloth, an additional material, light leather, for 1 additional copper, whereas the vest is just 1 bolt, 1 coarse thread, and sells for 31 copper. Yeah. There's surprisingly few hunters out here right now. I mean, probably because all the hunters are already like level 30 or some shit. Like if I look /who 32, wow, there's a level 32 warrior of all classes. Or what about 33? Huh, that surprises me too. There's actually only 1 hunter at 33. Is anyone at 34? No. At 35. Let's see, is somebody level 40 already? No, I think, looks like 34 is the highest then. Oh, good idea. /who 30 to 40. I forgot you could do that. Oh, there is 1 person at 35. And it's a mage. So, yeah, comes as no surprise. There's people doing Nomergon. Interesting. So many warriors, yeah. It's, whenever people say warriors are bad for leveling, it's just, nah. Obviously, warriors, whenever people do tier lists, warriors are one of the hardest specs to level. Because for a brand new player who doesn't know how to play it properly, obviously, yeah, you're going to struggle to level as a warrior compared to other stuff. But if you know how to level as a warrior in Classic, it's nowhere near as bad as everyone makes it out to be. It's actually quite good. Warriors are fine for speed, it's just hard to do so? Yeah, exactly. Okay, let's see, I can learn this recipe. He's been auto-attacking real hard, yeah. Let's see. What server am I on? Defies Pillager Alliance. Warriors are hard to level solo self-found, but with access to money and resources, they can body. Yeah, that's very true. With this type of format, it definitely benefits warriors pretty well. Keep up the good work. Thank you.
You need something?
Okay, what can I make? Do I have the bag recipe yet? No. So I think I'm just going to keep making brown linen vests, because honestly, in terms of most bang for my buck, this is a really low material cost. It's still giving me guaranteed skill points, and it actually vendors for a decent amount, so this is probably the best thing I can create to level. Hopefully it doesn't turn yellow at 45, but I'll probably still craft it. Oh, it does. Yeah, fuck it. Still worth crafting. At least until I get up to 50. Then I'll need to buy 1 more coarse thread. 2 more coarse thread. Where Druid? The Druid is still alive. Druid's chillin'. I'm just getting profession stuff done, because obviously I would like to have more bag space. So I got bear form at the very start of the stream, and now I am getting professions set up. So we will do that real quick. I don't think I need any of this stuff. At this point, I'm just going to spam linen bags.
See you later.
Okay, so I can make 2 linen bags. Beef, do you still need a bag? Because I only have one remaining slot that I need on my Druid, so if you still need a 6-slotter, I'll just send this extra one to you. Okay, you're good then.
Safe travels.
Fuck it, I'll just use it on this character then. You can always move it around later. That's the nice thing about early bags in Classic. They're not binds on equip, so it's much more flexible. And then when I get more linen cloth, I can craft more. Some of us be flush with cash, 3 8-slots and an herb bag. Jesus Christ. How did you get 3 8-slot bags this early? What have you been doing? Have you just been, like, farming gold for the last 5 hours or something? Because you spent, like, how much did you say you spent in guild chat on your wands? Yeah, what did you spend on the wands? You have 2 gold already? Jesus Christ. What level are you, Beef? Have you just been, like, playing non-stop all night?
Too far away.
So you spent 65 silver in a wand and you're already back up to 2 gold. Have you been, like, not training spells or something? You're about to turn 18. Very nice. Yeah, you're doing pretty fucking well then. Alright. And then the last thing on this character. You kill so many boars, yeah. Fair enough. Neuron Tech Lab said, "You're an awesome streamer, bro. Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying the streams." Oh shit. I mailed herbs to the wrong character. This is supposed to be my warlock that gets the herbs. And I'm gonna train mining and blacksmithing on this guy. Did the druid die? If we ask him enough, we get more beautiful art. Can you really call the MS Paint thing beautiful art? And it's not even art, it was just Comic Sans on a white background. The druid is waiting until after the professions push? Yeah. What is my opinion about Dragonflight? I mean, I like it, obviously. That's why I play it a lot. I've talked about, like, general Dragonflight opinions a lot, though. But obviously I enjoy raiding. Mining trainers are somewhere in this area. Yeah. Killing boars like an episode of South Park. And hello, Rocks. Do I have to... Yeah, I need to get a mining pick first and foremost. Just... Place that over there. You're relatively new to the game. Do you recommend any Discord server or some way to get to know people or just find help progressing? I mean, there's a lot of social Discords. Personally, I'm not, like, a big fan of just joining, like, random Discords like that to meet people. I prefer to just meet people organically within game, but to each their own. But yeah, I'm probably not the right person to ask for that because I can't give a lot of recommendations. What the f- Beef, what the hell? Did that guy just randomly start whispering you? That is just weird. Oh my god. Yeah, that's crazy that at level 17 you already have 2 gold just by grinding mobs. I've been, like, spending pretty much everything I've made, so I've been, like, relatively low on gold so far. But we'll get there. Blacksmithing. And since this is my only character with mining, because obviously my my druid is herbalism and skinning, so I just mailed over the materials. But in the case of this character, I actually need to go mine stuff myself, so we're gonna get a little bit of warrior gameplay. You know what, actually, since I am going to be playing this character, and it's not necessarily obvious that I'm only doing it for professions, you win, Naomi. I will I'll open up this and hold on. There we go. You can even see it. I already have it on the screen from yesterday. I'll cover up chat just in case. He's pulling out the paint. Yes. Yes. Here we go. Druid. Let's go bigger fonts. Like 98 or something. Yeah, there we go. Druid is alive. I'm leveling alts for professions real quick. There we go. Does that all show up on stream? Yes. There we go. Okay, so you can see that. Draw a happy cat face. What distinguishes a happy face from a happy cat face? So, draw... Oh, it's the 3. That's the happy cat face. Alright, I'll do my best. Like that? Is that good? That's a happy cat face? The ears? Oh, I have to add ears. Like that. There we go. Got a little MS Paint happy cat face. You're being harassed, you didn't say anything? Yeah, like, messages like that completely unprompted. Oh shit, Mez, Alright, I'm gonna quickly switch back to my Paladin and just mail one of my guildies over armor kits. And apparently he's going to be leveling drunk later, so, that should be interesting. The officer and potential... Oh. Oh, wait. That's my friend. Hold on. Second, let me respond to Discord. He's from my previous guilds. Speaking of which, let me just double check, make sure I responded to... Alright, swap over. Which character was it? It was my Paladin that has the armor kits. You just find a guild or community in-game. If you want to do content super casually, there's a bunch of communities. There's an NA version, but EU has the NOP... Oh, no pressure community. Yeah. I've heard good things about that. Haven't experienced it myself, but heard a lot of good things. Alright. Let's get 4 of these.
Have a good one.
Speaking of your old guild, any more juicy details since last night? Not really. Honestly, like, what happened, right? That's all I know for sure. So, pretty much the only thing that has happened since last night is I've reached out to all of my friends on that raid team and basically, you know, talked to them, been like, you know, that sucks, but hey, if you need help finding a trial somewhere, obviously I can do my best to hook you up, but... And that's like really the only new development, so to speak. What if you fill with black and make the text white? Ah, it's too much effort. I want to go through all of that. It's a druid, get it? Yeah, true. I'm just drawing my Druid on MS Paint. Fair. You're cooked right now? Oh boy. Yeah, don't die in the last 3 levels before 20. You want to get that 100k. Drunk hardcore, man? Yeah. I definitely am going to be curious to see how it turns out. Mez also, I don't think, is a hardcore player, so... Or a classic player in general, so he's, like, fairly new to classic, and he's going to try to level up while drunk, which... I don't know how he's going to do, but it'll be interesting to see at least. I'm sorry for what happened, but no, I mean, honestly, I don't need to apologize to any of them, right? Or obviously, I guess, like, sorry to hear what happened is more so how it went. Like, I'm still on good terms with all of them. With the, I guess, one funny thing that just happened at the start of the stream. So, one of the officers in my current guild messaged me saying that, you know, he's been looking through the recruitment Discord and, you know, saw a bunch of them throw their stuff out there. So he messaged one of the evokers from OE, and he also messaged one of the officers who plays a priest and a mage. And the officer, who will not be named, was kind of a dick to me. I don't, like... I think, honestly, he kind of strikes me as the person who was more just kind of riding off what, you know, the main bad officer, not like the other tank officer, right? Who obviously was the main one instigating all that shit. But he would kind of, like, go along with it. Just, like, kind of pile on sometimes whenever they were being an asshole. So, really don't like him. I think he's kind of toxic and just not really a fun person to play with. But apparently the officer from my current guild messaged him, the Shadow Priest / Mage, and, you know, was like, hey, like, basically gave them the rundown, and then mentioned that I'm here, because, like, he knows that we were from the same guild. He didn't realize that context, though. So then he said, oh, by the way, you know, that person from your former guild, the Shadow Priest and Mage, said hi to you. And I'm like, oh, well, funny you should mention that, but... And then I gave him the context, and he was like, oh, fuck. Well, I hope he doesn't apply then. So, we'll see. But the evoker, at least, that he messaged, I reached out to him, too. I didn't get a response yet. I don't know. I can't expect a response from all of them, at least this early. That, you know, they're obviously going through a lot, right? But we'll see. About EU and NA, it's different versions of the game. You can change region and BNet, but you do need to buy the game again. Gotcha. That's good to know. If you're going to play hardcore, maybe you should get some drink in you, too. I mean, I'd imagine it would make it more fun at the very least, but I don't know. If I'm playing hardcore, I would want to make sure I'm not doing something that would make it harder for me to stay focused. Do you do areas? If so, what is the best armor to wear? Do you mean arenas? If you're asking, do I do arenas, the answer to that is no. And as for what the best armor to wear is, PvP gear. Yeah. And obviously, same deal as always, you don't need to repeat your question, and especially, I assume that meant arenas, right? Yeah. Gotta go, hope you don't suffer any casualties on leveling. I hope I don't as well. I'm, at this point, just trying to... I should at least pick up these quests. I might as well knock some quests out while I'm farming ore. I'm going to try to find a decent amount of copper ore. I'm not going to go super far into blacksmithing. Literally all I want is rough waitstone. Maybe, like, how many waitstones are there? I forget what the second tier of waitstone is. Waitstone. Coarse waitstone is the second one. It's actually the only higher one that I can make right now. And that requires blacksmithing 65. Yeah, so I'm probably not going to get around to coarse waitstone just yet. But I'm going to make at least a few rough waitstones, and then mail that over to my druid, and then that's the last thing I'll set up for now. But before all that, I need to actually be able to find copper deposits. I'll go grab these quests while I'm at it. Yeah, not sorry like you're apologizing. Yeah, definitely sorry to hear, for sure. It was you. You were that officer, yeah. Love, you were the goofy... What were you playing back, like, the last time we raided? Were you still Demon Hunter? When you were the officer in my guild in Old Year? And you were always the goofy officer who just, like, never took anything seriously. Though at least, like, you helped out more than Pooty ever did. And, like, look, I love Pooty, but half the time, Pooty, like, as an officer, it's just somebody would message him and be like, hey, I have XYZ question, and Pooty would just be like, fuck off, I don't care about your problems. Which, I mean, that's Pooty for you, but unfortunately, not exactly the mentality you want in your officers, so that made it a little bit difficult sometimes. I know he popped in briefly for yesterday's hardcore stream, and he asked me, like, the question about, like, why do you play girl characters or whatever, and then he just left. I haven't seen him since. You were a hunter last time you raided with me? When was that? What was the last time? I know you raided briefly with my Nyalotha guilds. Like, you trialed, and then... I think you, like, they took you out for hive minds, I want to say. It's been a hot minute, though. Yeah, I think it was Nyalotha. I know you didn't play in Shadowlands at all. And obviously, I've been saying for a while now you should come back, but, you know. You're just working too much? Yeah. Definitely at that point it was difficult. And, you know, Nyalotha was one of those where if you didn't do an insane amount of grinding, like, outside of the raid, it was rough. So I think, like, you didn't have, like, all the corruptions and whatnot. But, you know, it is what it is. That's one of the shitty parts of Nyalotha, right? Oh, I just completely forgot that in Classic you can mine something multiple times. Kind of forgot that that's how it works in this version of the game. You guys were already catching you up? Yeah. I tried, but, I mean, with that patch, right, it's a fucking nightmare. Let's look for more copper ore. I'm gonna try to get to level 6 at least while I'm at it. So I'll just kind of kill boars as I go. But I would need... for this... I want at least 5 rough weight stones. Ideally more, but I think with 5 I'd be fine for now. And then... I didn't mail over any linen cloth to this character, so I would need to do... I need to get 5 linen cloth. Wonder what the best mobs to kill for cloth would be. Probably trogs in this area. I don't know what level the trogs are in this section of the query, though. And obviously, trogs can be a bit spooky sometimes, so I don't really know how much of a risk I want to take there. I'll head up here, though. There's a copper vein. Level 8. It's kind of spooky. Yeah, I kind of think I should maybe not go this far out away from the town. So 1 second, I feel like... I have that feeling of, like, I'm about to sneeze, and I don't want to, like, sneeze directly into the mic, so I'm trying to, like, keep my finger near the mute button so I can do that in a pinch. The best cloth in Dunmoreau is oh, okay, we got a snow leopard. Should be fine, especially with stone form. I did not see that guy coming, though, so I'm just gonna play it safe. Until I manage to make it back to, like, the lower level areas, I should be very, very, very safe. Why are you rooting for the snow leopard? Don't root for the snow leopard. What the fuck? That's toxic. Oh god. Yeah, I definitely would like to kill the trolls, but I don't think I'm nearly high enough level for that in this character. Don't you want humanoid for cloths? Yeah. So, I mean, trogs are humanoids, right? Oh, fuck. Okay, that's... Yeah, the level 8 guys are a little bit spooky. But the snow leopard has part of your name in it. Fair. Yeah, as long as I don't get into combat with a level 8 mob. I don't think right now I'd be able to handle level 8 guys. I should go down into this section there, near, like, the Wendigo cave, because I can quickly knock out at least the Rumble Shots ammo quest. That's, like, free XP. Maybe I'll find some copper down there. Do Wendigos count as humanoids? I'm actually not sure. Wendigos are either humanoids or beasts. I would imagine they're beasts, though. But they are kind of, like, teetering in between. It doesn't show. Yeah, I just realized it doesn't show beast or humanoid or whatever hovering over them, at least in Classic. So I have no idea. Actually, let me... What is this? Young Wendigo? Young Wendigo. They do count as humanoids. Interesting. Vero said, Wendigos count as humanoids, but you do not believe they have cloth in their loot tables. Ah, gotcha. Trogs must have cloth in their loot tables, though, right? So, like, I could farm those, and it would be fine. You're gonna go level your other tunes and mining profession, but keep up the good work. Thank you. I'll do my best. Then good luck leveling your other characters. Trogs 100% do? Okay. Yeah, in that case, I'll probably just go to Bolar Quarry whenever I'm, like, high enough level. So I should be able to hit 6 fairly quickly. Wendigos are fluffy, though? Yeah. I mean, I don't think they're... Wendigos don't consist of linen. Maybe you could argue they consist of, like, wool. No idea. It's like some sort of fur. Why are people leveling alts for professions? Yeah, you can only have 2 professions per character, at least, like, the primary professions. And you can't level a profession entirely on a level 5 character. What's the other prof giving that's so good? I mean, there's a lot of different things, right? So the only profession I'm not getting is enchanting, and that's just because you can't send scrolls of enchanting across characters. So I wouldn't really be able to send any of that stuff to my druid. But, I mean, there's a lot of different things, right? Like, from blacksmithing, I'm trying to get rough weightstone. From leatherworking, I got armor kits, which, you know, then I can apply to my gear. From alchemy, of course, I got elixirs. And then from tailoring, I get bags. So, you know, there's kind of a useful item in pretty much every single profession. Enchanting, like I said, is good too. It's just I would not be able to do that cross characters, so I'm just not bothering with it. There we go. That one hasn't been tagged yet. New title, Leveling Alts in Classic Hardcore while doing Sneeze ASMR. That's not an actual thing, right? Sneeze ASMR. I would hope not, at least. I mean, I guess maybe somebody's into that. I don't know. Hello, George Isaacson. Good evening and good luck in Hardcore. Thank you. GG Leopard. Yeah, that Snow Leopard didn't stand a chance. Weird looking feral druid, but I'm down. Yeah. Did you know that they added feral druid to dwarves? Oh shit, there we go. Almost pulled 2 mobs at once accidentally. I didn't notice the snow leopard. These motherfuckers blend in. Well, I mean, I guess that's the idea, because, you know, it is snowy. Have you ever heard? Yeah, I mean, I guess it probably is a thing. Look, I'm not kink shaming, right? Do whatever you want. But I definitely don't want to do sneeze ASMR. I guess, you know, just because I'm pretty sure, I guess, yeah, you could probably find anything on the internet. What I would be concerned about is if that's, like, actually popular in mainstream. I've at least never heard of it before. I know what ASMR is in general. Can't you enchant BOE items and mail them around? I mean, you can. That is a workaround, of course. So, if I were to get, like, a green or something, and I wanted to get that green enchanted, I could then mail it to my alt, then equip it, or whatnot. But I still wouldn't be able to enchant most of my gear, so it wouldn't be worth the time. So, I don't know. Maybe one of the people in my guild will level enchanting. We'll see. But right now we have mining engineering and herbalism alchemy for the 2 other people leveling, and I think the others haven't decided what professions they're going to pick yet. Some kink should be shamed. You're not wrong. At a certain point, you gotta draw a line in the sand. There's no fucking shot. Yeah, Naomi, I don't believe that. There's no fucking way that's an actual thing. Like, I can believe it exists, but the fact that there's a fucking term for it? No, okay. You actually made that up. Alright, I saw the follow-up message. I was like, bullshit. That's a thing. That's a good made-up name, though. But, like, if someone was unironically using that name to describe, you know, their community, I would lose faith in humanity real fucking fast. Sneeze ASMR on your only feet OnlyFans? Jesus Christ, love. God fucking damn it. I guess I'll fight the snow leopard. Okay, how many rough stones did I get? Alright, 4 rough stones. I guess at this point, mostly just want to get linen cloth. I'll try to fight some trogs. We'll see. I think I have pretty shit gear, though, on this character, so I'm gonna go buy some, like, random white items off the vendor. Which should be a decent upgrade, and then I'll go fight some trogs. And then I just need a few more rough stone. This was probably asked 1,000 times already, but what level is the Druid? The Druid is level 12. Druid is, hold on, alive... level... level 12. Here we go. Hold on, let me see. How does that look in... It's hard to read. Maybe if you zoom in enough, you'll be able to read that. I don't know. I can't do much better. I'm not going to edit too much. But yes, the Druid is alive and level 12. How the hell is somebody level 40? I guess it's not in this server. Where is somebody level 40? Like, what server are you on? Because highest level on Defias Alliance Pillager is 35 currently, and I believe they're a mage. But, I mean, they could be Horde Defias Pillager, they could be on Skull Rock, who knows. You restarted on your Druid and got to level 10? Nice. Honestly, once you get to level 10 on your Druid, it starts to become a lot easier. It's getting there that's the tricky part. Just ran into a level 5 undead in the Orc Troll starting area. Like, they took a really long journey there. They should proudly adopt that name. Jesus. The kinks that should be shamed are shamed by the courts. True. Yeah. We still have faith in humanity? That's debatable. It's not completely gone, I suppose, but, I don't know. I've seen some shit that still makes me question it. You're sure in a world where there are people calling themselves cumber bitches? What is a cumber bitch? What? I don't even know what that's supposed to represent. Like, the only thing that I can think of, cucumber? I don't even know. You've seen a level 14 Taran doing Valley of Trials. You get playing safe, but that homie's doing hardcore Minecraft on peaceful mode. Yeah, true. I mean, yeah. I did a lot of lower level zones at the PTR, but at the same time, I was also just trying to get practice with a lot of the different Alliance zones, because I had never really played Alliance zones, at least in recent years, so it was good to at least try it out. Like, I did lock mode on when most of the quests were already gray. But at that point, I was just trying to experience the quests and get used to it and stuff. Looks like it says Lul. I don't know which server you're on. Yeah, I'm Alliance Defies Pillager. I always forget to mine the thing multiple times. It's like gonna be a hard muscle memory to break. It's on Horde. There's an undead mage at 41 at the moment. Damn. Hardcore has only been out for... Hardcore has officially been out for 24 hours. It's been out for 24 hours and 38 minutes. So that is how long people have had time to level. So in that amount of time, honestly, getting to level 41 is impressive. Yeah. I mean, it's a mage, right? So obviously mages can level ridiculously quickly with, like, AoE farming, but definitely that is pretty wild. For sure. Highest on Skull Rock Horde is currently a level 32 hunter. Definitely seems like more people went Defias Pillager then. If the, highest on Alliance is 35 and the highest on Horde is 41. Assuming, I think Robin was saying that the level 41 Undead Mage is on Defias Pillager Horde. I'm not sure if I understood that correctly, but that was the impression that I got from the what he posted. Hugs made you lose faith in humanity many expansions ago, true. Something bumped my leg on my desk. Benedict Cumberbatch's fangirls. Cumberbitches are fans of Benedict Cumberbatch. Yeah. I know who he is. I was not expecting that was what it was. I guess it makes more sense than being a fan of cucumbers or something. That was like my initial impression. But I don't know. They want to get strange with Doctor Strange. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Some fandoms definitely have weird names. Let's see. You still can't decide Rogue or Locke? I mean, both of them are good. I would say Locke is generally considered to be a little bit harder to play. Like, Rogue is much safer. But Warlock can still, you know, get really good performance. And obviously at max level or, like, in dungeons and stuff, they both have really strong utility. So at that point, yeah, they're both really... Oh, fuck. Missed the tag on this. Alright, I'm gonna run back, clear my bags, and then buy some shit. So just, while I'm at it, just whack this poor. Let's see. Makes sense, Horde pulls ahead by a bit, given surely less competition for farm spots and early level tags. That's fair. Yeah, actually, I didn't even consider that, but the Horde inherently is going to have less competition, and less competition means faster leveling, so it kind of snowballs. That makes a lot of sense. And I mean, Horde leveling in vanilla is actually not too bad at all. Personally, I enjoyed it a lot when I did it before. Nice. Got the last Crag Boar Rib. And then I just need 2 thick bear furs. Where's that snow leopard going? It's heading straight for that gnome rogue. You know what? I'm actually going to help him out. I don't think he had aggro on that. That snow leopard just was like a fucking heat-seeking missile from halfway across the zone going straight for that poor gnome. He just said, fuck that gnome in particular. Like, does it just have a really long patrol route or something? I've never seen a mob do that. Huh. Cucumbers are a kink, though. I mean, I'm sure there are people who are into cucumbers, right? Maybe they can share the name. Those leopards have a huge patrol. They're super annoying. Yeah, I haven't leveled in the dwarven areas in a hot minute, so I am not used to that. Definitely surprising. That is, like, not normal. Hell, even for retail WoW, there are very few mobs that have patrol ranges that massive that go that fast. It's very surprising. Keep your feet on the ground. Keep your feet on the ground. What can I buy? I should probably buy a weapon before anything else. Yeah. That's actually a pretty sizable upgrade. And I'm just going to hold on to my remaining 3 silver. I'll probably need that for training costs and stuff. Cucumber fuckers is the term you use, I see. That's very descriptive. Current world record level 60 is something like 3 days, 7 hours, so 41 by this point isn't too surprising. Yeah. I guess the more surprising part is just the fact that they're doing it on hardcore. But it's like I said yesterday, I fully expect the world first hardcore level 60 to be kind of somewhat close to a regular leveling time. Because technically speaking, there are no restrictions in place outside of dungeon spamming, right? So if the world record involves dungeon spamming, that's pretty much the only thing you can't replicate on here. But everything else you can do, it's just, of course, you need to play it safe, because if you fuck up, you're done. But I fully expect a lot of people to try to level really quickly, and if they die, they die. I need 1 more bear. Usually mobs that do that on retail are at least chasing after critters. Yeah, true. There are a few that actually do that. Botanality is closest. What the fuck is botanality? Do I even want to Google this? I have a feeling I'm going to regret Googling this. Botanality. The act... Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm not reading that aloud. I knew it was going to be something like that. Does... According to the definition on Urban Dictionary, would a cucumber count as a plant species? I guess it does. But, I don't know. I don't... Man, what is wrong with people? Oh, no. Remember incognito mode? I don't give a shit. Dude. Oh, fuck. And that wolf is, I think it was running back after fighting that hunter. I'm gonna head over to... Actually, no, that's a level 9 to 10 zone. Ah! I want to get linen cloth, but there aren't really many good mobs I can fight. Let me see. If I get to level 7, I might be able to fight some of the trolls. I know some of them are level 8 or 9. Let's see. A lot of times the cats in retail will hunt down rabbits or squirrels. Yeah. Listen, going grocery shopping as a teenage girl is a lot less suspicious than receiving a nondescript brown box and losing $50 that you don't want your parents to know about. Oh, man. Record held by Hunter or Mage. I believe the current record is Mage, right? But it used to be Hunter, yeah. That much I heard of. Let's see. For the people that invented griffin riding, they sure do like to keep their feet grounded. Yeah, that is a good point. I think it's a Mage Joker. I know Joker got world first in Classic, though obviously there's a very big difference between getting like world first 60 and getting the fastest level 60. Like, world record does not necessarily mean world first. There's a big difference on that. You know, they're both impressive in their own right, but I'm more so curious about like what the fastest time is. Yeah, exactly what Shalestorm said. Dungeon spam world record would be difficult anyhow. Relies on others to keep up the same pace. I feel like in Classic, it might be a bit more realistic to do something like that. Because obviously in retail, you know, you need others to keep up the same pace, and then it's either as fast or barely faster than questing if you have like a full group of people super optimizing it. So 99% of the time it's just not worth, right? Venus flytrap fetish? Oh god. Yeah, that sounds, questionable. There's bears down this way. A hunter named Joanna. Yeah. Look. Joanna's not as bad as Rested XP, as far as guides go. And, like, at the very least, Joanna is, like, had some good leveling times back in the day. But to be entirely honest, in many cases, Joanna is almost as bad as Rested XP when it comes to, like, the paywalling guides and information and stuff. So, quite frankly, not a huge fan. I think the only thing that pushes Rested XP over the edge for me is their marketing tactics. Like, obviously, dog shit guide, dog shit paywall shit. No, it's stupid. But it's the marketing tactics that they use to try and sell their add-on that really just absolute fucking scumlords. But Joanna, as far as I know, doesn't do any shady marketing practices, but it's still, like, really fucking ridiculous prices for a whatever guide. Really, it's stupid to paywall it in general, but, I mean, one of my friends sent me a screenshot of their website, and it's like, what was it, like $25, $30 for a leveling guide? Like, Jesus fucking Christ, get the fuck out. Like, you cannot be serious about that. It's just absolutely insane to think you can charge that much. Yeah, just fucking delusional levels of prices. The sad thing is, I'm sure there are people with more money than sense who actually will pay $25 for some generic leveling guide. But, you know, is what it is.
What's on your mind?
How are you?
Like I've said before, right? Like, it is always a little bit frustrating seeing people do that, but I don't know. I'm not gonna rant about it too much. It sucks, but it happens. You can't force people to buy guides. They're being sold at the rate at which people are apparently willing to pay. Yeah, but, like, I mean, like I said, I'm not going to get into this back and forth. I've already kind of said I probably shouldn't even be bringing it up just because somebody mentioned Joanna. But yeah, I mean, if you've been around my stream before, you know my thoughts on paywalling shit. There's a reason why all of my guides are completely free. I do not agree with the practice. I do not support the practice. Quite frankly, it is against terms of service, right? I looked into it out of curiosity just to see, because I've heard a lot of people saying that rested XP and other stuff are justified in selling, like, you know, their guides because, it, you know, the add-on is free, but the guides themselves, the information is paywalled, and, you know, it's a loophole. Apparently, after looking into it, it's actually not a loophole at all. It is just straight up against TOS. The TOS actually covers the exact situation that rested XP operates under, and it is just flat out against TOS. So, like, I never looked into that before, so whenever people said, oh, well, rested XP operates within that loophole, I just kind of took their word for it. It was scummy no matter how you slice it. But no, it is literally against TOS, it's just Blizzard doesn't give enough of a shit to stop it. Which, I mean, whatever. Right? The, there have been, like, paid add-ons for a very long time, and it is what it is. I wish Blizzard did more to crack down on that, but they don't. The only time I ever remember Blizzard cracking down on that is there was a group finder tool that a lot of people used in MoP. I forget what the name was. People maybe who played in MoP can jog my memory, but it was a very popular, like, raid finder tool. It worked a lot like Bulletin Board in TBC Classic. I used that add-on a lot. And the MoP had something similar, where it was effectively like a DIY version of the modern LFG tool. And Blizzard, I forget why, but there was a technicality where they had a button on their add-on that said, like, buy us a coffee or something, and Blizzard interpreted that as, like, encouraging paid add-on stuff. Because I think you got, like, very minor perks by donating to them, or whatever. And then Blizzard shut down their add-on. Realm hop? Not realm hopping, no. I know what you're talking about, but different thing. Anyone who raided in Mists of Pandaria would know what I'm talking about. I forget the name of the add-on. But it was used for organizing raids. Like, somebody would post that they're doing, like, normal SOO or something. Yeah, it was a donate link, but it was worded some generic thing, like, a lot of people do that, buy me a coffee or whatever. And it was on their add-on. And because of that, Blizzard used that as a justification to shut down their add-on. You remember what I'm talking about? Yeah. I mean, it was a fairly big deal at the time, considering it was the main LFG tool that everyone in MoP Classic, that everybody in MoP was using, and Blizzard shut it down, and there were really no other great alternatives for a while. Honestly, though, I think the main reason they did that is because they then implemented their own LFG tool in whatever the next... I don't think they fully implemented it in WoD. Did the modern LFG tool come out in WoD? I forget. I think maybe it did. And that's why they shut it down. But my memory on that is a little bit fuzzy, admittedly. I need to get a Rhapsody Malt and a... What is the thing that I need to buy from this character? I think it's Thunder Ale that I need to use to bribe the barrel dude. There we go. Actually, never mind. I didn't need to do it because somebody else already did. OQ! Right, that's what it was. Yes.
What's on your mind?
I figured somebody would remember. I'm glad. Because I'm like, everybody used it. Surely there is some person watching that raided in MoP that remembers the name of that. Yeah. OQ, that was it. Also, I'm actually going to mail this recipe over to my Druid. That way I don't need to do this quest. Let's see. I'm trying to find where I missed in a few messages in chat. Far west is the zone to farm cloth where the leper gnomes are. Ah, gotcha. How does the dungeon lockout work on hardcore? And then Veros answered it. Yeah, pretty much. Exactly what Veros said. Where are the other turn-ins? Oh, perfect. Okay, so I can just go back to that western side. That should get me to level 7, and then I should be able to kill at least a few mobs for linen cloth. Screw that, just get questy. So, I will say, the questy is good. I like questy. It does not give you a route. And it's like the same deal with retail World of Warcraft. The reason people want me to make a leveling add-on is because they want me to make an, like, on-screen, like, display of where to go next, even though you do have, you know, tools in retail telling you what the quests are. So, I can understand, like, I'm not saying that leveling guides like that in the game have no purpose whatsoever. Personally, I don't really think they're that useful. I always get by without them. But I understand the advantage of using one of those things. But for any money whatsoever, at that point, it's not worth it. But, like, if it was $5, I'd be like, you know, I still don't like it. Like I said, I don't like paywalling in general. But I would be like, okay. But the prices that those people charged for their guides, it is just fucking ludicrous. It is just flat out greedy, right? There's no other way to describe it. It is flat out blatantly greedy. Let's see. For that money, you may as well buy a boost. Honestly, though. Yeah. You're not wrong. Harldan is a man of the people. He supports blue-collar levelers. Blizzard doesn't care. Shocking. Exactly. Let's see. Any PvP server on WoW Classic Hardcore? No. There are no PvP servers. PvP servers for Classic Hardcore would be a fucking shit show. I'm sure some people would play it just for the extra challenge, but yeah, miss me with that. Almost walked right into that bear. There's Ask Mr. Robot that offers functionality for subscribers only. Been around a long time. Yeah, I guess, I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about that. That being said, though, Ask Mr. Robot... Okay, so I am a bit more okay with stuff like that because, while it is nice to have, like, you know, Ask Mr. Robot, raid bots, and stuff like that, they are very useful tools, and I will admit, I don't personally pay for raid bots premium, but, like, I use my friend's raid bots premium account because it is very, very, very convenient for doing sims. So I probably wouldn't pay that, but I can actually understand the advantage of that. And it's also, from what I've heard, very, very cheap. Like that, it's not actually egregious. So in that case, that I would say I understand it a bit more. I also think the difference between something like Ask Mr. Robot or raid bots or whatever and something like a guide is I am against the idea of, like, paywalling information. Basically, being like, you can't get this information unless you pay me money. Because first off, you're just going to get pirated, just so rip bozo, right? But the thing about, like, what those tools, Ask Mr. Robot and raid bots do, is they actually are doing a service, right? So it's not just, like, locking the ability to view this. You know, it takes time. Like, they have servers, I'm sure, somewhere. I don't know exactly how they run. who have to run all of these simulations. So it makes sense that if you want to sim, like, 16,000 combinations of gems on your gear, that's going to take at least a decent more time for them to process compared to, like, a very quick sim. So it makes sense to be like, hey, at least give us a little bit of money if you're going to go absolutely hog wild with the simulations. I still don't know exactly where that falls. It's also, to be clear, not an add-on. So it does fall even further into, like, that gray area where maybe there's an imported version in-game. I'm sure both Raid Bots and Ask Mr. Robot probably have add-ons that do something, but I've never used it. I've always just used the website. And, you know, as somebody who loves to min-max the shit out of my character, I will fully say that, like, you know, Top Gear Raid Bot sims, I live in there every Tuesday. And it is very, 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 very useful for me. So, for starters, I can actually understand the value that that's providing. Even if it is one of those, like, you know, maybe stuff like that shouldn't be paywalled, whatever. They are actually providing a fairly useful service. And they're actually doing something that, like, you know, I can't do myself. You know, I'm not going to be able to sim 16,000 combinations of whatever. And, yeah, I don't know. But it's more of, like, the information stuff. Because, like, also one of the other issues with that is just it leads to stuff like strat hoarding in general, and I just hate strat hoarding from, like, a speedrunning perspective. So, yeah, there's multiple reasons why I hate the paid leveling guides, and I guess I do kind of recognize that you can maybe consider it a little bit hypocritical that I think stuff like Raid Bots is okay, but I do think there is kind of, like, a line that you need to draw, and Raid Bots pretty safely falls on, like, the safe end of the line for me. But maybe some people wouldn't like it. Harpies got your ass? Ah, sorry to hear that. Harpies are really annoying to deal with, for sure. Thought I was about to pull that leopard. Honestly, that would have been sketchy as hell. I haven't managed to find any healing potions yet, which, maybe I should have mailed over healing pots. I don't know. There's guideline for on-screen. Yeah, to be clear, yeah, that's another reason why I don't think Rested XP offers any value whatsoever. There's free options, and as you've pointed out in chat, I don't know how to pronounce your name, I'm sorry, it's like, there's no vowels in there. But, yeah, Guideline has many, many, many free alternatives, and I have nothing against Guideline. When I was leveling initially in, like, Original Classic, I used it, and I found it to be very helpful. The only reason I'm not using it right now is just because, for Hardcore, I'm not really as concerned about leveling as efficiently as possible, and I'm just kind of going with the flow and more exploring, gathering resources, and just doing whatever I think is safe. See you, owner. Good night. Let me scroll up a little bit, because I did miss a few messages. Woohoo, round 2, you got your Gnome Rogue to 10 and did some skinning, leatherworking, cooking. Very nice change of pace from your usual M+ grind. Yeah. Classic is definitely a very fun change of pace. Just play the game for over a decade? Yeah. You know, simple as that. But I mean, honestly, it's one of those things, though, where I guess I can't really talk, because I'm sure not everybody approaches games like that. But, like, whenever I play a new MMO, I can usually figure out relatively quickly what the most efficient way to level is. And it takes time, and obviously Classic is a lot deeper than, in terms of the leveling experience, than a lot of other games. But, you know, if you've seen one MMO, you've kind of seen them all in terms of how to level efficiently, and then it's just kind of figuring out the differences. It's like learning a coding language, right? Or learning anything, really. You need to spin 360? I don't know what that comment was in reference to. You'd be a rogue or die to a rogue, no in between. Pretty much, yeah. That is... You would have to play a rogue to really succeed on hardcore PvP servers. Because even if you manage to kill 1 or 2 rogues, the third one would get you eventually. So there's just no point. PvP servers would devolve into exactly what every server is right now. 99% Horde, 99% Alliance. Yeah. So it would either literally be PvE with like one random person on the opposite faction just hunting people down. Which honestly, that could be cool. Like, imagine being the only Horde player on a 99% Alliance server. That actually sounds like a fun challenge. Because, like, generic classic hardcore PvP, you know, whatever, because half the time you're just going to get randomly ganked and it's just going to feel like shit. But if you are going in, accepting the fact that you are going to be leveling in hell, I mean, that actually sounds like it would be a fun challenge. Just for the, you know, is this even possible to survive element of that. But, you know, to be fair, the only people even attempting that challenge would be crazy idiots who are specifically doing it at their own risk. Honestly, I'd probably do that because that just sounds fun, right? There's a difference between, you know, embracing a low risk and then getting fucked over and losing a lot of time, and basically going into something accepting the fact that you are going to fail. Because at that point, it's more just seeing how long you can make it. It's like, you know, you're just waiting to die and trying to plan accordingly. That actually, you know what? That actually does sound really fucking fun. Now that I've said that, oh, I would actually love to do that. Just like, I mean, I always love interesting, fun challenges. You have to go against, like, cool odds like that. But the generic PvP servers, I don't really think would be fun, because I do think 99% of the time you would never encounter anybody, and then there would just be that one rogue who would gank low-level characters, and then you would just die, and you'd be like, okay, fuck this. But, yeah. The final boss of hardcore is rank 14. Yeah. I do think it would have been interesting if they had had PvP, like at least instance PvP, on the servers, and one thing I still wish they'll do at some point is I want there to be a way to earn, maybe not like the PvP rank rewards, like Grand Marshal and High Warlord and stuff, because obviously that, yeah, it's a little bit unrealistic to give alternative methods, even if you can't PvP right now. I'm also going to stone form for this, because I'm a little bit sketched out by my current health. But one thing that I do wish Blizzard would add a alternative method to getting is the Defilers and, like, Warsong Gulch and stuff reputation. Because, oh, Mountaineer chest piece. Very nice. Because, like, a lot of that gear, it's actually pretty good, like, especially for Feral Druid tanks. Some of the PvP, like, reputation rewards are actually quite nice. And not being able to get them kind of sucks. And it's not even like they were necessarily hard to get, so it's like, if you gave an alternative farming method for, like, High Warlord rank 14 gear, yeah, that would kind of suck. It would cheapen the accomplishment of having gotten it back in vanilla. Shit, that Snow Leopard's coming right for me. Fuck. But yeah, I don't know. I think Defiler stuff, I mean, that's just literally grinding your ass off for hours, which anybody can do. I never did Exalted with Arathi Basin or Warsong Gulch back in Original Classic, partially because I had no reason to do it. But I got Exalted with Alterac Valley, and, I mean, all you had to do was just spam it non-stop. Wasn't really difficult. So, I guess Alterac Valley, though, you could AFK, even if you technically weren't supposed to. Man, these Ice Claw Bears are just respawning on my ass. I'm gonna try to save my Tough Jerky and just wait out the health regen. I need to read chat anyways. Forgot about the more likely option, turn a PvP server into a no PvP server? What does that mean? Imagine having your whole hardcore run ruined by a gnome rogue named Tallywhacker. Yeah, it's always the gnomes. Fair enough. I guess there's a difference between providing computing power and providing one written guide. You're using robots/sims yourself. Yeah. I think there is a difference. Like, you could argue that they're providing a service, but I do think, obviously, like, as somebody who has a leveling guide, right? Like, obviously, yes, it took me a lot of time to gather that information, and I think, you know, I do value the time that I spent researching and practicing and developing the guide and obviously writing it, structuring it. Like, it is a lot of work, for sure. But at the same time, it costs me nothing to give access to my guide to as many people as possible. Once it's out there, once it's finished, what do I lose by giving as many people as possible access to the information? Absolutely nothing. So the only reason to paywall that is literally just to make more money. And, like, I get it, you know, to a certain degree. You know, people have got to make money somehow. Like I said, I think I would be a bit more understanding for it if it was like $5, because at that case, at least it's clear they're just trying to make back the money that they, effectively the work time that they spent. And, you know, I'm lucky enough that obviously I make no money off my leveling guide itself, but of course I have my YouTube channel and I'm able to make like ad revenue and stuff like that, and a lot of people are kind enough to donate, and that's how I'm able to make money off it. But I think that's a much more acceptable thing, obviously, right, than charging people for it. It's harder, I'll give you that. You know, I'm sure the people who charge $25 per leveling guide make infinitely more than I do, but I at least feel more comfortable doing this because, well, I've said before, I'm just very against paywalling information and stuff like that. I'm also a little bit concerned about this. I think I should be fine, but I definitely don't want to go in there. There's absolutely no fucking chance I'm going to try to enter that cave. Okay, I don't even need to, right? Because the only thing that gave is Shimmerweed. And there's more than enough ways to get Shimmerweed. You were getting loaded on pots on your gnome? Think you got 6 chests on him so far? Jesus. I found a decent amount of chests in Teldrassil, but also, when I was finding all my chests, it was late at night, and I was, like, in the middle of nowhere, getting chests. Hold on, I'm responding. Yana. So, Melds... Wait, did I spell Devi's character name right? Alright, apparently I got the name right. Let's see, I'm gonna try to get... How much linen cloth do I need? Well, I have 11 rough stone, so if I get around 10 linen cloth, I think that's all I really care enough to farm. 10 linen cloth would be more than enough to get what I want. Oh, and I can snatch up all these quest items. Oh, look at this. This is right for the taking. You know a guy that can get you Shimmerweed? Yeah. I think there should be enough here. Yeah, there's 3 more. So I can complete the quest provided none of the mobs respawn on top of me. There's one guy out there. Hold on, I need to turn my nameplate distance up.
Not ready yet. Can't do that yet. Not ready yet.
Oh! So that's what classic cast bars looks like. Yeah, that's actually pretty handy. I installed that out on last night, by the way, after the end of the stream. And, never used it before, but that actually seems pretty nice. Anything else I can equip? No. I haven't really gotten much linen cloth off these trolls, though, so... I might just try to get to level 8 and then start farming leper gnomes for it. Alright. I'm just gonna rip stone form here. As long as nothing respawns directly on my face, should still be chilling. Nice dodges. Unfortunately, he is also getting dodges. Alright, that was spooky. I got a pattern. I think this is literally the exact same pattern I already sent over to my tailor, though. Yeah, that was a little bit close for my liking. I'm gonna get out of here. I don't want to deal with more respawns. Don't try to pronounce it. It's your actual name without vowels. Ah, I see. Phase 2 Classic on Hardcore, pass. Yeah. I guess, honestly, if they had... I wonder, would they actually have, still PvP stuff enabled? I think if they were to do hardcore PvP servers, it would probably be still without Battlegrounds or anything, because that would be impractical, right? But just having PvP as an option could be cool. I think you would need to do that, right? Because if you incentivized murdering people, then you would just get, like, a Sword Art Online laughing coffin situation, and just nobody wants that. But if it was just one of those things where it's something you can do, but, you know, there's no actual incentive behind it, then I think it would lead to maybe some people being assholes and ganking, but then, you know, not everybody would want to take that risk. So you can PvP, but only if you manually flag. So I can enable it. But it's not a PvP server, and Battlegrounds are disabled. I think the only thing that works is War Games, but you get absolutely nothing out of doing it. So you can't get, like, any PvP rewards whatsoever on hardcore servers. What level is my Druid? 12. It's not just normal, though. If you look at it, Lub, they completely remove the ability to get any sort of PvP ranking, and you can't even queue for BGs or anything like that. So, effectively, there's no way to actually get any PvP rewards in Classic Hardcore. There are duels to the death, true. Yeah, but... I mean, that's kind of the thing, though. That's why I think opt-in... I guess if you were on a PvP server, it wouldn't necessarily be opt-in, because you'd be forced to PvP whenever. Obviously, you could just not opt into the server, but you get the point. But at the very least, it wouldn't be, like, encouraged. Because right now, duels to the death, you get nothing by actually doing it. It's just, if you want a duel to the death, you can. You get no advantages, you just get a buff called String of Ears. Oh yeah, I think, Shalestorm, you were the one who recommended killing leper gnomes, right? Good fucking call. Oh, first kill, and I already got, linen cloth off it. There are two types of duels, yeah. So what Shalestorm said, you can normal duel, or you can do a mock Garah duel, which is a duel to the death. Feral looks like warrior to me. Look, the big... Man, I did the whole Microsoft Paint thing, and people are still asking why it's not a Feral Druid. Like, I can't make it any more obvious. Besides literally changing the title, which I'm not going to change the title in the middle of the stream and then change it back later. I'm going to be doing Feral Druid, but just taking a break to work on alts. And this is obviously for the purposes of funneling my Feral Druid. So, you know, it all circles back to the Feral Druid in the end. You honestly forgot about the leper gnomes? Yeah. I mean, there's not that many quests that direct you here, I don't think. Ooh. Alright. I love the drawer thing. I can't carry anymore. Inventory is full. Dwarf voice lines are honestly goated. I'm out of range.
I can't do that yet.
Or SAO abridged Kirito. True. Yeah. Okay, we're fine. I'm gonna stone form here. Now that I have a healing potion, I feel so much more confident. It's just crazy the difference that leveling in our hardcore feels when you have healing potions and when you don't. I kind of want to back up a little bit, because I don't want to have another one spawn right on top of me. How much linen cloth have I gotten? 4 so far. That's what Mike usually does. Oh, play on a 99% server because he wants as many targets as possible. Yeah, that makes sense. Can't stay, good luck and good game. Thank you, Giovanni, if you end up watching the VOD. I know, I was late to read that. Ice Claw Bears are dangerous for melee, be careful. Yeah, those hits definitely, the slows were a bit rough, but that was fine. It's the brand new Dwarf Druid, yeah. Oh wait, shit. Oh wait, shit. This guy has 3 mobs following him. Look, if he's gonna take care of them, I'll help him. But it seems like he's just trying to pass the buck on to me. Come on, man, fight the fucking mobs. I'm helping you out. Why are you running? See, this is why you don't help people. So they just fucking bail. They're just like, oh, you're gonna help me not die? Alright, sacrifice yourself for me. Like, we easily could have taken care of that. Whatever. I also need to get first aid on this character. I probably picked, like, the worst possible thing to play for, farming, linen cloth, or farming anything in general. Because warrior, without, like, gear or professions or whatever, and I don't really have the patience to set that up, it's, much sketchier. So before I level this character any further, I'll probably get my druid up a bit more, and then trade stuff. What level? Oh, I read that already. Yeah, about my druid. Have I ever heard of the private server Ascension? They had a high-risk mode, which was free-for-all PvP hardcore, where you drop loot on death. I didn't know about that mode, but yes, I've heard of Ascension. A lot of people have tried to convince me to play Ascension over the years. I will say it was the only private server I ever actually bothered looking into. So, any time in the past somebody has told me, you should try XYZ private server, I'm always just like, no. The only reason that I actually genuinely at least considered Ascension and looked into, like, the website and stuff and read about it is because I actually had a few friends, in addition to, like, people in stream chat, like, tell me, oh, I actually think you would really like it. So I considered it, I looked into it. Fuck. Man, damn it. Oh, stupid respawns. And it's just instant. Okay, thank you. They took it off me. The main annoying thing about that is, like, I'll help them kill it, at least. I don't really think I did any damage, but whatever. I wanted to get this battle axe, which... It's not an upgrade. What the fuck? What is this snow leopard doing here? What the fuck? Dude, you're in the wrong fucking subzone. This is where the leper gnomes are. Stupid snow leopard. I kind of want to go back and clear my inventory. Yeah, I'm gonna head back and turn in that quest and clear out my bags. But yeah, I looked into Ascension, a few of my friends played it, and they were, like, trying to recommend it to me. I don't know. Obviously, I never tried it, but I had a lot of people tell me all about it and basically say, oh, yeah, you would really like it, so, I don't know, maybe. I honestly think, though, out of the list of all of the things that I may want to play, Ascension is, like... Any World of Warcraft private server is, like, so far down on that list of things that I'm interested in spending my time doing. You know, I would sooner play Guild Wars 2 and stuff. Not knocking Guild Wars 2, but just saying because I've been meaning to play games like Guild Wars 2 for a while now, so if I had free time where I didn't need to do anything, I'd probably just reinstall Guild Wars 2 and play that. Wait, I've never gotten a pair of bracers? No fucking shot. I didn't even realize that I still didn't have one. I mean, I'm not going to take that, because it's not good, but I'm just going to buy these leather bracers, because they're cheap, and it's better than having nothing. Can I replace any of my other gear? That's technically an upgrade. I think I'll just wait to get other upgrades, but definitely take something in a slot where I have literally 0 armor. Let me scroll up a little bit. How long do you think it might take you to hit 60? You gotta be more careful in hardcore? Yeah. So, the thing about this is, obviously, I am quote-unquote behind, right? Like, if you look at some people, obviously there's a mage at level 41. Well, I'm not leveling a mage, so I can't do crazy shit like that. And there's people who are, like, either leveling in groups who are just really experienced and are, like, around level 30. So a lot of people who are going really faster in the 20 to 30 range, and I'm still at level 12 on my Druid, right? But I've also gotten multiple alts up to 5, and I'm, like, farming herbs and leather and stuff and getting my profession set up. And, you know, over the past 24 hours, that has been my main priority. I got my Druid up to, like, a basic level, and now I am farming other things. And, okay, that guy got that tag. Effectively, what I'm doing, my goal, is I'm trying to do all this prep work now, ahead of time. That way, when I eventually start getting to higher levels on my Druid, I can just cruise through it. Because, you know, having done the same exact thing in the PTR, that was basically my strategy. Oh my god, dude, what the fuck are these leper gnomes? Just appearing out of thin air directly on top of me. It's like the 3rd time it's happened. I was literally about to charge that one. That would have been so fucking terrible. Yeah, it's a shame, because this area just sketches me the hell out with these respawn timers. But it is the best way to farm linen. I do have multiple healing potions. You know what? I'm just gonna fight this guy with what I have. Should be fine. But yeah, so when I leveled on the PTR, this is exactly the same thing that I did. And I played it really slow. I took my time leveling up my Druid. And the moment I hit level 20, and I had, like, all my professions set up on my alts, I had, like, extra bags, I had things from alchemy and whatnot, and I had leatherworking built up on my Druid. At that point, I was just cruising, right? Because I had really good gear from leatherworking, I had armor kits, I had elixirs, I had all that stuff, and I was just chain pulling on my Druid like crazy the moment I hit level 20 and got cat form. And I did 20 to 30 in a relatively short amount of time, especially when you consider it took me a while to get from 10 to 20. So I'm probably going to do something similar here, but maybe like a little bit more efficient. Jesus. So I'll at least... Shit. Okay, this is a tight spot. Thank God that guy pulled that mob. Because the patrol was coming, but I also don't want to drag the mob out to the forest there, because I killed that mob before and it might be respawning on top of my head. So... fuck leper gnomes. Stupid 1 mana 2/1s with annoying aggressive death rattles. Yeah, not having bandages is really sus. But obviously I can't even make bandages if I wanted to, because I need to save my linen cloth. Do I just cut my losses here? And, oh, that guy's level 10. I definitely want to... okay, I'm going to fight my way out this direction. Gotta watch for snow leopards or respawning leper gnomes. I think my main danger at this point is a random snow leopard from outer space. Oh. Nice. Ooh, 2 linen cloth. Okay, that's huge. I'm gonna kill like 1 or 2 more leper gnomes on the very edge here. I'd like to get to 10 linen cloth, because we're very close now. And then I can make my weight stones and finally go back to Druid.
Not ready yet.
Fucking respawn.
Isn't ready yet.
What was I saying before? Yeah, I'm gonna play like a little bit faster than I did on the PTR this time, just because obviously I have more experience, right? So, like, I have the knowledge this time around. Which means I can take a few more risks. Nice, I got... Actually, yeah, that was really fucking good. Alright, yeah, I'm just gonna go with 10 weight stones. Got everything I need. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to Hearth out. Oh shit, wait, no, never mind. I didn't realize I never reset my Hearthstone to Ironforge. Ah. Alright, whatever, never mind. I'm running back to Ironforge, and then I'll remember to set my Hearthstone there this time. But yeah, now that I'm, like, more comfortable with Druid and stuff, and also, I'm going to be spending more time on my alts doing grinding and stuff, because I wasn't willing to invest as much time into them on the PTR, because, like, I didn't really care that much. I mostly wanted to test Druid. But now, I mean, any time I invest into these professions, I can then later on make money with it. And also it helps because I can send things like, you know, the armor kits, as I mentioned before, to people in my guild who are also leveling, so there's that bonus advantage. So I'll definitely spend a lot more time on that. Just checking guild chat. Oh, World of Warcraft posted a tweet that says, WoW Classic Hardcore is heating up. 90,000 deaths since launch. Of those alive, the highest level is 33. When did they post that? This was posted at 6:30 p.m. Wait, but that makes no sense, right? Because by the time I checked this... Yeah, this tweet came out an hour ago. And I literally checked the levels an hour ago, and even on my servers, there was already a level 35. So that's definitely not accurate. Most deadly mobs, Kobold Miner, Wendigo, and Murloc Steamrunner. Makes sense. I was seeing a lot of deaths to Murloc Steamrunner the other day. Oh, they have a heat map for deaths? Oh, that's actually sick. Wow. That's crazy that they can track that. I love how the entirety of Elwyn Forest, Dunmoreau, and Durotar, like every place that you can actually set foot on is just covered with a dot. And then, of course, Silverpine Forest has a million little dots there. Lost Son of Aragol. That's actually really cool. Here, I'll, if anybody hasn't seen this, I actually like this tweet. I'll post this, in chat for people to read. If you haven't seen that already, actually kind of cool. I love death heat maps like that. Did you miss the gnome poll? Yeah, I did the poll in the middle of the stream. So, mid-stream yesterday, and it was only up for like 30 minutes or so. But I just threw it up there, because I wasn't going to do like a full-on YouTube poll for that type of thing. That was just a quick in-the-moment, like, you know, I just let people in chat decide. Scroll up a little bit more. I missed a bunch of messages while doing that. Leper gnomes for Dunmoreau are kobolds for Elwyn. Yeah, true. The pirate guys for Durotar. True, yeah. Your title slide pre-work means nothing. Don't know what that means. Yeah, the Kultiran sailor guys in Durotar, for sure. You like the note? There's a little cat butt with ears on it. Yeah, you can thank people in chat for that. They were the ones who actually asked me to do that. They were like, draw a cat. So I drew a cat. I was initially just going to do it for letting people know what level my druid was. I might throw this in the auction house. I'll check the price. I already have this recipe on my tailor, so like I don't need it. Yeah, we'll see. Wash your back. I think Darnassus, you kill some imp guys. Are you by Darnassus you mean Teldrassil? I was confused by that for a second. Yeah, there's a lot of good spots to get linen cloth in Teldrassil. The Grells give linen cloth, I believe. The Furbolgs give linen cloth. A lot of, like, the little quest hubs you go to, aside from, obviously, the Beast, but there's, like, a million Furbolg camps all throughout Teldrassil, and all of those give linen, so I had a ton on my Druid. If I wanted to, I could farm it there and mail it over, but then I would have had to wait an hour for the mail to actually arrive, and I just didn't want to waste that time. I figured also in this case, I'm farming linen cloth, but I'm also leveling up my warrior. And aside from my Druid, warrior is probably one of the other characters that I actually want to level. Like I said before, I'm not really going to get my gnome warlock up too high. I literally just made that for like a bonus profession character. But I actually do kind of want to play my warrior at some point. I played warrior for original classic, which is kind of why I didn't really want to do it again. But obviously I like playing warrior while leveling. It's stressful, but it feels fun. So. There you go. Imagine the confidence if you had a dedicated healer. Oh yeah, I mean, if you had a pocket healer for leveling as a warrior, fucking easy mode. You watched a gnome die to those leper gnomes last night? Damn. I have yet to actually witness somebody die. Even on the PTR, live servers, anything, I've literally never actually seen somebody die with my own eyes. I have seen, like, death notifications, obviously, I've seen dead bodies, and there was one time where I saw the dead body of somebody who I recognized, and I was like, oh, I quested with him, like, 30 minutes ago, but I was not actually present when he died. And then, of course, I died once on my Paladin. So, the only person who I've actually witnessed die is myself on my Paladin. I don't know how I have yet to actually witness a single person die. That said, I've, like, saved 3 people's lives on my Druid. Once on live servers, twice in the PTR. So, I mean, it's possible that if, like, I just sat there and watched them and not thrown them a regrowth or something, maybe I would have watched them die, but, like, obviously I'm not going to do that. I'm not just going to stand by and watch somebody eat shit. But you kind of would think at a certain point, eventually you'll run into that. And I played the PTR for quite a while. Never happened. Your first mistake was trusting someone. Yeah. He pulled 3 that a leopard ran over. Yeah, true. Fucking leopards, man. They are a menace. Would have loved to have helped, but not dying to save you. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. The only situation in which I would sit there and watch somebody die is if they were clearly way in over their head. And it's like, there's just no saving them. And like the point, like where if I had pulled and I had healed them and stuff, even I wouldn't have been able to save them, right? There's a limit to what I'm willing to do. But so far, every single situation that I've encountered where somebody was like close to death, I'll like look at it and it's like, yeah, they're fighting 2 mobs and they're low HP. Like, I can take that. Worst case scenario, even if they died, like, I'd still be able to shift into bear form and pick up the slack, right? And I'd be chilling. So in those cases, I was like, yeah, fuck it, why not? You know, I'll help them out. But if I was clearly 100% sure that they were going to die, I would have just left them. But I have not encountered that yet. It's the only thing that shakes things up for Ascension, at least, in copy-pasting code. Most private servers aren't worth the time. You'll always be at a disadvantage with pay-to-win mechanics. Am I taking time off of work to play hardcore? This is my work. Kind of. I mean, honestly, me streaming hardcore is... Technically, I could be doing retail videos, which will likely do better. Like, my hardcore streams, they do well. You know, there's a lot of people here, and obviously, thanks for tuning in to streams. But my retail streams always do better than hardcore, right? Because my audience knows me for... retail stuff. And I've said before, but that is currently my job. So, yeah. In a sense, I am, but I'm also, you know, if I really wanted to just play hardcore just for fun or whatever, I could also just not stream it at all. I've said before it is more stressful streaming it, of course, but I think it's more fun, right? I know people wanted to watch that, so there you go. Okay. I'm gonna go smelt the copper that I got, and then I will make the 10 weight stones and send them over to my druid. It's kind of interesting and creative, and you'll give them that, yeah. What professions am I working on? Pretty much all of them except enchanting, across all my different alts. So the only profession that I don't have is specifically enchanting. Now, I don't know exactly how far I'm going to go with most of them. I'm hoping to get my tailoring and leatherworking up a bit more. But, yeah, right now, there's only one that I haven't actually started leveling. Oh. When Classic Realms were first updated to Hardcore with the Dragonflight framework, a couple of your guildmates noticed that layering was kind of busted and mob respawns were off the charts. Yeah, so, apparently it didn't affect Hardcore servers, though. Blizzard posted that it was something that was affecting Classic Era servers. They just posted about that 3 hours ago, by the way. But they said, Blizzard has announced that a realm restart will take place tomorrow morning, addressing an issue regarding non-hardcore realms having multiple layers. So I think that might be what you're referring to. Establishing your personal economy alt army is the secret to easy 40 mount. Exactly. Exactly, yeah. And so many people, like, knock it. They're like, oh, it's not true hardcore if you use a bank alt and you have alts. And whatever. Like, I think this is more fun. I would rather have multiple characters, because, I mean, it's fun. You get to play a lot of different stuff and get, like, professions on all of them, and I don't know, it's just more enjoyable for me. It's more enjoyable, and it's more effective if you want to stay alive, so win-win. I feel icky. Yeah, fucking leper gnomes. That said, as somebody who played Face Hunter for many, many years, leper gnome was a staple in my deck, so... Harldan, please save me. Doing weekly keys. You swear the mage in this 18 underrot was drunk. Drugged up on 15 different things. Hasn't slept for a week and is playing on a controller with the screen upside down. What did he do that was that bad? Dude was feeling all of the things. Yeah. They probably have lots of tracking that was included. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's necessarily hard for them to do. It's just they could have not done it just as easily. And I think it is cool that they have, because I always like looking at death statistics. They just track the player coordinates and when they die from it? Yeah. On Ascension, if you die in hardcore, it's announced in World Chat and marks it on the map for everybody to see. That's pretty neat. There's one death off the northern coast of Westfall deep in fatigue water. A victim of AFK auto running. Wait, really? I didn't even see that. That's great. Wait, let me check it again. Looking at it again and just seeing that dot appear way off the coast of Westfall. Oh, that's good. There are a few. There's like a few off Echo Isles. And some... Yeah, there's actually a surprising amount of deaths along the coastline from Menethil Harbor down to Westfall. How do you even die there? My only guess is like, words. Obviously, they could have just auto-ran and swam really far out. But I think it's also possible that maybe they just like went AFK midway through the journey, because it is like a 30-minute swim. And maybe they were like accidentally slightly too far away from the little wall, because the fatigue water there is very, very tight. And then I guess you just die. So... I wonder... Oh, yeah. I was glancing down at Stranglethorn Vale. You can see a bunch of deaths down there, too. My favorite, though, is if you look at the death heat map, you just see a row of dots all the way in that road in wetlands leading over to Loch Modan. And you know what happens there. Let's see. Universally, when you start a new character on Fresh, you get 5 to 8 or 9 just farming humanoids for linen to start selling wands via tailoring and enchanting. Yeah, that sounds like a smart plan. All right. Here we go. Finally got the weight stones taken care of. And now I can close MS Paint. And we can actually go back to the Druid. Sometimes you just gotta watch, yeah. Honestly, like, the main appeal to me in hardcore is saving people's lives. Like, I was initially on the fence about trying hardcore, and then I just, like, thought about it. You know, the entire, power fantasy of being a tank is basically, like, saving somebody's life. I guess a healer, too. But, you think about, like, what makes tanking fun, and it's, like, those clutch situations where you, like, save everybody or, like, save a pull or something in a mythic raid or whatever. The same idea for hardcore. Coming in at the last second and saving somebody's life is like, oh man, that is like crack right there. So, I absolutely think that would be a lot of fun. We have my final bag slot. You don't want to get heal aggro on 2 mobs? Yeah. Your druid is level 15 on Skull Rock? Nice. They 1000% double the respawn rates of named NPCs? Oh yeah, definitely. Oh yeah, the Face Hunter song. Do me trade? Nope. Me go face? Yup. Definitely. Fucking love that song. You really like the add-on rule set, but you're undeniably loving your no rules, one life hardcore ally and using alts for stuff? Yeah. I can see the challenge for, like, the rule set and stuff, but personally I'm just not terribly interested in it. Nice, so that is an upgrade. The boots Devi gave me are still better than that, but yeah, there we go. And I'll use armor kits. Actually, these gloves are kind of shit, so I'm going to get a new one. I have, like, no money. I'll wait until I get, like, some replacement pair of gloves, because I don't really have enough money to buy one off a vendor. And then... let's see.
I can't use that.
I'm gonna put this on my bars, just to help prep.
I'm listening.
Oh, what else do I still need to do? Obviously, I have the armor kit here. I can use that eventually. I need to get my cooking leveled up. Cooking and fishing. So before we do any actual leveling... I guess it technically is actual leveling, because there are fishing quests in Darkshore that give experience. So, 2 birds, 1 stone. Not bad. But we'll head there, and we'll do a bit of fishing. Then I'll level up my cooking, and then we can start doing actual quests in Darkshore. The Mage had 32k DPS overall in your key? On an 18? How the fuck? He was playing Frost and missed his Blizzard at least 7 times. Like, just shot it out in Africa and didn't hit anything. And then he died 4 times every pull. Yeah, that one's a classic for low-level keys. I mean, 18 isn't even really that low level. By that point, you should know basic mechanics. That's unfortunate. Most hardcore games have a shared stash mechanic. Yeah, I think playing with that type of idea is more fun. But also, playing with, like, friends and sharing resources is also fun. Right, like, somebody in my guild got, what's it called? Got, like, 2 leather BOEs, and then sent it to me. And then, they also just sent me, like, a few minutes ago, a leatherworking pattern that they got. So, if I get any cloth items or wands or something, I'll send it to her. So sharing greens and whatnot, that's kind of fun too. One moment. I'm just responding to Discord stuff. My sister just messaged me, and I need to make sure it's not anything important. Yeah. Yeah, she's just checking to make sure cats and stuff are okay. Which, you know, they're chilling. Everything else is good, though. Okay. Let me scroll up. You died that many times trying to reach Westfall, level 20 Crocs? Yeah, but the thing about reaching Westfall and stuff, it's way safer to just go along the coast here from Meniful Harbor and just swim along the outside. Way safer than going through wetlands. I mean, there's just absolutely zero reason to take this risk. I genuinely don't understand why people do it. The Crocs here are extremely deadly. The only hard part about Westfall is there's Murlocs on the shoreline here, and I saw some, like, absolutely brain-dead post on the classic Reddit, which said something like, Blizzard added Murlocs to the shoreline. Like, no, they fucking didn't. There have been Murlocs here for a while. The only reason that people think there were extra Murlocs is because there's like a million different Murloc respawn points. So when people are actively doing these zones, the Murloc population is thinned out, and there's usually space on the shore to land and then run inwards. But of course, if you're immediately, the moment the servers go live, trying to swim to Westfall around the shoreline, well, nobody's in Westfall yet, because by that point everybody was still level like 8 or something, and every single Murloc was alive, and it was impossible to get through. So by far the easiest way to get to Westfall is just wait until you're like level 14, swim along the coast here. That's exactly what I will do. In fact, I'll probably end the stream by doing that, because I'm going to get like 1 or 2 more levels, and then I think I'll end the stream when I get aquatic form. Is probably a good opportunity. But yeah, definitely safer than doing the wetlands run. Your friend was healing and asked him for water, and he was like, water? Oh no. He doesn't even know what a mage table is? That's somebody who clearly just has never played their class before. What is this quest? Buzzbox? Is this guy on the 2nd floor? Forget. Oh, he is on the 2nd floor. Okay. Huh. This guy's just AFK up here? Alright. They were on auto run from a quick number 1, ended up a number 2 and died from fatigue. Yeah. Harldan is living his power bottom pleasure dom fantasies through hardcore. Man, that is a sentence. Level 20 warrior just died on Horde Deathlog. Oof. Yeah. I've seen a few, like, level 17 to 20 people die on Alliance, at least last night on the Deathlog. I've turned it off on the stream because the notification sound is really annoying, and I don't know how to disable that. Another week of fire nerfs? Yeah. It is unfortunate that Blizzard clearly just has no fucking idea what they want to do with fire. Not sure. One of these days they'll figure it out, hopefully. Hopefully, maybe. We'll see.
Can I assist you?
I think at this point, all I can really do is pick up quests and then fish for a little bit. Tell her the druids are fine. Yeah. My cats are just druids in disguise, for sure. Naomi, he can't Blizzard directly on top of the mobs because then his awesome elite DPS would pull threat. Yeah. Of course. That's the reason. There's one more quest over here. There we go. Alright, so time to fish. Also have Options, key bindings, action bar 4. That's not what I want. It's action bar 3 then? Or maybe action bar 5. There we go. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. And then I take fishing. There we go. And now I can fish with my middle mouse button. Speaking of which, I haven't gotten a guild invite in a while. I don't even have guild invites blocked. Just haven't seen one then. Alright, now we are in chill fishing stream mode. And I have to get... What is this quest? Oh, fuck. Yeah, it's gonna be annoying early on. Trying to get all these things. I need 6 Darkshore groupers. Am I gonna do a lot of fishing? I could set an interact key. I don't know. I'm fine with just hovering over the thing. I've never looked into how to set up like the interact with bobber type of deal. I do have a keybind for casting the fishing rod though. I might need more coffee at some point. I don't know. Interact with mouse over is just an option in the settings. I mean, to be fair, though, it's easy enough for me to just right-click it. That's the reason why I cast with middle mouse button, because I don't use middle mouse button for anything else. So I just press middle mouse button to cast, and then I right-click to do it, and it's just easy enough. And that way I can lean back. I'm just like... Oh my god. Okay, fuck this. I need at least 1 fishing lure to be able to catch literally anything, apparently. 5 casts in a row, getting nothing. Difficult. Anyways. What are we fishing? 2 things. 1, there's a quest for Darkshore groupers here. Oh my god. I'm this close to just going to Teldrassil and fishing there. But yeah, so Darkshore groupers for the quest, but then also I'm trying to level up my cooking. There we go, finally caught something. So I need to get fish to level up my cooking because it's either that or I make herb-baked eggs, and I didn't really feel like farming small eggs. And then once I get to level 10 cooking, I can learn this recipe, Kaldarai Spider Kebab, and I have a ridiculous amount of small spider legs just chilling in my inventory, so that's like 10 free skill points right there. And then I'll have, like, well-rested stamina food that I can use. Oh, nice. Already got 1 Darkshore grouper. Oversized bobber helps? Well, there's no oversized bobber in Classic. But you are correct. For retail, at least. Dozed off while in combat, luckily survived. How did you fall asleep while in combat in Classic WoW? Like, I would never even be able to get tired while in combat, right? The adrenaline 99% of the time is just keeping me awake. It's why, like, you know, after Classic Hardcore last night, I just kind of crashed for a few hours because I didn't realize just how tired I was. And then the moment I ended the stream and, like, was messaging my friends and stuff, it hit me all in one wave of, like, oh my god, I am exhausted right now. And then I just kind of collapsed. Your bank alt just got an invite to the Chub Club. That's a nice guild name. Oh, what is that emoji? Freeze. I don't know what emoji that is. It looks like a pair of headphones? I don't know. Interact key doesn't work with fishing if the bobber lands too far. Ah, yeah, I don't know about that. Usually like to use J to cast and then K to interact with mouse over. You don't even need to mouse over the bobber itself. I wasn't aware that you didn't need to interact with the bobber. Like, you didn't need to hover over it. That's nice. Also, what the hell is my luck? When I did this in the PTR, it took me like 20 minutes to get all 6 fish. I'm already at 4 out of 6. It's actually not bad. Jesus Christ. Okay. Alright. Oily Blackmouth will be nice too. Oh, I would need that for alchemy. You can have mouse anywhere and it auto does the bobber. That way you watch a vid on the side and just do JK, JK. Having J plus K as the combination is definitely an interesting way to fish, for sure. Blizzard should release weekly Thunderbluff elevator deaths. Ooh, that would be good. Yeah. Did I miss the thing? I looked away for a second, and I guess... I don't know why sometimes the sound effect plays, and sometimes it doesn't. Like, sometimes I hear the splash, and there are other times where it makes no noise. And if I'm not directly staring at the bobber when it does the tiny little splash, I just don't notice. Which is a little bit annoying. But that means I just need to watch it like a hawk. Here. It's a fish on a lure. Yeah. I hope WoW gets rid of the canceling in the auctions and the undercut scene. What do you mean? Like, on retail or on classic? Because the retail auction house... Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's... I don't really know how you solve that. Because if you prevent people from canceling auctions, they're just... I don't know. There's no real good way to do that. Hello, Neo. Good to see you. Angle cam to face your character and have it be set on the surface of the water. Oh, fuck. I didn't click that fast enough. Alright, let's try this then. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that. Especially because it spins me around. It also... It didn't seem to make it that much louder. Can't say for sure, though. You use a left click to interact? Oh yeah, for me it's just right click. Think. Yeah, it's right click. I think there's a second follow-up quest. Oh yeah, and I get the Blump family fishing pole. So... Oh shit. For the next 4 minutes I should continue fishing to make the most of this lore, but then I can use this fishing pole after the fact. And... I'm pretty sure there's another fishing quest. Right? Maybe not. Am I crazy? Is there some follow-up quest for fishing? I could have sworn I remember there being 2. But maybe I'm just hallucinating or something, I don't know. Oh, there is, but it's at level 15 or 16. Okay, good. I'm glad I'm not crazy. For a second, I thought I was just misremembering things from my time on the PTR. You didn't think about it turning my character? That's annoying, yeah. After I finish this shiny bauble, because I want to make the most of it while it's active, I'm going to take a quick break just to make coffee. And I need to... It's like feeding time for my dog anyway. So I'll have to give him food, let him out, and probably grab something to eat real quick. I don't know, I'll figure something out. And then, of course, yeah, like I said, coffee. It will be a shorter stream overall today, relatively speaking. Oh. Look, I just realized something. There is something important I forgot to do. Hold on. Yeah, I just realized I completely forgot to set up ads on yesterday's stream, which means that the automatic YouTube mid-roll ad placement thing did its fuckery and has now dropped like 1 million ads in the front of the video, so I need to clean this up real quick. Crap. Here's a lot of, it's gonna take me a little bit to get through this. Honestly, perfect time though, because I'm fishing anyway, so I can just take care of this stuff. And just, whenever the bobber goes off, I just tap back in. There we go. Fish got away. Alright. 50. Yeah, manually setting all this stuff up takes a while. I normally remember to do that after the end of a stream on, like, Saturday or Sunday, but this time I forgot, because obviously, like, right as the stream ended, I was messaging my friends, and then I passed out, and it just... I'm not used to having to, like, configure ad stuff on a Thursday, because I don't normally stream. Ah, fuck, that was the other guy's bobber. I got baited. Also, while I'm getting this done real quick, I won't respond to chat for just like a minute or two. It'll just take me a little tiny bit to figure this out. There we go. That time it was my bobber. One thing that I really wish YouTube had, this is a feature that seems like it would be really obvious, and I don't know why it's not a thing, is insert an ad at every certain interval. So, you know, if I said, like, every 10 minutes or so, put in an ad at this point, instead of having to manually go to that point in time and place an ad there, it's just... It is frustrating, to say the least. And the other more annoying thing, I would say, is the fact that the auto... Like, if I have ads enabled on my video, the moment the stream ends and the VOD is created, the fact that it just auto does mid-roll ads and dumps them in the most inconvenient, annoying spots ever. I mean, I get that, you know, their algorithm for that is probably not perfect in terms of figuring out the ideal mid-roll ads, but, like, this is bad, right? Their automatic placement is so terrible that it is, like, actively detrimental to your video's performance if you let it do that. And I don't know if there's a way to turn it off without, like, disabling monetization temporarily, so that's why I always try to catch it right after it gets finished. And... it just seems like one of those things where they should probably turn it off or, like, fix their shit, right? Because just clearly something is broken there. To give you an idea of what happens if you let YouTube automatically place mid-roll ads for you, it puts something like 20 mid-roll ads within the first 30 minutes of the video. Like, literally every minute, YouTube puts a mid-roll ad automatically, and then it puts no mid-roll ads for the last, like, 7 hours of the recording. Which... like I said, it's just nonsensical. There is absolutely no reason why it should be that broken that it does that. I don't know how the logic for where to place it is that incoherent, but yeah, it's a little bit frustrating. Fortunately, it was a long stream. So there's a lot of stuff to place. And then one of the other things is, technically, I think I might need to make a pizza today. Because I didn't order anything. I didn't really have time. I woke up, like, fairly late, right? So, didn't get a chance. But I could probably just, like, throw a pizza in the oven and make do with that. But I would have to do that after the stream. Somebody messaged me on Discord. I don't know. If somebody in chat is the one who messaged me on Discord, I will take a look at that later. Or you can just ask whatever your question is in chat. I don't know. Let me just at least make sure it's not super important. Yeah. That is exactly what it is, so just, yeah, if you have a question, just ask it here, or I will get back to you at the end of the stream, but... Almost done with this. I guess it does work out well that I have to get this fishing done at some point anyway. And I'll probably come out of this with more than enough food to level up my cooking. Also, I haven't gotten a single extra... Oh, here, I should switch to Blunt Family Fishing Pole at this point. Oh. There we go. It's an extra 3 skill. Can't hurt. And... the YouTube playback thing is so frustrating to deal with sometimes. Go. Let's see. Kent Williams had said, "No, honey, I don't want to watch Housewives. This is important." I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Did I miss some context? What does that mean? The fact you're confused is the best part about that comment. Yeah, I don't understand. I'm like trying to, I looked up in chat, I'm like trying to figure out what the hell it's in reference to. You just saw a Makara flag drop in Razor Hill? Yeah, I've seen a bunch of Makara going on in Goldshire, or at least on the PTR, there was a lot of Makara going on in Goldshire. In those low-level zones, people just gives no fucks at all. They just duel to the death, left, right, and center. Let's see. Oh no, I feel like, what was it that you said earlier, Kent Williamson? Was it you that, there was something somebody said that just, yes, it was you. My title slide pre-work means nothing. I am very confused about some of your comments. I'm not sure if I'm just missing some context or something. I don't understand. Go do Hogger, be a man. I'm not fucking doing Hogger. I mean, if I do Hogger, I'm just gonna join a group for it. I'm not gonna solo them, though. Maybe I'll do Hogger when I get to Elwyn Forest, but I won't get to Elwyn Forest until around level 15. So. Wonder if the weak aura that auto-accepts them is still a thing? Oh, yeah. Forgot about that. I mean, I'd imagine it's still possible to code. If it worked in the PTR, I don't see why it wouldn't work here. Probably so, you're just being silly. Okay. I mean, if you're just being silly, that's fine. I'm not, like, upset by it. I was just very confused. I was like, am I missing something here? I didn't understand it. I've almost gotten these stupid ads finished. It's just such a pain in the ass to set up. Okay, that's all done. Let me make sure it actually worked. Yes, alright. It is mostly fixed. Should be good. I'll have to fix the rest of the VOD stuff later on. But it's at least looking better than it was before. And I'll finish this cast, and then, like I said, I'm gonna AFK quick for like 5 minutes or so, and just, you know, feed my dog, let him out, and then make coffee while I'm at it. Because I am starting to yawn like crazy, so I definitely need coffee. Of course, the fish got away. This is probably enough to get all the fishing or cooking skill points I need, and then I can always get more later whenever I get the second quest at level 15, and just level up my fishing then. So how far did I get it up to? 35 fishing skill. Could be worse. It's not bad. And now that I've gotten my linen bags, I actually need to start saving my linen cloth because I need to level up linen bandages. Anyways, hold on. I'm gonna save save the Microsoft Paint thing for Druid alts. And once that's saved, just get this back up on the screen, and then open. I can do open recent. There we go. I still have 5-minute break saved. So we'll just use this. Once again, I don't know if this works, but since I am going to be literally AFK, we're going to try an add thing. Alright. I'm back. I brought a bag of tortilla chips. Well, I don't really feel like making food right now, but I'm still kind of hungry, so tortilla chips it is. Also, I don't know if you could hear it, but my dog was barking like really fucking loudly. He freaks out whenever he gets food. Always just goes absolutely ballistic. Anyways, I can close MS Paint now. And what else? Oh, there is a quest, Gaffer Jacks. Let's see. There's even a queue for BattleNet itself. Is there? That must be a DDoS then. There's absolutely no way that BattleNet just has a random queue. Interesting. Oh, it looks like we're not playing poker? Aw. Well, apparently there's no poker tonight. Not enough people around. Womp womp. Makes sense, though. Could also just be their authentication server being fucked. Yeah. I mean, who knows when it comes to Blizzard? Kind of hard to say. Alright, so first thing I should do at this point in Darkshore is just kill these crabs. Or at least try to kill these crabs and fail to get a tag. Apparently there's just, you know, everybody here is trying to kill them. Actually, I should buff up before any of that. Oh wait, actually, never mind. First thing I should do is finish cooking. There's got to be some campfire here, right? I think there's one in another part of Aberdeen. Also, does me eating tortilla chips pick up on the mic? I have no idea. I generally don't eat on stream because I'm always like a bit self-conscious about like eating things. I know it doesn't really matter, but I also don't want like people to hear crunching noises like directly into the mic. I would imagine that is probably not ideal. So let me know if it's annoying or whatever. I can't tell. According to my OBS, it's not being picked up, but like I don't always trust it. It isn't picking up? Okay, cool. That's a relief then. Only the smacking, none of the crunching. It's picking up occasionally. Okay. You're joking. Okay, I see. You didn't even realize until you started listening for it because you mentioned it. Gotcha. So it's like one of those things where you don't even like really notice, but yeah. Then why was I not able to pick up this quest earlier? I literally passed right by here. I didn't see it. Oh, maybe it's like cooking skill. You need like 10 cooking. Also, ooh.
I cannot afford that.
Never mind, I'm poor. I sell something. I need to kill things so I can get money to buy that. Now that I mentioned it, you're able to hear it in your nightmares. Oh no. Unfortunate. Where do I get mild spices? There must be some vendor nearby that sells it.
I can't use
Okay, so beer-basted boar ribs is 25 cooking. Speaking of which,
Bless you.
I don't want to... Actually, I guess better to set my inn here than Dalinar.
Feel free to browse.
Maybe the baker has spices?
Hello.
Yeah, I know cooking vendors usually have it. I just can't find any cooking vendors here.
Greetings.
Yeah, that one doesn't have it. There's no... Is there no cooking vendor in Aberdeen? I know there's one in, like, Darnassus, but... I guess there's no cooking vendor here? Apparently? It's not a huge deal. I would kind of like to clear this space. Honestly, I have a lot of bag space. I should be fine. Fuck it, we're just gonna go with what I have here. And then I will refresh my buffs and then use my elixirs and stuff. Alright, I'm gonna stop myself here. I don't want to eat too many chips. I at least just want to, like, stave off hunger until I can make actual food. But if I just sit here with, like, a bag of chips directly in front of me, that's just not going to be good. Don't want that. You wish you had my self-control? I mean, I don't have, like, the best self-control on the planet. I have enough, right? But, I don't know, sometimes... Like, it depends on what it is. If it's, like, chips, you know, I like chips, but... There was a reason why, you know... obviously, I like Oreos, but I kind of low-key hate when my sister gets me Oreos, because I know that I'm just going to eat all of it. Because when it comes to Oreos, I have literally zero self-control. So, I mentioned that last weekend, when my sister stopped by, she brought me, like, a giant box of Oreos. And I went through that entire thing. So, I don't always have the best self-control, I'll be honest. But, I try, sometimes.
Still recharging.
Okay.
It's not ready yet.
Can't blame you, it is Oreos, yeah. Also, at this level, I think it's honestly still faster to kill things by using Wrath and Moonfire. Bear form's not bad, but it doesn't really do a ton of damage. At least at the moment. Like, when I get Swipe and I can pull multiple mobs at once... Also, I probably don't have the gear to even pull that off right now, but... Eventually, I can probably do that. But for now, I'm just gonna get more bang for my buck out of doing Wrath and Moonfire. You feel me? Nice. I'm glad I'm not alone there, and not being able to resist the call of the Oreos. You're the same with Lindt chocolate? Ooh. Yeah. I don't get Lindt chocolate often, but I definitely can relate to that. Lindt chocolate fucking owns. Is it safe? So, for context, this area... I've talked about this before, but it was this particular section right here where I almost died for the first time. I guess for the second time if you count the Satyr cave that I turned into a YouTube short. I was relatively safe there, though. I had things under control. This was the situation that I've talked about before, where when I was playing on my own time on the PTR, I walked up to this corpse right here, so everything's dead, so I'm safe now. But I walked up here and I tried to interact with it. There was a Murloc in the water behind it that I didn't see, and he got proximity aggro. And while I was interacting with it, I tabbed out, to pause my YouTube video or something like that. I would pause or turn down the volume or whatever. So I had to quickly tab back in, and then I went to tab target the Murloc to, like, Moonfire it, and I tabbed a Murloc in the water here, and then I was, like, running down the shore. I stopped right around here, entangling roots to one of them as I was getting hit, ran down while, like, jumping like this, hiding the Murloc, and keeping Moonfire on it. Then I, like, stopped right here, got 2 ticks on a bandage, finished off that Murloc, and the other one broke out of entangling roots. And I was, like, literally right here, within sight of Aberdeen, and the Murloc ran right up to me, almost caught me while I'm at 10 HP, and then leashed back right around, like, this spot before it auto-attacked me and would have killed me. Scariest fucking shit that happened to me the entire time I was on the PTR. That nearly ended my life. But luckily my Druid lived to see level 30 in the end. And the worst part is, as I'm running for my life from this Murloc, there's like 3 people just sitting here fishing for that quest. So they would have been in perfect view of me running straight up to Aberdeen, getting killed by a Murloc, and just dying on the shore. And that would have just been super fucking embarrassing. So I'm glad that I managed to escape. None of them lifted a finger to help, but also they were fishing, so like I don't even think they really saw what was happening or processed it. Would have been kind of bad after the fact. Especially on sugar cravings, yeah. You have stomach problems that mean you can't eat too much, but you accept the pain when there's Lindt chocolate involved. Yeah, see, I unfortunately found out that apparently I'm lactose intolerant, and like I don't know exactly how it works, because like it's fairly recent, right? Because I've had like dairy products basically my entire life, and only about a year ago I also started having stomach problems. And at first I had no idea what it was, but eventually it became pretty clear that whenever I had anything related to cheese, right, it was always an issue. Like, because ice cream especially, I remember it, which sucks obviously because I love ice cream. But one weekend when I had Ben & Jerry's ice cream, I felt ridiculously sick. And I thought it was an isolated incident, but then it wasn't. And I don't know. These days, it's tough, because on one hand, I still obviously like dairy-related products. And even though I am technically lactose intolerant, I still have, you know, pizza or ice cream. And it seems to be mild, from what I can tell, as long as I don't eat, like, an entire pint of ice cream, which I guess, in a sense, it's healthier, because it's meant that I've, like, eaten less. But as long as I don't have an entire pint of ice cream or something, I'm usually fine. I might feel, like, a little bit sick, but it's really nothing super bad. But I'm definitely willing to feel slightly sick a little bit if it means being able to eat ice cream, like, I don't know. I would not manage to just give up half of the foods that I eat normally. There is a vegan Ben & Jerry's. I mean, it's not the same, right? I don't know. Maybe, who knows, I would try vegan Ben & Jerry's and it would be amazing and I'd be like, holy shit, this is the best thing ever. But I highly doubt it's the same. Who knows? I guess it is something that I could try. As a Brazilian, you're telling me you can't have pão de queijo. Yeah. I mean, I technically can. And for something like that, I would absolutely make an exception, though. Pão de queijo is awesome. There was this, I don't know what the store was called. It was, like, in my uncle's apartment in Copacabana, there was this little, like, bakery place right across the street that had the most amazing pão de queijo. So, like, every single time we would, like, go out, we would just stop by and grab some. This was the last time I went to Brazil, which was, like, at this point, actually, it's been a little while, like, probably, like, 6 years ago, but yeah, definitely had some really good pão de queijo. So you've had vegan Ben & Jerry's before. It's not too different. Interesting. Huh. I guess I'll have to see. Maybe I'll try it. I don't know. But I suppose in the end, if I do like it, then that would make things a lot easier. Wouldn't have to worry about that. Also, I didn't see that bear hiding behind the tree. Now that I have bear form, I'd probably be fine, because if I had pulled the bear accidentally, I could have just shifted. But I should probably be careful about that. I also still want to keep my staff kind of leveled up. I neglected my weapon skills a little bit on the PTR, and I know that as a Feral Druid, you don't need to level your weapon skills, but what I don't want to have happen is in the off chance that I get stuck out of form, like if I shift out to quickly throw a regrowth or something and like, whoops, I miscalculated, I don't have enough mana to shift back into bear form or something like that, I don't want to be in a situation where I'm forced to auto-attack and my weapon skill isn't leveled up and suddenly I can't hit anything. Because that would be like a complete disaster and just a really dumb way to die. So I at least try to keep it somewhat caught up. As a Feral Druid, your Bis weapon is one that you consume? Yeah. Well, Bis weapon at max level, right? Because, especially in hardcore, I'm not going to be able to use Crowd Pummeler. Like, maybe I could get one, but realistically speaking, I'm not going to be using 5 charges of Crowd Pummeler for the entire leveling process. I would blow through that super fast. So I'm not even going to bother. What I might do is get Crowd Pummeler at some point and at least hold on to it, so in an emergency I could have it as a backup weapon to rely on. But I'm not going to worry about Crowd Pummeler until I hit level 60, and then I can start farming it. Because then obviously the dungeon restrictions loosen. That makes it much easier. But also for survivability stuff, which I might... I mean, I don't know exactly how I'll handle it. I'll need to look into it. But I definitely want to have a stockpile of Crowd Pummelers for snap threat. So, like, threat on pull is really important. But I have a feeling, like, for dungeons and stuff, or tanking trash, my best weapon's probably going to be one with armor. So the nice thing about Dire Maul being available instantly is I can get the, I think it's Unyielding Maul from the chest. And that'll be pretty good to have. And for any trash, having armor on my main weapon is better. And from what I've heard, apparently Warden Staff is not actually best. So I've seen a few differences of opinion, right? But a lot of guides that I've read are saying things like Warden Staff is the best one, right? It's the best staff you can get for Feral Druid tanks. And as somebody who didn't play a Feral Druid back in original vanilla, I had always thought that was the case because I heard it parroted so many times. Let me just make sure this guy doesn't pull extra. There we go. Like, I saw so many places saying, oh, Warden Staff is amazing. I mean, my Feral Druid co-tank in original, or 2019 vanilla, bought a Warden Staff from somebody for like 600 gold or something like that. Crazy amount. Just because he said it was his bis. So I had always assumed that, oh yeah, Warden Staff for Feral Druids, it's just a must-have. It's super good. But I actually read a few sources that said, contrary to popular belief, Warden Staff is not actually your best option. It's like your second best, but apparently the Dire Maul thing is better overall in terms of like stats, and maybe Warden Staff for survivability would have edged it out slightly, but when you take into account the fact that you can put, what is it, like the blacksmithing waitstones or whatever on the Unyielding Maul, and you can't put them on Warden Staff, that just makes it so Warden Staff is not worth using, because it is just such a massive threat loss. Oh my god, I was blind. I could not find the Mage Royal. But it ends up being such a massive threat loss to use Warden Staff because you can't use Waitstones that it's just not worth. And obviously Crowd Pummeler is best for like single target snap threat, but even on AoE, having that additional threat from the Waitstones is apparently much stronger. Obviously I don't know for sure, but considering I found either sources that just blindly said Warden Staff is best, and then other ones that gave like a more nuanced take and actually went into the reasons why and explained why Warden Staff wasn't the best, I tend to trust the ones that go into more detail, and all of the examples I found that explained in more detail tended to lean towards Unyielding Maul. for the reasons listed, so I would imagine that is probably the case, but I don't know. Can't say for sure. Only stomach issue you have is when alcohol is involved, but that is a common issue. Yes, I would imagine that. There's also a rare mob around this area. I have no idea if I'm going to find it or not. But probably not, seeing as how I never managed to run into Shadowclaw on the PTR. And there's already somebody in the area, clearly, because they killed that Thistlebear. Worth the pain? Yes. If Oreo advertised they were vegan, they would lose sales. Wait, they are vegan? Really? I actually never knew that. Wait, come to think of it, I did just eat an entire box of Oreos the other day, and I had no adverse, like, effects. Wait, hold on, Oreos are awesome then. That's perfect. I actually didn't even consider that, but that actually works out really well. Huh. Nutter Butters too. Oh, shit. I didn't know any of that. It is interesting, though. You're probably correct that just by advertising that, even if it changes nothing, the information would cause people to perceive it differently, and they might actually lose sales. I would 100% believe that. Let me take out this Thistlebear. What's pau de queijo? Pau de queijo is like... It's a Brazilian thing. I don't know if they have it other places, but it definitely is, like, a popular thing in Brazil. It's, a little bread ball that has, like, cheese in the middle. So, like, little cheese bread balls, which is why the name roughly translates to bread of cheese, I think. I'm pretty sure that's what it translates to, bread of cheese. I'm not entirely sure if that's word for word exactly what it is. But that is, like, what it is like to eat it. And it's really good, especially when it's, like, freshly cooked and the center is, like, you know, all melted and stuff like that. Oh, it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. You know, Brazil has some damn good food. Best thing about Brazil, though, is Rodizio's. Like, infinite steak is just, oh, so fucking good. Absolutely my favorite part whenever I go to Brazil. Your issue is that you basically have scarring on your stomach from when you were sick with something else a while ago, and when your stomach fills, the edges of the different tissue pulls and hurts like crazy. Ooh. Yeah, that sounds painful. Definitely can understand why you wouldn't want to have that happen. Would it also make things more difficult because you could eat the entire pint? I mean, true, yeah. It's, I guess, varying types of problems. In one case you eat too much, in another case you can't eat ice cream, though. I mean, as long as it tastes good and it's, like, remotely like ice cream, I'd say that's a win. Beats not being able to have it at all. It's like, technically, I probably shouldn't be having ice cream ever with how sick it makes me. And, like, I know that. Though, admittedly, like I said, it's kind of a good thing, because there are some times where I'm like, I'm kind of hungry, I kind of feel like having ice cream, and then I just don't. Just like, you know, I'm just going to regret it later. So, yeah. I've probably lost a ton of weight as a result of being lactose intolerant over the last, like, year or so. But, yeah. Ice cream is overrated. Don't you literally run an ice cream shop? What do you mean ice cream is overrated? Ice cream is like your entire, you know, day-to-day career. I mean, look, obviously customer service sucks, but I know you enjoy it. Remember, you're always talking about how you like to make the different flavors and stuff, so clearly you must enjoy ice cream to some degree to care enough about it to do all that stuff. Oh, goodness. A lot of stuff is vegan, but it doesn't mean it's good for you. That's fair. I definitely don't think that Oreos are good for me just because they're vegan. Like, I know it is still absolutely unhealthy for me to have them. At least in the volume that I did the other week. Or, well, earlier this week, rather. But at least it didn't make me feel sick, so... that's a plus.
I can't carry anymore.
Man, how are my bags already full? Oh, come on. At this rate, I might need to get, like, an actual bag for my last slot. Oh, I didn't even realize you were lactose intolerant. Man, that must feel like misery, though. Working at an ice cream shop and you're lactose intolerant. Like, how do you survive? I would be fucking miserable all the time. Oreos have milk as a cross-contact? What's a cross-contact? I haven't heard that term before.
I need to get closer.
You have an easy, well-paying job and you enjoy creative control. Yeah, I guess it's still fun, right? Because you get to create all the flavors and do all, like, the ice cream creation and stuff like that. I'd imagine it's still a fun job regardless, but man, that would, like, drive me crazy. You chug cookies and brownies for breakfast. Fair. I guess that's a nice way to offset it. You could take lactate pills? Yeah, I actually... Oh, shit. I don't know. I accidentally spilled coffee. It wasn't that bad. At this point, my coffee's, like, mostly done. So it doesn't, like, burn or anything. But when I went to pick up coffee and I looked at chat, I, like, tilted my cup the wrong way. And it, like, splashed out of the cup. Like, hit my pants. Yeah, it's not too bad. But, yeah, I actually tried, lactate, I think, and, I don't know, it definitely helped, so it's not like it didn't do anything, but I don't really feel like it helped that much. Like, I still felt sick, it's just, I don't know, I never felt like nearly as bad as I did the first time. Like, the first time that I really got sick, when I realized there was an issue, and I was like, oh, fuck, what is happening right now? That was bad. And when I tried taking lactate, it wasn't nearly as bad. Ever since then, it was just, like, moderately annoying. But it was one of those things where I kind of figured, at that point, it's better to just, you know, either accept the consequences regardless. And I guess if I do eat ice cream, I do have it. But a lot of the time, I'm just like, I don't want to feel sick at all, so I just don't have any ice cream, right? Oh wait, there's a dead body just below the surface, look at that. Right under the water. I wouldn't have found it otherwise. Eritel. Rest in peace. You tried lactate? Sounds bad. I guess true. That's, definitely can have multiple meanings in that case. You tried... Did I say that? Man, I guess... Okay, so I said I tried lactate, and because of my, I guess, accent, right? It sounds like I tried to lactate, or whatever. It's a brand of... That's what I'm saying. So, no, I am saying lactate, which is a brand of lactase. But I can see how the way I said it probably sounded like something else. Yeah, Yes. Okay. Now I understand the confusion. I'm like, did I say that? And I'm like second guessing myself. Like, but I get it. I can see the similarity in the pronunciation. Lactase, yeah, it's like lactate is the brand. It is like a brand of lactase, I think. I don't know exactly. I do know that is just the name of the brand. It is not the name of like whatever the chemical is. Get it? Because it's like lact and then aid, A-I-D, because it helps you. That's like, that's their branding. So, yeah. You know, funny wordplay. Where's the rabid thistlebear? Alright, rabid thistlebear's up ahead, so I can go capture that and get done with the quest that way. What's the highest known level so far? I believe it on my server, it's this 37 Mage. At least on Horde or Alliance side. Let me see. I'm pretty sure he's the highest. I'm just going to check 39 and 40, because if there's no players at 39 and 40, I'm pretty sure he was the highest before. I don't know if somebody, like, logged out when I was searching earlier. /U 40. Yeah, so it's this level 37 Mage. I did hear a few hours ago, somebody in chat said there's a level 41 Undead Mage, and I guess Horde kind of has an advantage in that case because, you know, less competition. Most people are playing Alliance, right? So the Alliance leveling zones were incredibly crowded. And, you know, Horde leveling is actually not too bad. So, nice. But yeah, I also don't know for sure, though, because... what's it called? Earlier, Blizzard posted a tweet that said the highest level is... Yeah, it was the tweet that I linked before. It said something like, the highest level is 33, but that was just provably untrue at the time that they posted that, because literally right around that point in time, I had just typed /u 35, and that mage that I just showed that's now 37 was 35 at that point in time, so he had already gotten past what Blizzard said. So who knows? At the very least, that's the only one that I can confirm. You got confused with lactate? Yeah, that... Understandable. Like I said, I can understand how, you know, obviously, and not everything comes super clear across the mic. A few people have asked me, like, what accent I have, and I don't know. It's one of those things where I don't have, like, a typical accent. I've said before, I'm from New Jersey. Right? So I don't have, like, a typical New Jersey accent like that, which is what people would traditionally associate with New Jersey. Obviously, that's like Jersey Shore. But, I don't know, it's like... I've always thought I just don't have an accent in general. I guess, technically, I probably do have some sort of accent. Everybody has their own, like, regional accent. But, whereas some of them are very iconic, like the New Jersey accent. Or, you know, my grandmother and my cousin have very pronounced, like, Massachusetts accents. So it's like, pak the ka, stuff like that. And that, like, really stands out, at least to me. So that you can notice. But a lot of other stuff, you know, a lot of accents I just can't really tell. Like, I don't notice it, it just sounds normal to me. So, yeah. But also, sometimes things don't entirely come across super clear, like, on the mic. Generally, my mic is fairly clear. There's not, like, major issues with it. But there have been a few times where, like, I know this just from, obviously, editing videos. I have to listen to my own voice a lot. And there are times where I record something and, you know, I think I'm saying it perfectly normally. But then when I listen to the playback, it sounds... Like, the way I pronounce something, when I'm listening to it, I'm like, yeah, that's not entirely clear. And, you know, in conversation, I think people would know what I'm talking about with things like that. But, it's not always super clear when it's on, like, you know, the mic or whatever. Just gets sometimes a little bit garbled, especially if I talk really fast. Sometimes when I talk really fast, which I just inherently talk really fast a lot of times, I know people have said that, sometimes you kind of lose a little bit of that clarity. So, I think that's part of it. There are still plenty of other junk foods to eat outside of ice cream? Yeah. That's fair. I would just, especially, like, coming up with all those different flavors, though. I'm impressed you can do that while not even being able to try them. Or can you at least, like, take a spoonful of ice cream and just try it out and see how it tastes without it being, like, an issue or anything? I don't know. I'm not, like, familiar with the ice cream creation process. Oh, so you can still taste without getting super sick. Yeah. Probably, like, I guess, closer to what I have then, where my lactose intolerance isn't really that bad, Like I said, I can have it in small chunks, but it's, you know, when I have a lot of it, that it starts to get really bad. Or just make the staff taste it. Yeah, true. There's always that option.
I'm out of range. Still recharging.
I want to at least get to 14. I think, yeah, 14 or 15 is probably going to be ideal for ending this. Because as I've said, I'm not going to do a super long stream today, so probably only another hour or so. Just because I am a little bit tired today, and... Just toss Light Feather. And I will be streaming again tomorrow regardless, so I'll just do stuff then.
Inventory is full. I can't
Fuck.
carry
What can I clear up room with? I could technically get rid of small spider leg. That's actually a lot of vendor value. Yeah, I don't need all the small spider legs.
Still recharging.
No, I'm just gonna head back to Aberdeen and turn this stuff in, and then I'm actually gonna get my cooking cleared up really quick and drop some stuff off of my bank in Darnassus while I'm at it. I kind of want to at least finish the Strider meat quest, so I don't need to worry about that later on. But it's not the end of the world. But yeah, one of the reasons why I want to not stream a ton today is just because after I get, like, aquatic form on Druid and stuff, I want to spend a decent amount of time getting my professions and whatnot, like, further set up. Like, I want to try to get my characters to level 10, because the difference between, like, 75 skill points and 150 skill points is pretty huge. And it's only 5 levels, which 5 levels is not really that hard to get, just for the sake of doubling the amount of items you're able to make with your profession. So, I kind of want to do that, but that's going to take me some time of just kind of effectively mindless grinding, which honestly isn't the most interesting thing to watch. I mean, hell, when I was doing the profession stuff earlier, you already had people saying, where's the Druid, where's the Druid? And, like, I get it, right? It's the main character, and people want to see me do all this stuff, but Druid leveling is kind of slow, and I especially want to be as prepared as possible, so I just want to get all of that stuff set up first. So that way I can try to do all of that off-stream tonight. And yeah, not have to worry about it. Okay, let me look for 4 Striders. There's bound to be some. Yeah, there we go. You worked with a winemaker that did not eat red meat. He chewed the beef paired with the wine and spit it out to test the pairings. Huh. Interesting. Do you have to pair wine with red meat? I mean, maybe I'm like... maybe I'm showing that, like, I know very little about wine or whatever, but, like, I didn't realize that it was a rule that you needed to have red meat with wine. But, like, yeah, I don't have wine, so I don't know. Did you see the 10.2 vendor build? Oh, shit. Is there something? I guess I have to look at that. Get rid of the Murloc eye. There's 2 things to skin right over there. At a winery with a restaurant, yeah. So I guess that's just common then, like, you know, it's traditional, like, standard stuff to serve wine with red meat. Yeah, I was not aware of that. It's interesting, though. You've got a formula for easy specials. Existing dessert product. Batter cookie dough form equals sells out in 4 hours. Yeah, fair. I mean, if you just, like, combine different types of well-received junk food into an ice cream, I can see how that would just be a recipe for success. And then what was the... I remember you named... it was a while ago, but you named, like, an ice cream recipe after, like, some dumb thing that Trump said. I forget what it was, but I remember you mentioning that to me. And, like, how you come up with, like, creative names for all the different flavors and whatnot. You'd cook with the wine, too, so we use partly pairing with that. Oh, you use wine in cooking? I didn't realize. Is that like common using wine like in cooking recipes? Like, how do you include it? Do you just like pour it onto the pan or whatever? Like I said, I know very little about cooking. Also, let me check out the, wow, I had 10.2. Where is this information about the 10.2 vendor build? I'm not seeing anything. I assumed it would be on Wowhead. I see. Oh, I found the article. Yeah. Yeah, we're probably going to get an announcement on this coming Tuesday then. Either this Tuesday or they're going to do it right after releasing 10.1.5. So, within the next 2 weeks. That's good to know.
Inventory is full.
Ah, fuck. I'm just going to use this armor kit. I can get another one later. And there's herbs here that I can pick up. Aw, motherfucker. Okay, never mind. I can't pick that up because somebody else took it. And my drop rate on the there's 2 bears here. My drop rate on this Strider meat has been kind of abysmal, so I'm just going to kind of come back to this quest later and empty my bags, because otherwise I'm just going to have to keep dumping things out of my bags, and I don't really want to have to do that. But yeah, I see the article about 10.2. But yeah, I mean, there's not much news there. That just means 10.2 is coming soon, which is information that, like, you know, we kind of knew. At the very least, with Dragonflight, their patch schedule has been very consistent. So sometimes they're a bit slow on testing like 1 or 2 things, but we generally at least know when the PTR is going to come out. I don't know. I kind of wish they would actually put things on the PTR a little bit early, because sometimes the stuff they have in the PTR is so blatantly out of date that it's like impossible to really test it. And that can get a little bit annoying sometimes, but you know. Let's see here. I think at this point the only thing left to do before I continue questing is I need to just level up cooking and clean my bags and stuff. And I can also mail a few things over. I do want to check, though, because I saw that limited availability recipe off the tailoring vendor. Is it still there? Oh, there's multiple now. Yeah, in that case, I'll get all these recipes and trade them to my tailor. So there we go. Where is the Buzzbox quest? Oh, it's over there. Wonder if there's any limited time leatherworking recipes? Because there's 2 vendors over here. But this is the leatherworking one. There is. Huh. So, I remember these recipes from the PTR. The problem with Slimy Murloc Scale is it just takes forever to farm this. By the time I was able to actually farm enough Slimy Murloc Scales to craft this item, I already had gotten a better belt. Because the drop rate is just so abysmal. So I'm actually just not even going to bother with those 2. I'll get something better. You got the information from another streamer? Yeah. It's still, like, neat that it's happening, that we have, like, confirmation, but it was one of those things where we had, I wouldn't say unofficial confirmation, but unofficial, like, everybody kind of knew that we were getting 10.2 very, very soon. If you look at, like, the spacing between their patches in Dragonflight so far, it is very consistent. So, I've been saying for a while now that we were going to get patch 10.2 after BlizzCon, and the PTR was going to go live immediately after 10.1.7. And I even predicted, if you go back like 2 months ago, I predicted that 10.1.7 would come out like one of the first weeks of September, and I was dead on. And I mean, I'm not like a magician. I just literally looked at the calendar dates for when they've done the last few patches, said, well, they've been sticking to a pretty consistent trend. They're likely going to do it again, and voila, they did.
Farewell.
And enhance that.
Ishnu Dal Dieb.
Okay, so I just need to turn in... Where's this last quest located? The buzz box. Oh yeah, the little mechanical thing on the shore. That'll take one thing out of my inventory. 3 silver. Alright, that should be enough to get, like, stuff mailed over. Let's see. You'll use red wine to make beef stew and white wine for a lot of pasta dishes you make? Ah, interesting. 4 bottles of port would go into your short ribs. Bottle and a half of one of the whites for our pork ribs. Interesting. Is that, like, standard practice for, like, any meat or ribs or whatever? Or is it just, like, you can have, like, effectively beer-basted boar ribs? Or I guess in that case, wine-basted boar ribs. Or is it, like, you can just have regular? Like, maybe all of the ribs that I've had so far have been cooked with wine or alcohol, and I just haven't known it. That's kind of what I'm curious about. But, like, and does it actually stay, like, alcoholic at all? Or does that stuff get kind of, like, burned away in the cooking process? I have no fucking idea. So I'm just genuinely curious, because I know, like, fucking nothing about this stuff. Oh, I missed that message. Yeah, it just confirms 10.2 is coming, but it's not actual info, because we already knew that. Oh, what the hell? Did anything get interrupted with the stream? I had, like, on my computer, a little red band flashed across the screen. Like, it little pixelated, like, you know, when, like, old TVs, it has, like, little flickering bars and stuff. It was, like, a little red staticky flicker. It didn't look like it affected my, like, stream at all. I think it was just on my actual, like, monitor. But for a second, I thought, like, my computer was crashing, which was, spooky. I guess I would have been safe, though. Let me see. What did you message me, Lub? Oh, holy shit. Yeah, that's... you have a lot of bottles of wine. God damn. That's pretty cool, though. I didn't realize that was, like, you know, an entire job that you could do.
I am listening. May the stars guide you.
Right, I think cooking stuff will probably be up here. I also... Are there any fires, cooking fires in Teldrassil? I have no idea. There must be some. Worst case, I can buy flint and tinder or something. And trade chat is, like, very, very active today. Also, do I have recipes for crawler meat and stuff? Nothing yet. There should be a fire at the cooking trainer, right? So if I go over there... let's see. The alcohol... Well, words. The alcohol gets cooked off. Gotcha. It's not required, but you think it improves the flavor of a lot of meats. Interesting. Yeah, I was not aware of that. You don't have to use wine or beer. It adds a different flavor, and it works as an acid to tenderize the meat. See, that's pretty cool. I never actually knew that. I think, like, I had heard that it was, you know, some people used, you know, alcohol or whatever in cooking like that. And obviously, I know from, like, the fact that beer-basted boar ribs exist, because I think I mentioned this before, but my dad got me the World of Warcraft cookbook realistically got himself the World of Warcraft cookbook for Christmas a very long time ago, whenever it first came out. And I remember around that time, both he and my sister made beer-basted boar ribs, and he thought it was like really cool. He was like, "Oh, I'm making a World of Warcraft recipe." Ooh. So I've had the IRL version of beer-basted boar ribs, and I mean it was good, but I guess I didn't really notice the difference between normal ribs. But that makes sense then. I wasn't aware that it was like actually a really common practice. So that is pretty cool. You learn something new every day. You don't know 10.1.7 is called Furi Incarnate, but there is no story with Farok or Vironoth involved? Is that what it's called? What is the official name for Avarice? Isn't 10.1 Furi Incarnate? WoW patch 10.1. Or no, I guess that one's called Embers of Neltharion. Yeah. Is patch 10.1.7 called Furi Incarnate? That seems like such a weird name. You're not wrong. It's odd that... Patch 10.1.7. Yeah, it is called Furi Incarnate. Huh. Yeah, that definitely is a very odd name. I guess there's new story quests for reforging Tyr or something, according to this, so maybe it has something to do with that? I don't know. I mean, realistically, I've given up trying to understand the way Blizzard does their stories.
I can't carry anymore.
Let's not pretend that a lot of it actually makes sense. Can I clear up bag space? I can just vendor that ruined leather scrap, fuck it. There are in BFA. Oh yeah, for that stuff. You never have firewood on you? Yeah. It's... I don't know. On the PTR, I eventually started walking around with flint and tinder and firewood, just a stack of 20. But I am too lazy to really do that, especially at this level. I mean, it's actually like a little bit expensive, kind of. So... get that set up. There should be... Don't I have the recipe for... I thought I got a recipe for Rainbow Fin Albacore. For cooking that. I guess not? I know you unlock it at some point. Obviously, there is a way to cook that fish. Let me wowhead it real quick. Rainbow Fin Albacore recipe. Yeah. Let's see. Reagent 4, and the cooking recipe is just, yeah. Who sells this? A lot of vendors. I guess it's just a generic recipe sold by fishing suppliers, so I should be able to get it somewhere. Yeah, nothing in my bank. Okay, I'll mail stuff over to the correct characters. Who needs what? So... I'm not even going to bother mailing my herbs yet, because I barely have enough to justify it. But I can mail over to my tailor the recipes... And then all the leatherworking stuff as well. That I have a decent amount of. What else? I think that's it. Yeah. That's all I'll send for now. And then everything else I'll just kind of dump in my bank. So if I ever need this in the future, at least it's still here. but I don't want to worry about it just yet. I'll dump this too. I guess I could have sent the oily blackmouth to an alchemist, but it's not really that important. Okay. So I've leveled my cooking. I've cleared my bags. I should also put this over there. And I can get rid of mild spices. I do not need that. Alright. Now I can get back to doing quests. So, let's see. I want to get to 14 and then start the... What's it called? Where's Washed Ashore? I have a quest to find sea turtle remains. It's impossible to decipher anything with, this. Oh, the sea turtle remains are way out there. I might do that later. You pretty much only cook your taco meats in a can or two of beer. Damn. I guess, I mean, if it does make it taste better, I'll take your word for it. I mean, you're the professional chef, right? So you know more than I do. What is... Huh. Well, apparently, Troy posted in Discord that the Dragonflight Rank 3 bandages actually heal for less than the Shadowlands bandages. And you know what? That is exactly the type of janky shit that I could see Blizzard doing. Just completely messing up the scaling. Why is my dog barking? Hold on. Tucker! What he's barking at. He probably hears the neighbor dogs again. It's just the tooltip. They heal 50k, but it only says 6k? Huh. That's weird. They messed up the tooltip. The actual thing is working. Oh, well. Guess it's better than the entire thing being broken. I'm just surprised that it's like that. What do I do for this? I feel like I should get the Threshers done. So, when I land in Aberdeen, I'm going to head north, get the Threshers completed, then... I don't know why the sea monster quests aren't appearing for me on the map. I know they exist. Unless... Do I need to... You know what? Actually, I think that's what it is. I need to complete Washed Ashore before I'm able to actually loot the sea monsters. So let's just go do that before anything else. And I need to refresh my elixirs soon, but I'm going to wait until a little bit more to get that done. Once I get aquatic form, a lot of this stuff is going to be a lot easier. Because remember I did this quest, Deep Ocean, Vast Sea, before I had aquatic form. And the only reason I was even confident enough to try it is because I happened to run into another person on the shoreline, and they were also doing the quest, so we both grouped up, and I just figured, fuck it, you know. If this guy's going to help me out, I may as well. I think a lot of people just handle underwater quests very poorly. So I've seen, like, whenever there's a Reddit post of tips for classic hardcore and stuff like that, and people are giving advice. One of the most common tips I see, in addition to, like, don't go in caves, don't go in towers, don't do underwater quests. Obviously, the caves thing, the issue with caves is more so if you don't actually have a plan. And, like, if you go into a cave where everything is dead and a mob respawns on top of you, obviously that's just bad. Don't do that. So wait for mobs to respawn. But if you carve your own path through a cave, like, honestly, I really haven't had any issue with caves. It's just, obviously, you need a plan, right? Go into there, know exactly where you're going, and the thing about going through caves is you need to be efficient, right? So if you're taking 5 minutes to get through a cave and things are respawning right on top of you, well, that's bad. So ideally just get in, kill shit, get out, and you're good to go. And I've done a lot of caves with no issue. Caves aren't bad if it's just you. It's when it's a packed cave with people not grouping and backspawns, yeah. That's why like I said, if there's an empty cave that you know is supposed to have mobs, fuck right off, because there's probably going to be things that just, you know, respawn right on top of you. So I completely agree with that. But, like you said, when it's just you alone, honestly, not too bad.
I need to get closer.
I haven't really struggled much with that.
Still recharging.
And then, admittedly, towers are a bit of a weird one. Because the problem that I have with towers isn't necessarily that, like, obviously, towers are like caves, but they're a fucking death trap. Because obviously there's a chance that you, like, fall. Especially, like, it's the Tower of Althalax, and one's of that type of model, where it's entirely enclosed. Yeah, it's partially, like, you can fall off, and that sucks, but also, exactly, you nailed it, what I was about to say, Shailstorm, the Z-axis shit. Z-axis stuff is just always fucking jank. So, when you are kind of trapped in an enclosed space, it is really, really, really sketchy. Because sometimes you can also pull threat through the floor. Like if a mob gets too close and then suddenly a mob gets pulled above you and then it aggroes like 5 other things that you weren't planning on. Absolute fucking nightmare. So that is one tip that I just agree on. Honestly, don't even enter towers unless you are in a group because holy shit, I don't even want to mess with that. That sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. Sometimes you get wrecked by mobs above or below you, yeah. I think if you're in a group and you can, like, relatively safely handle large pulls like that, probably go for it. But any sort of quest in a tower at all, I'm not even going to take the chance. I'm going to shift into bear form for this.
Not enough rage. Need more rage. Not enough rage.
Also, I did have this on 5. I'm trying to remember what my key bindings were on the PTR. I'll figure it out, I'm sure. But yeah, so all that to say, another one that I've heard a lot of people say is basically don't do underwater quests. Or rather, don't go underwater without, like, water breathing elixirs or something like that. But even then, people sometimes get fucked by, like, Z-axis stuff underwater. I think the breathing aspect of it, I don't know, a lot of people just don't watch their breath bar. Personally, I have always been terrified of going underwater. My dad used to make fun of me for that, at least in-game, right? Like, in IRL, I don't give a shit. So, ironically, I guess, it is just purely an in-game phobia. But back when I was, like, really, really little, and I would watch my dad play Indiana Jones and the Emperor's Tomb, there were, like, little puzzle sections where you had to dive underwater and basically swim through these, like, little gauntlets while holding your breath, and you had a breath meter just like World of Warcraft. And then as you stayed underwater for longer, you know, Indiana Jones would start making, like, you know, choking noises like he couldn't breathe or something like that. And that always just scared the shit out of me as a kid. Same thing with World of Warcraft going underwater. Just the thought of not being able to breathe and stuff. While it doesn't really, I would say it doesn't affect me in terms of regular water stuff, that fear definitely does, and I mean somewhat realistically, I would add, make me afraid of scuba diving. And I'm actually a PADI certified scuba diver, but I hate scuba diving because I did my entire scuba diving certification. I wouldn't say against my will, but like my dad really, really, really wanted to get scuba diving certified, and he really wanted somebody to do it with him. So initially it was me and my sister who went to take like the scuba diving course with him. And then my sister passed the written section, but then in order to actually get your certification, you not only need to pass the written section, but you need to then go out there and actually do like practice dives and stuff. So my sister passed the written course and then just said nope and didn't want to do any of the actual like dives and whatnot. And I did. Let me tell you, diving in muddy New Jersey water is not really fucking great. It's a bit spooky. And I guess it was a really good learning experience because we had to heavily rely on like all of the hand signals and stuff that you get taught. So I definitely did well on my practice dive, and obviously I got certified. But it is spooky because, you know, I was that person who was asking, like, the instructor a million questions about, like, what happens if XYZ happens, and I wanted to be, like, prepared for every situation, because it's just terrifying. You know, the idea of being stuck underwater and not being able to breathe. And I was actually talking to somebody in my guild who I didn't even realize until the conversation came up, but they're also a certified scuba diver. And then we were having a conversation about cave diving, and cave diving is another thing that, like, absolutely fucking not. That I'm never, ever, 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 ever going to do. That is, like, spooky as hell. But even just regular diving, it's like, I can do it, but I'm, like, in full anxiety mode the whole way through. The Sonic music as you try to find the next air bubble. I did not play Sonic, but yeah, there's a lot of games that have things like that underwater mechanics where it's, like, spooky, and it builds the sense of fear of, like, you know, you're about to drown, like, go find some air. And I don't know, it just seems like such a terrifying way to die. So I've always been scared of that. And like I said, in the Indiana Jones game I played, I would always, like, my dad would get mad at me because he would be doing the diving puzzles, and I'd be, like, sitting behind him, like, go up for air, go up for air. And he's like, I literally can't. The puzzle requires me to stay underwater for, like, a certain amount of time. Because obviously the way that those puzzles were designed is you need to basically perfectly path out where you're going so that you get to the end before you run out of air. But the moment the breath meter would hit 50%, I would immediately start panicking and, like, telling my dad he needed to go breathe. And yeah, that has always, like, terrified me. But as a result, I've heard some people say that they struggle to keep track of their breath bar in Classic. Like, I have literally never had that issue, because 100% of the time when I am underwater, I am watching this breath bar with massive amounts of anxiety, like, worrying. And half the time you'll see me, like, the moment I start getting into combat, I will rise to the surface right out of the gate, just so I don't need to deal with the breath bar, and I'll just fight mobs on the shoreline. So I did this quest without any breath potions or without aquatic form and stuff, and the entire time I was just like, I would pull one murloc, drag it to shore, kill the murloc, and just put one piece at a time, and just kind of dismantle the entire ship that way. And then when I had fully cleared the path, I just quickly went to the surface right above the ship, dove straight down, and then I think another issue that a lot of people have, I'm guessing, is some people don't seem to realize that you can enter sunken ships in WoW with, like, little cracks in the geometry. So a lot of people always go through, like, the top of the ship. In fact, the person that I had grouped up with was trying to do the same thing, and then I'm just like, no, follow me. And I showed him there's, like, this tiny little hole on the side, which was, like, right next to the quest item. So people don't realize that you don't need to go all the way down, like, the main entrance of the ship on, like, the top deck. There's a lot of times little portholes in the side, and you can just find them, swim through them. Or in many cases, what I would do is I would, like, peek in, tag a mob with Moonfire, and then swim back to the surface and then kill it off. And just do things that way.
Goddess bless you.
Nice, that's actually a pretty good belt. Oh, now, yeah, so I was correct. Completing that quest unlocks all of the beached sea creatures and stuff. I know there's... I want to say there's additional sea creatures down here. Is this the last one? I don't remember. I did these sea creatures on the PTR with, like, a random hunter, and I didn't almost die, but the hunter almost died. He, like, pulled a bunch of mobs before I was ready, and he got, like, auto-attacked... words. He got auto-attacked down to 20% health, and I, like, feral charged in and pulled the murlocs off him. He was, like, 5 levels below me, so the fact that he was trying to do those sea creatures that early was absolutely crazy. But I managed to keep him alive. I would say that hunter is one of the 2 people that I consider I saved their life, because he should not have been trying to go for those sea creatures at that level, and he almost killed himself there. Admittedly, he was probably playing aggressively because he figured that I would save him, but even if I'm in a group with somebody, I'm not going to, like, just randomly start pulling aggressively. I'm going to pull... Oh, wait, what the fuck? When did I loot this? Hold up. When the fuck was that? So I'm gonna move LFG into a different channel so I can actually search. I got Grizzly Buckler. Oh, it was off one of the Thresh-addons. Okay, well, holy fuck. That is a really fucking good cape. 14 armor and agility and spirit? The only thing that would be better is just if it had agility and strength or agility and stamina, but like, fuck, I'll take it. What level is this? This is a level 8 shield. I'll send this to Mez. Mez can probably make use of this. Paladins use, like, intellect and stuff, or prop Pallies, at least, use intellect and stuff in Classic, right? Actually, let me ask Mez if he's playing prot or ret. Hold on. Are you prot Paladin or ret Paladin for leveling? Yeah, if he's... if my guildie's playing prot, I'll send him the shield. Otherwise, I'm just going to vendor it. And I definitely don't want to try to sell it on the auction house, because, like, I just can't be fucking bothered. Honestly, I feel like greens at this level, I'm sure somebody would buy it, but how much would I realistically be able to get for something like this, right? Like, if I'm lucky, I could maybe get 10 silver. And do I value the time it would take me to find a buyer for the shields? Like, the extra 7 silver that I would get? Maybe, but I'd rather just have the silver up front. More convenient that way. Later on down the track, when I get much better BOEs that actually have really good stats and stuff, then I'll start selling it. But I think right now, there's just no point. Okay, I should do Striders and head to Bashalaran, because I'm at the level to do those quests. And every time I pass through here, I like to check for Shadowclaw, just in case he happens to be up. He usually isn't, and I rarely ever find him, but just in case. I didn't read the rest of what you said before, Shellstorm. When it's a packed cave with people not grouping, yeah. I did read that part, actually, I think. I just forgot that I read it. Jesus Christ. I hate how the Striders run away. I don't know if they can actually pull anything extra, but it always feels scary whenever a mob just starts booking it like that. Especially that Moonstalker Runt is getting a little bit too close for my liking. I think it's a green mob, so it probably isn't much of a threat, but still. Also, there was an herb a little bit up north. So I'm just going to check that out. Where is it? Oh. I'm guessing that Warlock took it. There's Peace Bloom up here, so I'll grab that while I'm at it. Oh, and I'll also grab this leather. Oh, there's more. Whenever I walk through an area with a bunch of dead beasts that somebody else killed, it's just like... ooh, piece of candy. Constantly. Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, another light leather? Yeah, count me in. 2 light leather there. Ooh. And I can just send all this. Oh my god, look at that. It's just a trail. A trail of light leather just sitting there waiting to be skinned. Doug said, "You're legit for joining your dad. Mine passed away in 2021. I'm sorry to hear that. I treasure all the memories with him. Congrats on making your old man happy. I'm sure it meant a lot to him." Yeah, it definitely did. You know, he told me at the time that he was, like, really glad I did that. Which, you know. Meanwhile, my dad... I mean, my dad does a lot of really reckless stuff. Admittedly, there's a lot of stuff where, like, if he asked me to do certain things, I probably would say no. That one I at least wasn't... Oh, fuck. Okay, I don't want to pull extra. I wasn't, like, scared enough of scuba diving to not want to do it. So, admittedly, like I said, certain things I wouldn't do even for my dad if it was just something I was genuinely terrified of. But in that case, it was kind of like, I probably wouldn't have done it on my own, but because I knew he would have wanted it, I was like, sure, I'll try it. But my dad does a lot of crazy shit. Like, and he's always made fun of me for being, like, overly cautious about everything. Like, even as, like, I'm always, one thing that I'm terrified of, I wouldn't say terrified, maybe that's a strong word, but, like, very, always sketched out around is just knives in general. Like, I mean, I'll still use knives, but I'm, like, my dad is very reckless when it comes to knives, like, especially when he's, like, cutting a bagel. He will cut the bagel with, like, he holds it with his left hand, like, and holds it up, and then is, like, cutting it with his right hand and just kind of rotating the knife around. And it's like, I mean, at that point, if the knife slips, he just slices his hand open. And I'm just like, why? Why do you cut the bagel like that? And then I literally, I'm like, watch me. Like, and I hold the bagel, you put it down on the table, and you put the knife down facing the table and drag around, and that way the knife blade is never facing any part of your body, and there is no danger of you actually getting a cut. And I always, like, get so annoyed. But then, of course, the thing is, whenever I bitch at my dad for doing that, he'll, like, laugh, and then he'll start actively doing it more. He's like, look, oh, the knife's really close to my hand. Oh, no, I might cut myself. Oh. And he just plays it up and basically, like, taunts me and is like, oh, you're too safe all the time. But I mean, I don't know, I feel like that's just a good mentality to have. Like, you know, proper knife safety and proper anything safety. And this is the same guy who, you know, went bungee jumping and did all, like, those crazy things for most of his life, which I just can't understand. And, you know, another example, actually very recent, literally, so earlier today, before I started the stream, let me find it. So this morning at 6 a.m., my dad sent me a picture of, like, some, like, pretty place that, because I mentioned before, my dad's in Italy on vacation, with my stepmom, which is why I'm, like, taking care of the pets and stuff. So he sent me, like, this pretty picture of a lake and stuff. Let me just pull the bear first, and then after this bear, I'll tab out and finish, reading the Discord message. So he sent me, like, this pretty thing, and he was like, this is the best picture I've taken today so far. And then I said, and then he said, later on, I'm climbing up to a chapel that's in the middle of a rock wall. And then he said he's going alone because nobody else wanted to do it. Which means, and I'm like, okay, so that means it's probably, like, a little bit sketchy. Because if my stepmom isn't even willing to hike with him, you know, she's also pretty adventurous, but she's not stupid. Whereas my dad will do blatantly stupid things sometimes. And then he said, nobody else was up for it. So I said, please be careful. You know, asked about the dogs and cats. And then he said, don't worry, I'm always safe. And then he sent an emoji that was like a grimacing face or something like that. Basically joking that, like, oh yeah, of course, me do unsafe things. Like, yeah, meanwhile, he's literally always doing things that are... And then, fucking hours later, he sends me a picture... Fucking idiot. He sends me a picture of himself standing on the edge of a cliff with, like, his arms spread out wide, smiling at the camera, like, right on the ledge of a cliff, and you can see there's just a big drop-off behind, just because he knows that, of course, I'm gonna be like, why? Like, why are you just doing that? Whenever he goes hiking anywhere, he always does that. He'll, like, go find the highest cliff possible, he will stand right at the edge of it and stand right next to it smiling at the camera and then send me a picture. So of course he fucking did it again this time. But he does that shit every single time he goes hiking. And he knows that it annoys me because it's like, it's unsafe. Like, don't fucking do that. But he intentionally does it to troll me, basically. So. I mean, if anyone who's watched the streams for a while, though, like, my dad will sometimes join in. Obviously, he's not in the streams today because, well, he's in Italy, and right now, I don't know what time it is in Italy, but it's, like, probably 3 in the morning or something. So, you know, he's asleep, and he's obviously on vacation. But, like, the last weekend, I forget what it was, but somebody asked me, like, do I speedrun other games? And then my dad said in chat something to the effect of, like, well, he speedran all of his college projects, does that count? Like that. So. And my dad's just a massive troll.
Still recharging.
Spirit PogChamp, yeah. This cape was fucking massive. Honestly, Spirit is, like, pretty huge. I would have preferred Stamina or Strength, but Spirit is just, like, pretty solid as well. At least it's nice for leveling, for, like, regen and stuff.
Isn't ready yet.
Good luck in not dying. Thank you, Peter. I will do my best.
Enough rage.
Neo said, I'm gonna leave the stream open but go to bed. Good night, Neo.
Need more.
We're like, not super far away from the end anyway, so... Yeah, you probably aren't missing much. I'm just gonna try to knock these quests out, hit 14, and then I will end with the Aquatic Form quest. And then I will be in Westfall, so I'll show the Westfall skip. Which I guess, you know, that'll take some time. But also, people in my guild have been asking me whenever I'm gonna get to Westfall, because they've been... I think I'm the only one who picked a Night Elf, and, like, obviously I have to play Night Elf because I'm playing Druid. But... some of them have played... what's it called? Some of them picked humans, some of them picked dwarves and gnomes. I think they picked everything but Night Elf, and I'm the only one out here in Teldrassil and Darkshore. And I've been trying to tell them, like, come to Darkshore, right? Like, it's just better leveling here, but for now, I'm all on my own. But sometime this weekend, whenever I catch up to my guildies, or, like, we're all at around the same level, I think... Beef, I don't know if Beef is still watching, he's playing a priest, and he's from my guild, and he's, like... Or he was level 17 or 18, last I checked. So he's been doing pretty well.
Still recharging.
But he's the highest level by far. Everybody else is either below me or around my level.
Need more rage.
But at some point we'll probably... Like, assuming they survive until 20, I could probably do dungeons with them either tomorrow or Sunday on stream. I don't know how long it'll take me to get to 20. Oh, wait.
Need more rage.
That's funny. Hold on. I just got a message from one of my friends on, my old guild, Occasional Excellence's weekend team, and he said, I just realized that you're not in the guild. And it's like, yeah. I left that guild, about a month ago. Just responding to him, telling him what happened. You're locked the fuck in? For what, Beef? What level are you now?
It's too far.
Or did you just hit 20 and that's why you're saying that? Still missed a few messages. I'll read the other messages in a second, by the way. I just... trying to, catch up on this stuff. And I also just wanted to respond, because it's been... Let me see. What did I miss? Your dad sounds like the type of guy who would roll a warrior on hardcore and hit 60 without enemy nameplates just because he can. My dad would do that if he was actually good at this game. That's the other thing. Like, he'll troll me about random shit, right? But I will troll him about being absolutely dog shit at World of Warcraft despite being the person who got me into this. Like, my dad got me into WoW because he played back in, like, 2005. One of his friends from work got him into WoW. So that's the reason I've been playing since I was 5 years old, because my dad actually played it. But whereas I actually got good at this game, my dad never did. So I will always, like, joke about, like, all the times when, you know, he fucked up in a dungeon or something because he left his pet in aggressive and pulled half of it, and then people were yelling at him. Or when he tried to come back to WoW in, I think it was either Miss of Pandaria or WoD, and we were doing random dungeons with him, me, and my friend Paul, and he tried to play a Guardian Druid, and he was just desperately keyboard turning around while my friend Paul pulled half the dungeon back to him, and he just got, like, frustrated because he had no idea what he was doing. So if my dad actually knew how to play, I'm sure he would try to do that. But I will say he does, in some ways, all joking aside, have, like, a similar mindset to me about, like, you know, if something is challenging, he'll try to do it just for shits and giggles. Like, I forget what it was, but he was doing something, because my dad works for Amazon. He's an AWS instructor. He, like, teaches classes online to, like, he taught a course for Epic Games the other week. Because he was telling me about that. He's like, Epic Games, they're the ones who make Fortnite, right? I'm like, yeah. And then he was like, oh, maybe I should mention that in my presentation or whatever. So he always tries to be, like, cool and hip and whatnot. But apparently, I mean, he's good at it, right? He has, like, I think, like, a 4.5 star rating. It's, like, really fucking high for, like, his instruction stuff. He's always talking about that because obviously he's proud of it, right? But he spends all this time, like, doing these courses on, like, how to do XYZ thing in AWS. As part of that, like, the way that AWS handles that is they have, like, specific slides that the instructors use. So they'll give you the slides and stuff. I've actually taken one of his classes, so I kind of know how it works. But my dad basically, like, expands upon that. So whereas, like, a lot of instructors will just read through the slides and stuff and just kind of go through it like, you know, a shitty teacher at school, my dad likes to go above and beyond and do, like, visual examples and stuff. So in one of his courses where he was talking about, like, how to, like, run applications in AWS, I forget exactly what it was. He was explaining to me why he did it. He had this old, like, Unity game that he partially made, because when I was learning how to do Unity, he was learning it as well for fun, because he wanted to, like, learn along with me and stuff like that. So he made a racing game called Highway Madness. And then because he was using it as an example for his Amazon course, he went ahead and finished making his game and turned it into, like, basically like a mini arcade game. Actually, pretty good, considering, you know, he just built it in his own free time. And then he would use that as, like, an example in his courses of how, like, oh, if you go to this website, you can see I have, like, my game Highway Madness here hosted. And then he would, like, include a link in, like, the lesson chat or whatever, so people who are, like, taking his class can click on the link and play the game that he made. So he likes to do fun little things like that. And, you know, that is absolutely not part of, like, the lesson plan. He didn't need to do that, but he will try to go above and beyond to just do everything perfect. So in that way, I get a lot of that from my dad as well. That said, it's not just on my dad's end, because definitely I get my OCD from my mom, 100%. I don't know if she's watching. I don't think she is. My mom will randomly pop in. I mentioned this to her, but, like, it was either, like, last weekend or 2 weekends ago, but somebody actually asked, like, what ethnicity I am. And I said something to the effect of, well, my dad's from Brazil, and I'm not entirely sure what my mom is. And then somebody said they thought I was French, and I basically, like, made a joking French accent or something like that. And my mom happened to join the stream at that exact moment, and she just posted laughing, crying emoji, laughing, crying emoji, laughing, crying emoji, and then apparently walked away from the stream after that. And I asked her, like, to clarify about, like, what ethnicity she was, but apparently she just immediately walked away. She joined, typed a bunch of laughing, crying emojis, refused to elaborate further, and then left the stream. So sometimes she'll pop in, but it's not always consistent. So I have no idea if she's actually watching right now. But she knows. I'll tease her for it. She is like a hyper-perfectionist as well. Like, everything she does, it has to be, like, absolutely perfect. Like, when we were redecorating our house, or, well, she was redecorating our house when I was a kid, right? She would get me to, like, help with it and ask for my advice and stuff like that. She went, like, crazy watching, like, HGTV and, like, doing all this research on, like, you know, interior design and stuff like that because she wanted to have, like, the perfect decorations and whatnot. And she's actually, like, ironically, after doing that for fun, she's gotten really into it over the years. And now she just, like, has considered doing that as, like, you know, a job now that she's retired. Because she also worked in the computer science field, and she did more web design stuff. So whereas my dad was more, like, on the development, like, coding side of things, my mom was, like, a web designer and did, like, more of the, like, front end, you know, fancy stuff. She still knows how to code and whatnot, but now she's retired, and she actually, I think I mentioned before, moved away fairly recently. But obviously I still talk to her on, like, Discord and stuff. Anyways, second. I'm gonna quickly check messages in Disc. I'm just reading the message from my friend in my old guilds. Start spawning in Discord. Alright, let me catch up in chat right after I have fought this Grey Mist Warrior. I don't think this will double pull. Yeah, we're chilling. Alright. Okay, didn't resist that time. I'm pretty sure I'm safe with this guy. Fighting higher level mobs is obviously spooky. Yeah, okay, this is spooky, actually. Holy shit. I'm getting kind of dunked on right now. Jesus Christ. Please, no. What the hell is going on right now? Game. Fucking hell. That was, a very spooky turn of events right there. Nothing quite like getting however fucking many parries and dodges in a row that was to instill a fear of God in you. Jesus Christ. I shouldn't really be doing this quest right now. Okay, this guy's only level 15, so I'll fight him. And I'll catch up on the rest of chat whenever I'm done with this. Well, that guy gave me a fort. That was nice of him. You feel like helping me out? Can you like throw a little smite my way or something? It would be nice. I mean, not required, but you know. Ooh. Alright. That's a cloth item. I can send that to Debbie. There we go. I don't really want to head any further north. north. What? I can't fucking talk today. I don't want to head further north. See, this is what happens when you stream for, like, way too fucking long. Your brain and your throat and whatever just starts to melt. Anyways. How long does 10 to 20 usually take in Classic? 1 to 10 seems to go pretty fast. 10 to 20 slows down quite a bit. 1 to 10 is significantly faster than anything else. I would say, like, overall, 10 to 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40 all feels, like, relatively comparable. Obviously, it starts to slow down a little bit as you go higher, but it's like 10 to 20, you don't really have many tools. So I would say up until, like, level 40, you are gaining additional tools and stuff, you know, as you level. And then the slowest parts that I remember is kind of like mid-40s up to like 55 or so is really slow. Because a lot of the quests kind of dry up and you have to do a lot of mob grinding. So, like, if you're a mage, cool. If you're not a mage, pain. I remember when I did it, I just farmed a ton of gold. Because that way it was like I was killing 2 birds with 1 stone, right? Where in addition to... got the rabid thistlebear. In addition to, what's it called? Farming experience, I was just getting gold on the side by just grinding mobs and stuff. So that kind of worked out well. But that's kind of when it slows down. So, like, as a druid right now, obviously 1 to 10 is fast for everybody. I would say 10 to 20 for me is slower than 20 to 30. Because once I get cat form, druid leveling goes into hyperdrive. And then at level 30, you get travel form. And then you get mount at level 40. Which is less important for druids because of travel form, but still. Right? So early levels, that's why I've said before, I'm not really going to take too many risks and try to go super fast at this point, because this is by far going to be the worst point in leveling for me, these 10 levels. And I am at my absolute weakest for these 10 levels. So taking unnecessary risks trying to go fast right now is just a recipe for disaster. I'd rather play it safe, ensure that I get to level 20, and then once I get to level 20, I get cat form, and I start to get, like, better gear and stuff from crafting. I am pretty much unkillable. Unless I do anything really, really, really stupid. But, at that point, you know, obviously you get faster man. You get faster movement speed, words, from feline swiftness, the talent. You're able to just kill things really effectively by just starting in cat form, and you just do rake, claw, 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 then shift into bear form, finish it off, or something. Just a lot of good shit you can do as druid at that point. So that's kind of what I'm holding out for. I'm gonna head to Bashalaran while I'm in the area. And at least turn in that quest. Your dad does the kind of things, too. He probably thinks they're immortal or can't get hurt or something. Yeah. My dad, at least, like, he understands the risks, but a lot of times... I don't know. So... I'm not entirely sure how... at least, yeah, I'm not entirely sure how much my dad wants me to talk about this. So I will only give the cursory overview. But the problem is, it's like my dad will act like it's not a big deal. And like everything's perfectly safe. And the reality is, obviously, I'm just a much more, like I said, cautious and I would say nervous person. I like to, before I do anything that is even remotely risky, I do like a shit ton of research on it. And I just like to make sure, like scuba diving and stuff. So generally, that is just kind of like we're different people in that regard. But I think my dad does have an attitude of kind of like, you know, as long as you're smart and stuff and you analyze the risk appropriately, like you can't have anything bad happen, which just isn't true. And did my Warlock die? No, my Warlock is just a bank ult at this point. I'll probably like level the Warlock up eventually if I have spare time, but I'm mostly just using it to do basic alchemy stuff. At most, I'm going to level it up to 10 fairly soon, and then whether it gets any further than 10, I don't know. So far, I have yet to die on any of my characters on official servers. I haven't even really come close. Unless you count, like, I almost died at level 2, right? Fighting that mob in the starting zone. But maybe I came, like, kind of close once on my dwarf, but
Need more
I haven't had any, like, oh shit moments where, like, when I say I almost died, like, so far, the only time when I almost died and had, like, a near-death experience, effectively, is that time with the Murlocs on the PTR with my Druid. That was literally, like, an I should not be alive type of situation, where I played it literally, I fucked up, so that's how I got into that situation in the first place. But then after fucking up, I played that fucking flawlessly, and escaped from what should have been certain death with 10 HP. That is like a, oh my god, how am I alive type of moment. And then I had a few, like, close calls past that, but none that were even remotely as bad. So.
more rage.
What am I gonna name my Void Lord? Can you name your pets in Classic? I don't know if you can. But yeah, all that to say what I was saying before, with my dad. Oh, by the way, Rice, Keegan messaged me. Because apparently Keegan didn't even realize that I left OE. So, I, told him what happens, right? And I'm like, oh yeah, I left over a month ago. So, I'm chatting with him now. Whatchamacallit? You summon demons and they come with names. Yeah, I think there's some way to change your demon's name in retail, right? I forget exactly how, but I think that is something that you can do. But definitely not in Classic, from what I've heard. Anyways, yeah, so the last thing I was going to say about my dad, right, is So, my dad's from Brazil, right? My dad grew up in Rio de Janeiro. And a few months ago, he went to Rio with my stepmom for one of my cousins was getting married. And they went there. It was like kind of like a last second thing. So they had time in their schedule. Like it was like middle of like, I forget what was happening. I think it was literally around the time when patch 10.1 was coming out. So yeah, no fucking shot I was going to be able to go. But they went there, and before the wedding and stuff, they were, going sightseeing around Rio. Like, we've been to Rio before. I went, like, a few years ago, like I said, with my dad, my stepmom, and, like, my stepsisters and stuff. So it's not like they're unfamiliar with it. But my dad decided to go to a not-so-great part of Rio that is, like, right next to a favela. And so if you're not familiar with Brazil or Rio or whatever, TLDR is there's a lot of crime. And that is just an objective fact. That is not like, me being racist or whatever. It is not the best city. My family will even tell you that, and they live there. There are certain parts of Rio that are very well policed and stuff like that. And then there are parts of Rio that the police literally don't even go to. And the TLDR is my dad went to a part of the city. It wasn't like in a favela, but it was right next to a favela. A favela is basically a slum. If you Google it, you'll see it's basically a type of slum that exists like in Rio and I think other parts of like South America and Brazil, where it's like a bunch of like ramshackle houses like stacked on top of each other. It's visually kind of cool. Like driving through Rio, you'll see all along the mountainside, there's just a sprawling, like, it is effectively like a slum. And there is some not so great stuff that goes on in those areas. And my dad went to this place close by. It was an aqueduct from like the early days when, the Portuguese like were settling Brazil and stuff. And they went to visit this aqueduct, and the way he described it is there was like the aqueduct ran down like the middle of the street, and then there were it was like kind of down into the ground because obviously like it was like unearthed or something, and there was an like road that kind of ran parallel to the aqueduct, and then there was a ramp that went down to the base of the aqueduct, so you could like go closer and stuff like that. So, you know, there was police officers around the area, like on the road near the aqueduct. And then they went down one of the ramps to go to the bottom of the aqueduct. And while going down the ramp, somebody pulled out a knife and mugged them. And of course, you know, they thankfully didn't get hurt. And my dad, who like obviously grew up there, knew enough to immediately just give them everything. Just said, yep, here you go. Right. And mind you, and this, I think, for anybody, if you ever happen to get into a situation, right, like my dad knows martial arts and stuff. Like he is trained in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for years. And yet when he got mugged, did he try to do anything stupid? No, he just immediately said, okay, take everything. Right. And I think that is an important lesson, right? Some people, I've heard like a lot of people like, oh, if anybody ever tries to mug me like XYZ, I'm going to beat the shit out of them. Like, no, don't fuck with that, right? Don't take any unnecessary risks. So immediately gave them everything, right? They thankfully weren't hurt. The guys immediately ran. And my dad suspects, because then they, of course, went to the cops, and the cops were kind of like a little bit rude and basically said, sorry, nothing we can do. My dad suspects they have some agreement with the police, which he said is unfortunately not uncommon in Brazil, where the cops turn a blind eye to that particular like ramp. And, you know, because it's out of view, because there's like a little ramp where, you know, you're blocked off like line of sight from the top area and the bottom area, they mug people there, and the cops just let it happen, which fucking sucks. But frankly, that is just kind of how things are sometimes, unfortunately. And all of that to say, right, the problem is my dad will always act like, and I should know, the reason why I don't feel like entirely sure about whether I should have brought that up, I think it's like maybe an important thing to mention. But of course, my stepmom was really bothered by the whole experience. Who wouldn't be? I probably would have been really rattled if that happened to me. My dad, surprisingly, I mean, he wasn't super bothered by it, partially because I'm pretty sure he has been robbed before. And like, I mean, he grew up there. He kind of knows what it's like. But obviously, my stepmom was not prepared for that, and it definitely shook her, right? But, you know, he always acts like, you know, over everything's under control. Like, there's no chance that anything's bad's going to happen. But, like, sometimes shit happens, right? And, like, obviously, thank God, you know, they ended up safe and nothing bad happened. But, like, you know, he'll always, like, joke with me and say, like, oh, you always worry too much. But then it's like, I worry too much, but then shit like that happens. And I have a pretty justified reason for being worried, I think. So, yeah, I don't know. Just like I said, tangent, but it's, like, stuff like that bothers me whenever he acts like there's no reason to actually be worried. At least your dad knows how to manage the danger by the sound of it. You have to remind him to be careful. Yeah, like, I mean, like I said, he handled that situation perfectly. That is exactly what you want to do in that case, but it's still one of those things where, of course, I do still always tell him to be careful, because I do think he is a little bit too reckless. He's a smart guy, like, he knows what he's doing. He doesn't do anything, like, deathly stupid, but he does take, sometimes, I feel, like, unnecessary risks just for the sake of doing it, because, like, he thinks it's funny. And I also hate how when I tell him that it bothers me, he sometimes does kind of flaunt it in my face about, like, ha. But, it actually, I don't know if he, like, fully understands how much that does worry me. Like, I think sometimes he thinks I'm partially joking when I tell him to be careful, even though I am completely, entirely serious. It really does worry me how he handles that a lot of times. But whatever. Is my dad one of those Brazilian Azralan plugs? Oh yeah, absolutely. Same exact type of player, 100%. As a Brazilian Azralan guy, you feel offended. Look, there are good Azralan players. Chori is a regular in... I've got Chori... Are you Azralan or Ragnaros, assuming you're still here? Like, Chori knows what he's doing. He's a good player. And I have a lot of friends from Brazil who play WoW, but a lot of them also don't even play in Ragnaros. Like, I have a bunch of friends from... I forget what city it is. It's not Rio. But they're in, like, a city in northern Brazil who I played with in Legion. I don't know if my friend Lub is still here, but he is friends with them, too. Like, we all raided together back then. But, you know, they're good players, and, you know, I'm good friends with them. But they always talked about how much they hated playing on Ragnaros. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, he's, Oh, shit, Beef. Yeah, you hit level 20. I just saw that. Bring you your money. Yeah, there you go. Why did Sembu say congrats on 20? Wait, did you have a bet with Sembu, Beef? Or something? Because he's saying he's going to pay you in the mail soon. Either way, yeah. I mean, hey, you hit level 20, fair and square, you get 100k for me. That was the deal. You bet my 100k? Wait, so you made an additional bet with Sembu on top of the one that we made? I'm confused. Sembu hit you with 5-1 odds. Oh, shit. Damn, so you made 500k just by hitting the 20? Well, damn. Alright. I guess you made 600k, right? Because I assume Sembu has to pay you out 500k. And then, yeah, you get my 100k, so damn. Oh, rip Sembu. Good shit, though. Damn, already 20. Consider me impressed. Though, that being said, you are, you know, everybody, when I announced that I would pay people out 100k, if they managed to do it, so many people in the guild were like, ah, yeah, easy, 100k, right? So many of them talk shit. You are the only person who has put your money where your mouth is, so respect. I'm just gonna vendor the shield, because if Mez is warrior, he doesn't need intellect on his shield. I thought, wasn't somebody gonna play Paladin? I remember somebody in the guild saying they were going to play Paladin. I forget who it was. Maybe it was Mez and then he just changed his mind or something. But I keep thinking that one of us is a Paladin, and we don't have anybody who actually is. You're broke as hell, you need it for flavor pockets. Yeah, how much did you have? You had like 43k on Sarkareth, like a few nights ago. So you've gone, in the course of like a few days, from 43,000 gold to 600,000 gold. So, yeah, you're doing pretty well for yourself. Let me mail this shit over. Is Devi online? No, Devi's not online. What's Devi's character's name again? Okay, hold on. Actually, I can check. It's Fire Sword, right? I always forget exactly how it's said. Yeah. Send mail to... There we go. What else do I have? I think everything else I can just send mail to Gilliana. I'll just mail over all my... Actually, I want to hold on to my linen now, because I'll need that for bandages. I can send over all of the other stuff. The first thing you did is you went to Goldshire and tipped 1 gold for a human female stripper. Jesus Christ. You spent 1 gold on hardcore? Man, I mean, you could get it so much more cost-effectively on live servers in Moonguard. That just seems like a waste of money to me. I don't know. You were going to say 45 feels like a hard drop-off point where you're not getting huge spells anymore and most of the game becomes a lot of grind, grind, grind. Yeah. Like, as the time it takes to level up increases, you're consistently getting more power, so the speed at which you kill stuff is also increasing, for most classes, at least. But that does kind of fall off at 45 onwards. By the time you hit level 40 or so, most classes feel pretty complete, and you're only taking, like, backup talents and other trees that like give you slight power gains. so it's not really that impactful. What do I want to do? I guess I'll take Thorns level 2. Alright, I'm down to 35 copper. I'm also going to move trade to a new window. Okay. Where is Bash? Wrath down here. And Thorns over there. Are you learning your abilities, by the way, Beef? Because it seems like you have a ton of money. I don't know if I've really been spending that much golds, or I guess just money in general, on, what's it called? On, like, getting my professions up. But it feels like you have way, way more than I did at that level. I'll just hold on to all of this stuff. Louise Glidden said, love your streams. You killed your level 8 Night Elf Druid in a cave, and you're now leveling a human Paladin. Ah, well that is unfortunate about your Night Elf Druid. I wonder, was it the cave with Melanus the Cursed, or whatever his name is? The little satyr over here north of Dolinar? Because that is the stereotypical Night Elf cave. That are the Barrow-dens. Barrow-dens are another killer in Teldrassil. But sorry to hear about your Night Elf, but hope things go better with your human Paladin. Also, I should pick up that quest down there before I forget. That sucks. It's kind of disgusting that you can't feel safe near cops. Yeah, I mean, it is just an unfortunate fact that the police force in Brazil is... Like, I'm not saying the entire thing is corrupt, but there is a lot of corruption in the Brazilian police force. At least in Rio. Just is what it is. I mean, my dad has told me, my entire, like, family from Brazil has told me many stories about how, like, if police pull you over for, like, speeding, or sometimes even if you're not speeding, they'll, like, expect a bribe or something like that so they don't write you up for a ticket. That is just how things are done there. I mean, it's common in a lot of countries. You know, a lot of times you don't realize how good you have it until you see what the norms are in other places around the world. Also didn't realize there's frost sabers just patrolling around this section of Darnassus. That's pretty neat. Also, what was this quest? I have to go to Moonglade. Okay, so I'll just take the teleport then. Let me scroll up. In Rio, maybe they have an agreement with them, but sometimes here in Sao Paulo, the honest cops will say we can't do nothing literally because they can't. In a country where 90% of homicides aren't solved, imagine what they can do with a little theft. Yeah. It's definitely, yeah, it's unfortunate. I know, obviously, they have limited resources, right? It's not like they have infinite resources to throw at it. In that particular case, right, that was literally... My dad was 2 minutes away from a cop, if that. The guy was literally down the street, and there were cops, like, around most of the general area, like, patrolling it, and then there was just this one random, effectively an alleyway, that was just strangely void of police presence. So it was one of those where, especially considering the response he got from the police officer, and, you know, it's not like my dad is, like, some stupid foreigner, like, obviously he grew up there, so, like, he's talking to the guy in Portuguese, and he told me, like, I forget the exact conversation, but he, like, basically described to me how it went, and yeah, I mean, it basically sounds like the guy basically said, tough shit, nothing I can do, despite the fact that it was very clearly, like, you know, they even, for follow up on that, they had to go to the American embassy to actually, like, file a report and stuff. Also because one of the problems is they had their passports on them, so they lost their passports when they got robbed. My dad even, he said, apparently when the guy was walking away, because there were actually, well, a few guys, right? There were like 5 of them. One of them had like, I don't know exactly, obviously I wasn't there. My dad said it was like a knife, but it was realistically, oh fuck. I shouldn't have, not a big deal. I can just, whenever this gets off, teleport back to Moonglade. But I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to... Where is it that I need to do this? Oh, yeah. I don't know. I might be a little bit too low level to do this quest. Because I remember this one, the principal source. And you have to go here and you interact with this and then 2 Naga spawn and attack you. Yeah, sorry, yeah, I cut that thought off midway. But the TLDR that my dad gave me is he said it wasn't like a small knife. Like it was like a large machete type thing that the guy basically, he had it like strapped to his chest. So the way they did it is he basically walked up to my dad, pulled up his shirt, and showed that he had like the knife strapped to his chest. That way, you know, obviously he can move around without the police noticing. So yeah. And then as they walked away, my dad like kind of shouted out and basically was like, can you at least throw the passports? And apparently the guy chucked something in their direction. And they looked for what it was, but he's not sure if he actually threw the passport or just threw something random. But either way, they were unable to find their passport, so they had to go to the American embassy for that. So yeah. You can get behind your dad. Taking risks is addictive. Yeah. I mean, yeah, a lot of people are like adrenaline junkies. I'm an adrenaline junkie, but I keep my risks to games where the worst thing that could happen is I lose my Night Elf Druid, not my life. So, I think that's maybe a healthier way of approaching things like that. Skinning as a money printer? Yeah. I mean, I've gotten so much light leather so far. I could be selling it, but I've just been investing it into leveling up my leatherworking. Because now my leatherworking is already level 8 or something? Or level like 80 or something. Around that range. I don't know. It's close to 75. It's good. And I definitely want to get my leatherworking set up so that I can eventually get gear for my druid. On the PTR, I actually had leatherworking on this character. I went skinning leatherworking and I didn't have herbalism. But I routinely found that being able to get herbs was kind of important for a lot of situations. So I just figured on my main character it would be better to take gathering professions and then get the crafting stuff on my alt. You have 1 gold, 2 silver right now, at level 10, heading into Lochmodon and your gnome. Damn. I guess, are you just vendoring the light leather that you get? I suppose that would be good raw gold. I could see that. Given Dunmoreau has you slaughtering tons of boars, cats, and bears. Durtar Barons also make skinning bis for gold-making Horde side. True. Might want to go to a doctor about that. Dying is generally bad for health, so yes, you'd say it's healthier. Yeah. I'd think so. How do I want to approach this? I'm trying to remember the entire quest. It's like, I have to do this one at the waterfall up there, which I know is going to be a little bit spooky. Because the enemies spawn directly on top of me. And then I have to go swim way out in the coast. Honestly, I don't know. I am just not really... I forgot about this particular quest. I'm not really feeling the trek down to... or up there just yet. At some point, I will do that quest. But I want to be higher level, because I remember being kind of sketched out when I did that at like level 18 or something on my PTR druid, and I was still a little bit spooked by how close of a call it was. So I think at 14, I'm sure I could probably survive it, but it would be very, very, very spooky. So I don't really want to take that chance. So what I'll do is I'm going to go to... what's it called? I wish I had more than 35 copper to my name right now. But yeah, I'm going to go to Stormwind and basically get my flight paths and stuff. And we'll end the stream when I get to Stormwind. Or maybe when I get to Ironforge and learn that flight path. And at least I'll have that set up. So the next time that I come down to Westfall and whatever to complete the aquatic quest, I will already have the flight path unlocked. And I don't need to worry about any of that. So I'll just knock that out right now. Check while I'm on the boat. I feel like 14 is probably safe enough to kill the Murlocs on the shore. Because what level are they? It's around that. It's like 12 to 14 is when you have to fight those Murlocs. And it's spooky, but I would say the wetlands crocodiles are way spookier by comparison. So, yeah, I don't even want to take the chance with those crocodiles. I have a feeling they are just not going to be very kind to me. I'm just going to take the long way. What time is it? It's actually fairly late. Yeah, so I didn't even realize, but we're actually almost at the time when I think my classic guild raids, and I already told them that today was not good for me. I also couldn't resist taking another tortilla chip, but yeah, I don't know. They're probably going to ping me in a little bit, and I'm going to tell them once again, no, for today. I don't fucking know. I just can't. I'm not about to, like, you know, stop what I was doing on a Friday. Like, Saturday, whatever, because Saturday, by the time I end my stream, it would be around, what's it called? It would be around, like, 8 to 9 p.m., and then I would have an hour or two before the raid starts. But here, I already knew, no matter what. Even if I had started, like, a little bit earlier than I did, because I started at, like, 4:30 my time. If I'd started at 2, it still would have been an 8-hour stream. In this case, I've only streamed for 6 hours, but still. 6 to 8 hour stream, there's no way I would have enough time to, like, actually get all this stuff done, and then, you know, take a break before hopping into Ulduar and stuff, and quite frankly, I'm just kind of tired of doing Ulduar and TOGC over and over and over again. If it's a Saturday, whatever, I can make time for it. But Friday, today, just ain't nobody got time for that. Anyways. How do I want to handle it? So, there's Murlocs over there. There are, yeah, I think this is kind of how I want to do it. You can see this guy's actually doing the exact same thing I am. This line right here, no detours, is pretty safe. Because if you go too far to the left, there's Murlocs. If you go too far to the right, there's, I believe, sharks in the bay. And that's bad, obviously. But this exact line, once you get here and hug the coastline, there's really nothing that you need to worry about all the way until you get to Westfall. So I should be chilling. It is spooky, though. Also, I wonder, has anybody timed the difference between swimming around the coast and going through wetlands? Because the only advantage I could see to wetlands is I would imagine it's slightly faster. But at the same time, how much faster actually would it be? Because if it's exactly the same speed or slower, You just let you go, like, cut through here. Obviously, the fact that it's on foot could make it a little bit faster. But then you have to go through the tunnel, you have to go through the entirety of Loch Modan, through Dunmoreau, and then make it to Ironforge, because presumably that's what you're trying to do, right? Get to Ironforge, then get to Stormwind, and I suppose you could go to Loch Modan, just straight up. But most people are trying to go to Westfall, or just trying to make it to the major cities. And that's still, like, a bit of a further travel time. So, I don't exactly know what the time difference would be, but I just can't see it being worth taking that extra added risk. Also, I probably should have just followed this guy and jumped into the water immediately. I was thinking if I ran along the coastline a bit more and swam, it would be faster. It seems like... Actually... Let's see. So if I start running early... Nah. I guess it ended up being around the same speed. I think maybe he got there slightly faster. He's only a little bit ahead of me. When do you get Aspect of the Cheetah, by the way? Shouldn't he be using that? If Death Running... Well, yeah, if Death Running it, obviously, yeah. So if you don't care about dying and you can just push through, but having to deal with the crocodiles and basically move around them, yeah, that's very different. But, yeah, that's fair. I think a lot of people are used to just, obviously, holding W through the wetlands on non-hardcore is just the no-brainer thing, because you also don't care if you die. So, it's definitely... That's why I said I think it's definitely faster in a vacuum. But obviously, you can't just hold W through the wetlands. You do need to take minor detours, I think. Oh, it's 24 for Aspect of the Cheetah? Okay. Makes sense. It is nice having a running buddy here. You know, one of the worst parts about doing this run along the coast is the fact that half the time you just go forever without seeing anybody. When I did it on the PTR, actually, midway through, I passed by a human who was going the opposite way. And I just waved at them. So that was, like, a neat little thing. Oh, Christian Simpion? I don't know if I pronounced that right, or Chimpion. Let me know how to pronounce that. Became a member, so thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know if I said that correctly, but just let me know. I don't want to butcher anybody's names. Unless you're Naomi, and you just intentionally want to leave me guessing on how to pronounce it correctly. And also, one of the ways to save time here... So this time, I definitely am going faster than him. Any little bit of time that you can walk along the coast is a time save. So you can see, he ran or swam straight, I hopped along the shore, and I almost caught up the entire way to him. Oh, I think he either got stuck or lagged out for a second there. Yeah, I'm gonna win this race if it's the last thing I do. Also, later on it gets spooky because the fatigue zones get super tight. How long have I played the game for? A very, very, very long time. I'm 25, and I have been playing this game since I was 5 years old. Back in, like, the early days of vanilla. Obviously, I had no fucking idea what I was doing back then. Like, I was some stupid, clueless kid. But I did play. The highest level I got to back in original vanilla, like 2005 vanilla, was level 20. I was at like level 23 or something. I forget exactly. Yeah, I was not a good leveler back then, obviously, because when you are 5 to 6 years old, you tend to have a hard time staying focused. And I also have ADD, so a little kid with ADD, yeah, wasn't really able to level super efficiently. But I did play back then. And then TBC, I honestly didn't get much further. I, like, leveled a few characters a little bit back then. And then Wrath of the Lich King was the first time when I ever decided, like, I actually want to hit max level. So I got my original hunter, which was named Harldan, up to level 80. And that was my first ever max level character. My level 80 hunter named Harldan, which obviously is why I decided to name my channel this. Mostly just because it's a name that has, I guess, nostalgia for me. Like, it's something I've used for a while, even though I don't really use the name in-game a lot. And it's kind of like... A lot of people have asked me why I named my channel that, and it was just kind of a weird thing where when I made my videos, I had no idea, right? I maybe would have put more thought into it if I... if I actually, knew that it was going to go somewhere. But I just wanted some sort of name on my YouTube channel that was, I guess, one of my character names that was iconic enough. And I kind of, because I mostly play female characters, I figured if I named my channel Lenara, which, quite frankly, is what, at the time, almost everybody knew me by, and even to this day, what most people know me by, because most of the time my main character is named Lenara, either my demon hunter or something else. So I thought about it, but then I figured if I named my YouTube channel Lenara, a lot of people would probably click on it assuming I was a girl, which I'm not. I just like playing girl characters. So out of all of my characters, the one that is, has a guy's name, it's a generic fantasy made-up name, so I guess it's not really a guy's name, to be clear, but was my original character that, I hadn't played a ton. I still have that character. It's a troll hunter sitting away, somewhere on Ravencrest, which Ravencrest is like a dead server on North America. It apparently still has some people on EU. There's a version of it. But Ravencrest NA is as dead servers can get. And my troll hunter is still sitting there, and that was the first character I ever got to max level on. I was dog shit at the time, by the way, in Wrath. Even in Kata, I still had no real idea what I was doing. I pressed buttons, I did, negative damage, I used strength and intellect as a hunter, even in Wrath. I was a total fucking mess when it came to, gameplay back then. And it wasn't until I played my Death Knight, Rossiliana, back in Kata, that I actually started to kind of learn a little bit. And then late Kata, early Mop and stuff, I tried to actually learn more about the game. And, figure out how to play, and, I learned how to do DPS properly. I started getting into tanking for the first time as a Blood DK towards the end of Siege of Orgrimmar. And then WoD. WoD is, when I first actually became good at the game. I started doing Mythic. I only did, entry-level Mythic bosses, mostly because, I didn't have any friends to play with, and I had no experience. My friends were in, high-level cutting-edge guilds, though, and I did challenge modes with them all the time. So I learned a lot about, how to actually play the game well from challenge modes. And then, in the Mythic raids that I did, and obviously I did, AOTC and stuff for ever since Mop, I performed well, but I never really tried doing Mythic until, oh. Alright. I guess I'm gonna save this until I need it. If I need to make a mad dash away from Murlocs, I'll hold on to this. That was actually pretty cool, that guy. But yeah, so it wasn't until WoD when I really learned how to play, and then because, I felt like I was getting better at the game and stuff, and I wanted to actually try to do raids. The main other reason why I couldn't do raids is when I was in high school, I couldn't really commit to a schedule. My schedule was way too volatile to actually, commit to a raiding schedule. It just wouldn't have worked. Challenge modes were fine, because it was just, whenever me and my friends would set a time to do dungeons, I could always figure out some time that worked. But I could never consistently set aside 3 days. But then when I started college during Legion, that's when I really started getting into Mythic raiding, and then, the rest is history and getting cutting edge and stuff. Anyways, too long is the only correct answer when you're me or Harldan, yeah. The game came out the year you were born, but you've been playing recently a ton, you've gotten really into it, and my videos are awesome on leveling guides and stuff. I'm glad you enjoy it, yeah. I definitely know a lot of people who played since they were very little. My friend Paul, who is one of the people who got me into raiding, back in WoD. He was one of the people I did challenge modes with. Like, he also is around my age. I think he's like a year or two older than me. And he also started playing when he was like 4 years old. Like, really early. But he started playing like right at the beginning. So he was 4 or 5. But he actually started raiding, like actually raiding, as early as like 7 or 8. Because I think his dad raided or something like that. And his dad taught him how to play. So, you know, imagine like, you know, a 7 or 8 year old who, by all accounts, obviously I'm sure Paul vastly inflated his performance when telling me stories about it. But he apparently did pretty well, despite being a little kid. Of course, the end result, and, you know, Paul will fully acknowledge this, is he developed one hell of an ego. So, when I first met Paul, I remember actually, like, I would always argue with him, and we would butt heads a lot. Like, I enjoyed playing with him. He was my friend. And, of course, over the years, like, we've gotten along much better. Now he's, like, a really, really good friend of mine. But early on, when we were first friends, I would constantly, like, get mad at Paul because he was just so fucking arrogant about everything. And he just always thought he was, like, God's gift to World of Warcraft. Credit to him, though. You know, over time, I think he kind of realized that it was a bit much. And he's actually, like, really chill these days. He has been for a while, like, obviously, ever since Legion, BFA, I think he kind of realized, especially with challenge modes. I haven't talked about it a ton, but there was, like, towards the end of my time doing challenge modes in WoD, I got into, like, a pretty big fight with Paul and some of my other friends from challenge modes, where they were being kind of toxic. There was one person in particular who, like, I've made up with, like, all of them, Paul especially, right? Another one, Near. Near frequently watches my streams, like, I've talked with him in chat. So, you know, we're totally cool. We butted heads on, like, random things back in the day, but, like, shit happens. There was one person in particular where I, like, won't say his name, but, like, anyone in my challenge mode friend group, so if Near happens to be watching this, he probably knows exactly what I'm talking about. But we had one particular person who was... I did not get along with him well, and I still haven't really talked to him in years, and do not like that guy. And I continually just did not get along with him, and then there was just this whole big fight that we had. And I basically told Paul around the time that, you know, I liked playing with him, but whenever I played with him or, like, the other people that I did challenge modes with, like, a lot of times they would kind of try to make me feel inferior, and they would just act, like, super elitist. And it was like, I was just trying to have fun, I was trying to learn, and I knew that I was not, you know, the world's greatest tank, and I was still very much learning. But a lot of times they would kind of, like, just taunt me about random shit and just try to make me feel bad, and I didn't like it. And I told Paul that, I stopped talking to him for a while, and then I think he did some reflection on that and realized he was kind of being an asshole, and he stopped doing that. And then, you know, he apologized to me for how he'd acted, and, you know, from then on, he was much more laid back and chill, and, hey, I've always said it takes a really good person to admit when they fucked up and, like, actually change for the better. And one of the reasons why I trust Paul so much, and he's one of my best friends, is because, you know, I literally saw him do that. And I mean, there were a bunch of other instances, right? This is just one example of many. But yeah, I think I've said before, I have a really hard time trusting people in many cases, but stuff like that, you know, over time is what gets me to, like, actually trust somebody, you know? Anyways, yeah, all that to say, my friend Paul also played from very early on and even raided way earlier than I did. I don't think I can climb up onto the land here. I always remember, whenever I do this swimming thing, there's one hill that I try to climb up onto, and it doesn't work out. You're not a girl, unsub. Yeah, I know, right? Where is he running to? Do you have a Discord? Don't answer that. I found your FAQ. That's okay. The amount of times I get questions the FAQ, it's like too frequent to track. It happens a lot. You know, it's whatever. I have it there, but here's the thing. A lot of times people will ask that, and then I will get that frequently about, like, 2 minutes later, they'll say, oh, wait, never mind, I found it. So even if it doesn't work 100% of the time to get people to, like, see the answers to their questions, they'll usually notice it eventually, and then problem solved. But yes, I do have a Discord. generally speaking, I don't check it a lot during streams. I've been, like, checking Discord and responding to messages a bit more during the classic streams than I would normally do. Because these are more chill, laid back, right? So as long as I'm not in the middle of doing something, if I'm just in town, I can stop and read that. A lot of times when I stream, I do, like, retail speedruns or testing runs and stuff like that. And sometimes if chat is really active, if I'm, like, super behind on messages, I will stop for a moment to respond. But a lot of times I will just kind of have to ignore chat and whatnot. And then especially Discord. Any Discord messages and stuff that I get in the middle of the speedruns, I tend to just leave until the end of the stream to answer in that case. But yeah, I'm running to Westfall is the exact place that I'm going to. Oh shit. Can I... Can't remember if I can jump up this hill. Oh fuck, I can. Man, this guy like finessed it first try, and I fucked that up. How did he just like actually outplayed the shit out of me right there. Well played, buddy. I could not make that jump onto the rock, and he just bloop right up the rock. All right. But yeah, so we can see here I'm actually fairly close. There's still a bit of distance left to go, but Westfall's down there. That's where I'm headed. And then once I get to Westfall, that's the spooky part, because then there's a bunch of murlocs on the shoreline. There is no real safe area to land in Westfall. If you wanted to, you could maybe like go all the way down the Westfall coast. And I don't even know what you would do, because Westfall, the entire coastline is kind of hostile. There's really no safe path. And there aren't really any unobstructed roads that lead directly into the mainland. Yeah. I'm like looking at it. Pretty much the entire coastline has murlocs along it. And any slightly unobstructed areas that have little paths leading inward usually have a bunch of Defias mobs camping it. And then a lot of the general area in the middle of Westfall is covered in, like, knolls and stuff. The only real way to get onto the shore is through this murloc area right at the start, which is why it's a little bit sketchy to do at lower levels. At level 14, I should be totally fine. I don't need to worry about it. But if I was any lower, it might be a bit spooky. Why am I walking all the way? As opposed to doing what? How else would I get there? The only other way, realistically, to get there is walking through the wetlands. And walking through the wetlands is very spooky because there are high-level crocodiles right along the path. So, effectively, your choice is a long walk all the way down the coast, and then you have to deal with some level 12 to 14 murlocs at the very end, or you have to maybe get a slightly faster route through wetlands, but you have to avoid level 20-something crocodiles that you really don't have any chance of killing until you are at around, like, I guess, level 18 or 19. But by that point, one of the reasons you want to go there a bit earlier is... Can I get up this hill? Ooh, I can. Okay. Alright, well, I got him beat on this one. He's going around the long way, and I'm taking the shortcut. I don't actually know if that saved any time. I don't think it did. But you know what? It was cool, so I'm going to act like it did. You're a similar age and started playing in DC. You made it to 34 on a Blood Elf Hunter and had to stop playing for a few years until WoD when you remade your Hunter and got a Nelf Druid to max. And you got a Nelf Druid to max both. Nice. Yeah, I know a lot of people who started like early and then came back much later on. I mean, early WoW especially was one of those where, even as a kid, it was hard to really stay focused with it. I enjoyed playing it, but I never really played World of Warcraft back in the day. Like, I played it, but the way that I played it is different than the way I play it now. Which is one of the reasons why I've really enjoyed Classic, because while I did technically play the game, I have a lot of nostalgia about doing random bullshit. But I was always that little kid that would, like, see the raiders in their fancy gear in Stormwind and stuff like that, and be like, wow, that's so awesome. I want to have gear like that someday. But of course, I was a stupid little kid. I wouldn't have been able to do that. So going back and playing through Classic allows me to effectively do all the things that 5-year-old me wishes he could have done back then. And I also get a nice dose of nostalgia because I did play. I was a stupid kid who did stupid kid things, right? But I've had a lot of fun in Wrath because, like I said, Wrath was the first time I hit level 80. So, like, for instance, I always used to think that getting, like, the Bronze Drake was so hard. Like, oh man, you have to beat a timer, right? And nowadays I'm, like, blasting it on Heroic++ on my Paladin, beating the timer by, like, 5 minutes, no sweat. And it just feels fun to actually now come back to those things that I did years ago, and I'm just looking at it in a completely different light. Now you get it, you just came by and wasn't sure what I do. Oh, yeah, so, this is, if you're unfamiliar with Classic Hardcore, the way it works. I mean, Classic in general, like, retail World of Warcraft, there's, like, portals to a lot of places, but in Classic, right, like, I'm playing a Night Elf. So I started off all the way over here, top left, right, in Teldrassil. The only way to actually get to this other side of the world is by walking there, right? That's the only way you can get anywhere for the first time. I could take a mage portal. Mages can make portals, but that would require me to have a mage come out and, like, personally create a portal for me, which I'm not going to do, right? Once you've visited a location and you've learned the flight point, well, then you can fly from an existing town over there, which is why I'm doing this. Because I'll probably head right back to Darkshore the moment I'm done with this. I don't actually think I'm going to do a lot of these quests. Maybe I'll do, like, Elwyn Forest stuff while I'm here. Not entirely sure. I could also do some stuff in Lock Mode On. But I mostly want to get all of these flight points unlocked. That way, the next time I do it, I can just fly. And I don't need to spend 30 minutes swimming along the coastline. But this is a journey everyone will have to do eventually. Yeah, so the only hard part is coming up, like, actually right now. So that's why I invited him to a group. Also, this section isn't too bad, because keep in mind, right? Like, I think he's scared because the fatigue water, you can see, it closes in. If you look really carefully, there's, like, light water along the coast, and then there's black water, and you can see I'm in a fatigue water. Like, ooh, spooky. But here's the thing about fatigue. It takes so long to kick in. Unless you just literally auto-swim all the way out there, I can, like, dip into fatigue water like this, and doesn't... Actually, that wasn't farther than I realized. But yeah, I could dip into fatigue water, the bar could appear, oh, spooky, but, like, you're not actually in danger. Fatigue has to completely expire, which takes a while before you're ever at risk. So as long as you kind of hug the coastline, this is very, 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 very safe. You're not really in any danger of dying. So the only actual hard part is the Murlocs on the shore, which there's a particular place that I'll be landing, and then you just fight your way out. So I'm just gonna drink up all my potions and stuff.
It's still recharging.
I can even, I assume, apply my weight stone and... Yep. And yeah, now there's more room for us to swim. You could probably swim to the next bit of coast in front of you. Yeah. No, it absolutely, honestly, if I was doing a speedrun, I would. It's one of those things where I'm sitting here saying fatigue is safe, right? But I'll be completely honest. Whenever that fatigue bar pops up, my anxiety goes through the roof. Like, I'm trying to play it cool and be like, it's not a big deal. Absolutely, it scares the shit out of me. But the reality is, just from a, survivability standpoint, none of this is really that dangerous. So, yeah, I still play it as safe as possible. I stick close to the shore, and I don't try to do anything crazy. But, realistically speaking, you can kind of do whatever. And as long as you don't go super far out, you are very, very safe. There's no hostile mobs here. If you ever see, like, on the death heat map, like, I think the key thing to keep in mind, if you look at the death heat map for where people died. Hold on, let me help this guy out. Scary part is the Murlocs on the shore. Just gotta cut through them. Yeah, fatigue is never, like, actually an issue. If you see the little dots along this path, all of those are because somebody just zoned out, went too far, and died. If you are actively at your computer, which admittedly, it is a little bit tiring having to sit here, swim in a straight line while paying attention for 30 minutes. A little bit stressful because of that. But as long as you do that, actually, it really isn't too bad. But if you look at the heat map for the Wetlands run, you'll see literally just non-stop dots on that path with the crocodiles. In terms of actual risk, this is way, way, way lower. And especially if you're at, like, level 12 to 14. If you're doing it at a very, very low level, I would say it's about equal, because the Murlocs will kill you just as easily as the crocodiles. Obviously, the Murlocs will hit less, because no matter how you slice it, a level 14 mob is going to hit nowhere near as hard as a level 21. But both of them have a high chance of killing you. You can see here, right? This is, how you do it. So I'm not going to take any chances. I'm going to just kill the Murlocs. And yeah, see, the Hunter is on the exact same page as me. He's not fucking around with it. Because the scary part about the shore here, and you can see actually just happened right there, you have these Murloc coast runners, which just Naruto run all the way up and down the coast really fucking fast, and they will just come out of nowhere, and then in the middle of a pull, like you can see this fucker right here. He's not in combat, he's just darting about. So sometimes if you're not careful, you can get into combat with those. But we're safe. At this point, we're in the clear. Once you get past that initial section on the beach, it's fine. And you'll notice there's other people here. So at this moment in time, Westfall is infinitely safer, because you're going to have a lot of people questing in this area. So regularly people will be killing these Murlocs, and you could just run straight up through here. And then all you got to do, because these Gore Tusks, they are not hostile mobs, they're neutral, run along this section. There are sometimes buzzards in the area, and you need to be careful of the buzzards. But if you avoid the buzzards and you kind of hug this section... What is my dog barking at now? And go straight to the road. Once you're on the road, it's smooth sailing from there. And Elwyn is just like a stone's throw away. Hunter, good trip, see you around, dies. No, don't say that. He's going to live a very long and healthy life, I believe. What is he barking at? Tucker! Tucker! Whatever it is that has his attention. God. This dog sometimes. Is it picking up in the mic at all? Honestly, I'm amazed sometimes. Oh, I'm not high enough. I need herbals of 100. Fuck. I'm amazed sometimes at how good my, like, noise cancellation is. Because, like, he is so loud right now. The fact that it is not picking up is actually impressive. You can't hear it? Yeah. Damn good noise cancellation, honestly. Now, I always used to have issues with NVIDIA Broadcast on my old computer. It would, like, completely fuck my computer over really, really, really badly, and everything would slow down. Thankfully, ever since I've gotten my new computer a little while ago, I mean, it was like a year ago or so, but those were old issues. NVIDIA Broadcast doesn't seem to be causing any issues anymore. So, there was also an update, which I think might have fixed it. Either way, yeah, these days it's relatively chill. But yeah, NVIDIA Broadcast noise cancellation in the background is, like, really, really, really good. I'm always impressed by how good that is. He has stopped barking now, though. I don't know why. He just randomly in the middle of the night at random points just freaks out. I missed a few messages while I was doing that, so let me see. That's also why you started playing. The armor looked awesome, and you always wanted to get some, but you couldn't figure out how, and now you're getting somewhere and you're stoked? Yeah. The first step in getting better at the game is just doing research. So, I mean, you're already much closer than a lot of other people. The fact that you've actually sought out guides and stuff like that. I know a lot of people will argue that that's like antithetical to a lot of games, like, you know, games shouldn't be min-maxed and you should just explore an adventure, and it's totally fine to play that way. But personally, I started enjoying games in general way more when I learned how to metagame. And I learned how to, like, research and, you know, read and, like, realize that there's a lot of resources out there that are, like, very helpful. Now, obviously, not all resources are built the same, but a lot of times my approach to new games that I'll play is I go into pretty much every single new game I play completely blind, like at first. And I will try it and just experiment knowing nothing and see how I like it. Because at the end of the day, right, if the game isn't good enough to grip you on its own merits without you like having to do research and understanding and stuff like that, I can't be fucking bothered. So sometimes people will tell you, like, oh, if you play this game a ton, like, it gets really good. But a lot of times I'll just bounce off those games, right? If it requires, like, if metagaming and doing a million hours of research is required to, like, really have fun with it, I'm not into it. I'm going to be honest, I'm probably going to piss some people off. It is the reason I've never been able to get into Path of Exile. And I know I have a lot of friends who love Path of Exile and are probably going to tell me it's an amazing game. You would love it, blah, 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 blah. I didn't hate it, but I played Path of Exile for like a few hours, like enough to form an opinion on it, and I just got bored. And I got bored, and I was just overwhelmed with the amount of different systems that were just poorly explained. And then I would like message my friends about it, and they'd be like, "Oh yeah, but like, when you get to the end game, an XYZ thing, you can min max, and there's all these different builds and blah blah blah." And it's like, oh, like no, maybe if I invested a shit ton of time, but one of the other issues with a lot of games like that is if you're required to spend so much time just to figure it out, just to enjoy it, I don't know. So to be clear, I'm sure Path of Exile is an amazing game. I have a lot of friends, like I said, who really like it. My friend Wins, right, from my old guild, is actually like, or used to be at least, a Path of Exile, like, you know, build creator. He has like some really big videos. I didn't even know that until after I started raiding with him. But he made like a bunch of build guides for Path of Exile. So I have friends who are really into it. And that is just a game that I could never really get into. Not, like I said, not because I think it's bad or anything like that, just a lot of stuff. It was just the first thing that came to mind. There have been other smaller games like that. And like a lot of times, like to give a very recent example, I know I've brought it up a few times, but just since it is something that I am literally playing right now, like in addition to WoW Classic, and a lot of times I'm probably spending more time playing it than I should because I need to be working on stuff. Like I'm going to try to get the Wailing Caverns video out tomorrow morning, or like maybe I might do it late at night and have it posted like, I don't know, it's 6 a.m. or something before tomorrow's stream. We'll see how I handle that. I want to get it done ASAP. But I keep getting distracted. I've mentioned before, Honkai Star Rail, which is a mobile game, right? But I downloaded it completely blind. I had heard some general good things about it, which is why I tried it out in the first place, despite the fact that I historically don't really like gacha games at all, because I don't love the monetization elements. But I heard good things about it. I was like, fuck it. And I mentioned before, kind of just a stars align type of thing where every single mobile game that I normally like, so I'm not like big onto mobile games, but I like having at least one game that I can play when I'm like really bored, when I'm, I don't know, like sitting in bed trying to fall asleep. For a while, Hearthstone was that for me, and I have 100%ed everything in the Hearthstone PvE modes. I have literally run out of things to do. So every once in a while, I'll open up Hearthstone and I'll just play another dungeon run or dollar run heist thing just for fun. But at this point, it's like, I've literally done it with every single class on the hardest difficulty and every single wing. There's nothing left for me to do. I've seen it all. So it's fun, but I kind of ran out of ways to do that. And for a while, I played Legends of Runeterra, and they basically completely fucked the game in the last update. So it was pretty much after Legends of Runeterra just destroyed their game with the worst update one of the worst updates I've ever seen. I don't know, it's up there with like patch 9.1 of Shadowlands in terms of like, fuck you to the players' levels of stupidity. I just straight up uninstalled the game. I'm like, I'm not dealing with that fucking bullshit. And then I'm like, well, now I have nothing to play on my phone. So I just installed it on a whim, played it for fun, and I'm like, this game's actually kind of good. And I was enjoying it, and then it wasn't until, like, I basically got through the entire first act, at the moment, because it apparently released fairly recently. But there's, like, 2 main arcs in the story so far, and I got through the first one, which was, like, I don't know, 20 hours or something, decently long, I spent playing. And that was when I'm like, okay, I'm actually having fun with this game. Now I am going to look it up, right? And there's, like, 2 things that will happen when I look up a game from that point. Either I find out that it has, like, really no substance, and it's just there for, like, story, and there's really no depth to, like, the builds and stuff like that, and then I'm like, okay, you know, I might finish it, but I'm really not going to play it. Or in this case, and sometimes that happens, I realize, oh, there's actually, like, a lot of interesting build diversity and, like, strategies and stuff like that, and I was reading into that, and I'm like, this sounds pretty cool. And then, now that I, like, you know, start playing the game again with that knowledge in mind, it allows me to, like, appreciate a lot of the, like, combos and stuff, and then I would feel good where, like, I looked at a character with no knowledge, and I'm like, that seems pretty strong, and then, like, I find tier lists that are like, yeah, this character's good, and then I'm able to, like, kind of adapt, like, how I was playing a little bit based on, you know, the new knowledge I have, and then that makes it even more fun. So, that's just kind of how I approach games, in general. And, you know, in some cases, like the one I just described, it works out really well. What else? Darius said, you're new to Hardcore Classic, you started playing in Classic, but then walked your druids through the wetlands back then. Yeah, so the main issue with wetlands is just that it's a very high chance of dying, right? So you can make it through without dying, and there are people who still do the wetlands run and swear by it. But actually, I forget who it was. Was it Tanixian? Somebody in my Discord earlier today posted a clip of them trying to do the wetlands run and basically dying, or nearly dying to it. So, yeah, Tanixion posted a clip of him nearly dying in the wetlands run, and the only reason he didn't is because he got some insanely lucky misses. Really, really crazy good. So, yeah. Definitely very, very spooky. I would not recommend. Let's see. Naruto run. Can imagine the anime sound effects and speed lines. Yeah, on the Murlocs. Asus and Nvidia are great with their noise cancellation, yeah. For you, is your mother buying something from Staples? There was this big basket with a bunch of games and stuff, and there was a WoW Game Time card there. Oh, nice. You fell in love with the look of the Night Elf on the cover, and that's how the degeneracy that is your time in WoW started. Yeah. I was basically inducted into it at a young age, because I mentioned my dad had a friend from work who, like, I knew, you know, they had, like, they were good friends, and, like, he had come over and, I forget, like, I had met his friend before, and he was like, oh, yeah, so-and-so, I forget his name, because unfortunately, I think that friend, he was kind of, like, you know, a friend of the family, like, really close relative. Unfortunately, I think he moved away when I was relatively young, soon after that, but he was the one who recommended World of Warcraft to my dad, and then I would watch my dad play, and I played on my stepmom at the time's account, and eventually it just became my account. But yeah, very fun.
How are you? Keep your feet on the ground.
Hold on, my sister messaged me. Okay, my sister was just saying thank you. Yeah. Did not expect to see you were still playing. You love long streams. To be fair, if you're talking about the stream from yesterday, they were 2 disconnected streams. So, I'm not... Did somebody say what a noob to me? I think I just happened to walk by somebody as they said what a noob. Now the question is, where do I go from here? I think I'll probably stop here for now, but now I'm just trying to decide what I'm going to do after the fact. I think I'm going to get my alts up to level 10 first and foremost. But I don't know if I want to go back to Darkshore just yet. I think maybe I'll do some stuff in Westfall, like the early sections of Westfall, which are pretty safe, especially at level 14. Some of the Darkshore quests are a little bit spooky if you don't have, like, all the stuff prepared. Yeah, you know what? I'll head back to the tram and I'll end in Stormwind. I did want to at least go to Ironforge to pick up the flight point. You started a priest back in January, and you started raiding last season. You got Keystone Master on your Hunter for the first time last season, and this season you got AOTC and Keystone Hero on your Priest. Very nice. You almost timed to 20. That's very good. At some point, you should start getting into Mythic raiding. Honestly, if it wasn't for Mythic raiding, I don't even know if I'd still be playing retail WoW. You know, the rest of the game, I mean, it's fun. Obviously, like, I enjoy doing the speedruns. It's a fun thing. But I've said before, if the only thing that I was doing in the game was the speedruns, I would not still be playing WoW. It's a fun thing to do while I'm already playing the game actively, doing raids, doing M+, and stuff like that. But that's not enough to, like, hold my interest entirely. The main reason I play World of Warcraft is Mythic raiding. And everything else has always just been, like, a side hobby to me. Stephen Proctor said, Harldan, your videos and streams keep you going through... Oh, what the hell? Stupid fly right in front of my face as I'm reading that. Sorry, distracted me. Your videos and streams keep me going through college. WoW is your escape. I'm glad to hear it. I was like that a lot in college, too. Definitely kind of escaped into WoW a lot of times. For better or for worse. When I would be stressed out by stuff. Which... I mean, in the end, I think it was for better more often than it was for worse, but, you know, I'm sure my dad would disagree on that a little bit. But whatever. Hey, I graduated, so you can't complain. You're playing PoE right now? Nice. Yeah, like I said, perfectly fine game, just wasn't for me for those reasons. Legends of Runeterra went full BFA on us? Yeah. Honestly, like, I enjoyed the game enough that I will at least give it the courtesy of, like, checking in a few months from now to see what they've done. Because I do feel like some of it might just be a case of extremely tone-deaf development teams. Because it was such a blatant slap in the face. I can't feel that they actually expected... I mean, Blizzard has done a lot of stupid stuff, but I would just be surprised if they really intended for it to be as big of a fuck you as it was. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of improvements over time, and maybe I'll check it out in a few months, and if they have, like, unfucked the game by then, I'll think about playing it again. But, I mean, it's just at a certain point, when you just get shown a giant middle finger... And I guess the nice thing is, I enjoyed the game, but I have, like, no sunk cost fallacy with it. I played it, I had fun, and I have no issue just completely putting it down. Especially when one of the main hopes I had was that they were going to improve the relic acquisition system, and then they just didn't, and did the exact opposite. So it's like, okay, well now I have nothing to look forward to. But, yeah, we'll see. But yeah, so Pepto, as far as streams went, I did one stream last night, and that ended at like 3 in the morning, whenever it was. It was a pretty long one. And then this one started at around 4:30 in the afternoon, and I'm still going now, right? But we're almost done here. I've been going for almost 7 hours, and like I said, it's going to be a shorter stream. When I initially said it was going to be a shorter stream, I intended for it to be like, you know, only around 5 hours long. And then, of course, inevitably, I ended up going for, like, an hour longer than I expected. One of the reasons, though, that I initially was going to do a shorter stream is because tonight was poker night with my retail guild. But because a bunch of people couldn't make it, they mentioned that they weren't doing poker. So at that point, I'm like, yeah, well, I have no rush. I'll stream for a few more hours. But obviously, I am tired now, and one of the other reasons is, at this point, I'm just going to do grinding on my level 5 alts and try to get them up to level 10 and, you know, farm some money that I can then funnel to my Druid, right? So, we'll see how that goes, but that's not the most terribly interesting thing. That being said, I am going to be streaming again tomorrow, and that is probably going to be around the exact same time. Let me at least read I missed the last few messages Naomi sent. Now that you're done with your mainstream activity, you could play some classic hardcore. Yeah. I'm effectively, the mainstream thing is now what used to be the backup thing. That's how, honestly, I think I'll probably do that format going forward. I kind of like that. You know, whatever I'm mostly doing at the time, I do that for like the first half, and then I do something else. So like for Wrath Classic leveling, I'll probably do that in the future, where eventually I'd like to do Wrath Classic streams. I'm not going to do it entirely, or I eventually want to do Wrath Classic speedruns. I want to do the practice on stream, because a few people have been curious to see that. So I will probably do like the traditional retail runs at the start. This is months from now, right? And then I will do the Wrath Classic stuff at the end. For tomorrow, it'll of course be more classic hardcore. I don't know how far my Druid will be along by that point. I kind of have no idea how much time I'm going to have to play tonight. It also depends on how long the Wailing Caverns video takes to make. We'll see about that. But I am going to aim to start at noon EST tomorrow, though admittedly, so like in around like 13-ish hours from the time of recording right now, which, you know, yeah. That said, like, I planned on starting today's stream at 3 p.m., and I woke up at 3 p.m., right? So I pushed the stream back an hour because I was still exhausted. And then I made coffee, like, gave the cats food because it was around the time when they usually eat, and then started the stream. So I might push it back like an hour or two, depending on how I feel. But anywhere from noon EST tomorrow up to 2 p.m. EST, within that range, I will I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'm still streaming. Yeah, Tyrion, unfortunately, you joined in right at the end. But like I just said, I'll be doing it again tomorrow. And of course, you'll have the VOD to watch. There you go. Naomi said, holy shit, I saw the BNet notification that said Funny Nin has gone offline, and you thought it said your Druid's name. Oh. Yeah, I guess at a glance, Funny Nin does seem kind of like Furi Mimi. It's like fairly similar in terms of the characters. You're familiar with the PvE thing in Hearthstone, which has the tombs. Yeah, Tombs of Terror. That's, which one is that? Well, there's two of them. You can get it off... There's, like, the Violet Hold mechanic, and then in Tombs of Terror, there's, like, the one with the sarcophagus, or whatever. Just sent you a screenshot, which is straight-up depression. Oh, no. So, funny thing about that, I actually had that happen, but the reverse. So, it happened on... you know, the whole Tombs of Terror thing is, right, you have to fight 8 bosses, or 7 bosses, and then you fight the Plague Lord at the end, and the Plague Lord has, like, 300 health, and you're supposed to fight him in multiple attempts. The very second sarcophagus minion that one of the Plague Lords got, like, in Phase 1, was Bone Lord Frostwhisper. And then I just killed that, and 3 turns later, it died. It was... Yeah, I think... Yeah, because the sarcophagus is only on one of the Plague Lords, right? So it was whichever one that effect had. And the interesting thing is, like, it kept triggering the death rattle on its own Bone Lord Frostwhisper multiple times, which... Yeah, I mean, the AI doesn't know how to play with some newer cards. It definitely can get a bit weird. Oh, you got a Hex. Ah, nice. For context, the thing that Naomi's talking about is there's a... In a Hearthstone PvE game mode, you'll get minions randomly summoned either for you or your opponents, and one of the newer minions introduced in a recent set forces you to die after 3 turns. So sometimes the game will randomly summon that minion, and if you get it, you're kind of fucked, because 3 turns usually isn't enough to kill your opponent. And it's one of those things where when the mechanic was originally designed, you know, the developers didn't know that they were going to print that card years later, but the mechanic pulls from the entire available pool of Hearthstone cards, so as new cards are introduced, it causes some janky interactions like that. What server am I on? I am on Alliance side, Defiance Pillager. But yeah, with that, so we'll be stopping here once again tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday as well. Basically noon to 2 p.m. EST. I'll be streaming more classic hardcore, so I hope to see you all then. Thank you all for coming. Peace.